Good morning, Ms. Sigels Ncube. Good morning, Ms. Bowe. And good morning, Mr.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning,
Kize.
Commissioners.
Yeah, I'm not discriminating. That's because they both led. So this side, I only recognize or acknowledge the lead counsel. Thank you, but good morning, good morning. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sigels Ncube.
Good morning, General.
Good morning, Advocate.
General, before we progress, hopefully, this morning to the other topics on the call, I just wanted us to go back to your evidence regarding your understanding or your version that you gave about what you meant by reporting to the other side. You will recall that you had exchanges not only with myself but with the commissioners as well regarding that aspect. You recall?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, I understand that you also want to deal with it to some extent, and I'll give you an opportunity to do so. General, but before we do that, if I can just repeat what I understand your evidence to be about that. You said that by the other side, reporting to the other side, that General Sabia wanted the information for the other side. You were referring to Mr. Molefe's family, correct?
I made that concession later because my first response was the other side of General Sibia and his faction.
Yes.
And I was pressed to say I must mention names. And again explained that it seems I'm lying under oath. Then I considered, because I want to mention any other person, because of the reason that I didn't have concrete evidence against any of those people who might be perceived to be on his side. I even included myself that sometimes I was considered to be on his side. And without having any evidence that really he was going to share with them or is for their benefit and without any other reason. So I decided to say I don't want to mention any person because I'll be just making a vague, or it's just my perception. Hence now, the other option was, anyhow I was sent by him to inquire about the detention status of Mr. Molefe. So I decided to say the family, because they are the ones who phoned him, according to him, that not phoned, I'm not sure of that. What he was told, it was that they wanted to know where. They were complaining about not knowing where is he detained. So that was the reason, what I wanted to clarify.
General, I may be covering ground that I covered with you yesterday, and which my co-commissioners also covered, but I cannot help but say this. You say in so many words that you were referring to the other faction of subs, and you referred to General Sibia as being part of that faction. And clearly, from what you are saying, that's who you were referring to at the time the recording was made. I have difficulty understanding how that can, upon engagement in this commission yesterday, how that can suddenly change to the family. You say in so many words, at the time, reference was to the other faction. How does that suddenly change? I don't understand. Because the reason you give, or the reasons you give for the change, are a sense of discomfort that you now have, and also the difficulty of identifying those within that faction. But that cannot then change who you were referring to. It cannot. What you should rather say is, one, I have a discomfort saying more about that faction. Two, I cannot even identify the people in that faction except for General Sibia. I would understand you if that's what you were saying, but for the identity of open quote, this other side, close quote, suddenly changing, I don't understand that, and I will never understand that.
Commissioner, I agree with Commissioner that indeed I was referring to General Sibia, and when I said this other faction, and having difficulty to identify or to say specifically who is in his faction.
Yes.
From the police
and
side.
then that cannot change upon being
Yes.
engaged by the commission. It should stay there. That's who you were referring to when you said this other side. It should stay there. It should remain there. Not so.
Yes, but yeah, when I was overwhelmed with now lying to the commission and whatsoever, I decided to end.
No, reference to you lying was only after you had changed. If you hadn't changed, nobody would have suggested that you are lying on this.
Yes, Commissioner, I agree. That is why I wanted to indicate that the difficulty was that I can't put a name or say these are the people on his faction whom I think they were going to share with.
All right. Then towards the end of the debate, I think it was with Commissioner Baloyi,
Yes.
you even referred to, so a reference was, that is the changed reference was no longer only to the family, but you also referred to perpetrators, and I think you even referred to friends. Who are the perpetrators that you were talking about?
No, I think I referred to friends.
You did
I said
refer,
family and friends.
You did refer to perpetrators. I know for a fact, General. You did.
Oh, no. I thought I said family and friends because...
You said perpetrators as well in so many words. Who are you referring to? I know for a fact you did. Who are you referring to?
I can't refer to the perpetrators because the perpetrators are those who were arrested. I think it is 4. It's 4 persons who have been charged, and I don't have information that they are related or have ties with General Sibia. I just felt it was easier to say family and friends because it's the family who found him, or might be friends, people who are close to the family. Hence, I wanted today to say, actually, for me, I didn't have 2 versions. I had one version when I said side, which I was meaning to the General Sibia and the faction which is perceived to be there, even though I couldn't put names. But when I was pressed, I said because the persons who complained was the family, I said family and friends.
I'll be surprised if I'm mistaken about your reference to perpetrators, but perhaps we'll revisit that aspect after the adjournment.
Chair, just while you are on that, we will display the transcript of yesterday, and you will see there it does say it is the perpetrators, family and friends. That was from yesterday, General.
There it is, General. Do you see it? Look behind you. It is the perpetrators, family and friends. So there it is, you did refer to it. Who were you talking about when you referred to perpetrators?
Yeah, maybe it just come up, but I wanted to say family and friends.
What do you mean come up? You said it, what do you mean?
I agree that as it is indicated, I indicated perpetrators, but as I have explained, I don't have knowledge of the general having knowledge, knowing the perpetrators.
No, it's not about the general. I'm sure you are referring to General Shibiri. It's not about, I'm very sorry, General Sibia. It's not about him. It's about what you said. It is you that referred to perpetrators. What were you talking about? Or who were you talking about?
Yeah, as I'm trying to explain, Commissioner, to say, when I was pressed with to say who is the faction, I end up indicating that family and friends. I wasn't aware I added even the perpetrator because I don't know him to be having the ties. So that is my mistake.
I'll leave it at that, General. And thank you very much for the transcript.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
General, it wasn't just when you were pressed for a name after you said the factions. It wasn't just then when you were pressed for names that you changed your version. It was also because it was put to you that it's implausible that the other side could be the police or the other faction of the police, because why would you be saying General Sabia wants the information for not for NASCOM but for the other side, if the other side is General Sabia's side? You would have then said for his side. That is why you then, it wasn't just because you were asked for names that you changed your version. Do you accept that it was both when you were asked for the names and then it was put to you at several times that it was implausible that in context could have meant the other faction within the police force?
Yes, that is why I'm saying it was when I was pressed. I remember it was Commissioner Baloyi to say, I cannot say there is other side, and then I say is the other faction, and I can't mention because my response, I remember I said I choose not to mention the names. And then it came from there when the pressure started mounting from there. And that is where I became confused to come up with anything to get out of that, because I didn't want to mention a name of a police whom I will be just speculating through my perception without those people knowing anything to do with anything.
Okay, so let's then understand what your version is of the other side. So it's not the family. It's not Mr. Molefe's family.
No.
It is not the National Commissioner's side. We know that. So is it General Sabia's side?
Yes.
Okay. So I am still going to say to you that it is implausible that in the context you are referring to General Sabia's side, because you would have said his side. And it can't be a third faction, because if there was, you would have disclosed that there's a third faction that you are referencing. But let us just proceed on. You say that this call was a follow-up from a call that you had made to Witness A on the 7th of December.
That's correct.
Okay. I understood you to say that you were on leave from the 6th of December.
No, from the 27th of November.
Okay. So your point was that you were on leave even on the day of the operations, which was of the takedown operations, which was the 6th of December.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, if I can just take you to Witness A's statement, because Witness A doesn't recall a call with you on the 7th of December. And if I understood you to say that the 16th December call that you made to Witness A was to follow up on General Sabia's request from you about feedback on the detention status of Mr. Molefe, because the family they had no information about where he was detained, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, please go to file 3, file 3, item 83, page 263. In fact, if we can start on 262. Do you have it?
I'm at 262.
Okay. Just before that, at paragraph 88, I just want... Okay, I just want to point out at 88. It says, this is witness A, I left Pretoria Central Police Station to assist the team who were on an active manhunt to find Lucky Molefe. The manhunt continued that entire weekend from Friday evening, 6 December 2024, until the morning of Monday, 9 December 2024, when we had to attend court for Molefe's first appearance. So Mr. Molefe was appearing in court on the 9th of December. You see that? Then at paragraph 89, he says, on 7 December 2024, the day after Molefe's arrest, I received a call from Colonel Mokoena, who asked why I had not reported the arrest of Molefe. Colonel Mokoena initially said that he was making the inquiry because this should be reported as a team success. I was surprised by this because Colonel Mokoena was aware that Brigadier Hopani had instructed us shortly after Tau, Kekana, and Mabusela's first appearance on 19 April 2024 not to report to anyone other than her regarding the murder case. In fact, since April 2024, we had not reported to Colonel Mokoena regarding the murder case. Since then, there have been many significant developments, including Tau's bail release in August 2024 and his rearrest in September 2024 for violating his bail conditions. Colonel Mokoena had not once complained that we had not reported any of these developments to him at the time. Then on the next page, when I reminded Colonel Mokoena that we have not been reporting to him on this matter for the last 7 months, he then changed his stance and said he was only inquiring because he had received a call from General Sabia, who wanted to know why Molefe was not being detained at the police station closest to his residence and why Molefe's family had not been informed of where he was being detained. I told Colonel Mokoena that when we took Molefe from his residence, I informed his family members who were present that we would be taking him to Pretoria Central Police Station, and I also informed his attorney. Colonel Mokoena left it at that. Now, Witness A, and I inquired again with Witness A, he is adamant that he does not recall you calling him on the 7th of December. He only has a record of the call of the 16th of December. And it would seem to me that the 7th, if you did call him on the 7th of December, then your inquiry about where Mr. Molefe is being detained would make sense. But if you're calling on the 16th of December, it's 10 days after his arrest. It's more than a week after, or just a week after his first appearance. The family know where he's been, and he's already appeared in court. So it just seems to me, again, that it is implausible that that call on the 16th of December was this inquiry or a follow-up on this inquiry, because by then it should be a done deal. Everybody knows what the position is regarding Mr. Molefe. Do you want to comment?
Yes. As I've indicated also in my statement, maybe he doesn't recall. I was also looking on my itemized billing for the state phone, because that is the only one I'm having where it shows the calls out, not calls received. And then my dilemma is, commissioners, sometimes when people are given my number, they are giving them my private number, which is the one which now a lot of people are sending me messages after I talked about it. So that is the one which, when I went to Vodacom to look for the itemized billing in November 2025, I couldn't be assisted. So I'm not sure with what, but if we request section 205, it will indicate. Indeed, I phoned first Brigadier Nama on the 7th, who is the component head of serious and violent, because I didn't know which unit from the province have made such arrest when I was asked to establish on the 7th where it is. Then I end up calling Colonel Mkwena. It's there in my statement. And then he said he will follow up. And Colonel Mkwena didn't even give me this feedback, which it is on the statement of witness A. He gave me the telephone number, which I dialed. And he said he will come back to me sooner. They are busy. They are busy somewhere in the police. I think they were in the police station. And after some few minutes, he phoned. And I said, no, I wanted to inquire about the detention of Mr. Molefe, whom you arrested yesterday. I received a call that the family complained to the DNC that they don't know where he's detained. He said, no, a lot of people phoned about this thing. And they were with his attorney. He said, tell me something, I forgot only the surname. And then I said, for me, it doesn't make sense because ordinarily, if the attorney will go to inquire, that attorney should have been sent by the family. So it means this thing is unfounded. And then I'll report as such. And then I don't know if I forgot to report or I send a WhatsApp to the DNC or whatsoever. Then but I phoned on the 16th because I received an invitation, and also I knew on the 17th I'm going back to work, and I forgot to ask what was he arrested for. That was the reason why I was phoning on the 16th, not to inquire about his arrest, to inquire about the charges which he was arrested for. So that was my testimony.
But General, by that stage, he had already had his first appearance. So it would be known what he was arrested for. Why would you need to inquire about that? He appeared on the 9th of December. And if indeed you were following up on behalf of General Sabia about something as innocuous as that, it would seem to me, why the reluctance to report back to the other side, being General Sabia himself who's asking you this, who's asking you for the request? Why the reluctance?
I was not reluctant on the 16th. On the 16th, I was supposed to be going there if I was feeling well. And again, I was supposed to give the whole, I remembered I have to give the full feedback. And I forgot that I didn't ask about what was the reason for the arrest. And I'm not aware when is the first appearance and so forth as I was staying home. So that was the reason why I phoned to find out what was he arrested for. So not to say the general phoned me asking me about it. I thought he will ask me about it when we meet because I didn't give him a full report. And on the day which he phoned me on the 6th, that is when I responded, but why don't you ask Kumalo, because Kumalo is the DPC and Mina I'm sick, I'm home. So, but I end up, on the 7th, I end up phoning anyhow, establishing that because I felt I couldn't have answered my senior like that. He always phones me, and it shows he trusted me to do the work, and always he tasked me. So it was not that I wanted to know where was he detained, and it was about the charges. And I didn't know when did he appear or whatsoever, because I made sure my patches stays there and I stay indoors so that I can get healed and I don't read, watch TV and read a lot of things for that reason. I could answer phones, yes.
So there wasn't another call from General Sabia asking for information
No.
after you reported back to him after the 7th?
Yeah, I think I sent the message back.
and then you of your own accord called witness A on the 16th because you anticipated that General Sibiya would want more information when you get back to work?
Or if I go that day to you said the birthday, I thought it was Thanksgiving. So I thought maybe if I'm going or if I go back to work, either of those days, I will be, you will expect me to give him a full feedback, also to say what, that is normal when you are tasked. You need to give full feedback, not feedback to the person who have tasked you. So I did that on my own account, not to say he phoned me to say, you still owe me.
What doesn't make sense to me is that you are on leave. So there's no expectation that you are making these inquiries because you are not on duty. But this is about someone who was arrested at the beginning of December. It doesn't make sense to me why you would think that General Sibiya has not obtained this information from other people in your absence. You are not the only, in fact, this was not your matter. You are not responsible for this docket, that's one. So somebody else is responsible for the docket. General Sibiya knows that because he's talking to you. He's called you, he knows you're on leave, and he knows that it's not your docket. So it doesn't make sense to me that it's as innocent as, well, when I was concerned that when I go to the farm, he wants me to tell him about this case, when he knows it's not your docket, but also that, well, when I go back to work on the 17th, he will want a full report. You're not someone was acting in your position. What is it about this which makes you think that General Sibiya is going to expect a full report from you about a matter that's not yours and things that happened when you are on leave? To just make it make sense, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I promise today I will be short, but this one I will explain longer. Previously or yesterday, I did even indicate that even if you are on leave, meaning myself, I'm on leave, or sometimes you are on sick leave, you become to be tasked. Sometimes you are called from home to go and attend to something. I even gave example of the 16th and 17th of September 2024, which I was on leave. I had to go to Kimberley to do the shortlisting. The general knew I was on sick leave, and he chose to phone me, not informing the one who's acting, to inquire about these things on the 7th. That is number one. And that is what I inquired from Mukwena and Nama, who can come and also confirm that, and the telephones will show that. So I took it upon myself. It is for us when we are tasked. And I even indicated that even things which doesn't want me, as I'm the head of organized crime, I will be tasked with things which there are components ahead, not been tasked by the DIFCOM or the Deputy National Commissioner. I felt that because I was tasked, and when I remembered, after he called me to say for the invitation and so forth, if I'm able to come, and also I was going back to work, it's a norm that you give full report, and I thought when we meet, he might ask me. I didn't think about that. Maybe he might have asked somebody and so forth. Remember, Commissioner, my response to him the first time when he phones me, I said, why, if his agent not phone General Kumalo, and I felt bad about that I responded maybe wrongfully to my senior. So it was for that reason, not any other motive.
You had an acting person in your position. Why didn't you ask that person? I mean, that person is on duty. They are doing what you're supposed to do. If you were concerned properly to get a report about this, why did you not task the acting or ask the acting to get this information and to give you the report or to give it to General Sibia? It just doesn't make sense that you are on sick leave. It's not your docket. And I've had the explanation about even when you are on leave and even when it's not your matter. This is different. This man was arrested at the beginning of December. You are on sick leave. There's obviously been developments in the matter, unless you are telling us that you didn't think there had been any developments. That's why you had to speak to the investigating officer. But I still want to suggest to you that you had someone acting. You have to explain why it is you did not put this to the desk of the acting person to get the answers that General Sibia required of you, and to have that person reporting to General Sibia. It just doesn't make sense.
Yes, I hear the commissioner, doesn't make sense, but that is the practice which I'm used to say when I'm tasked, I do it like that. Even if I can ask the person who is acting, I expect them to come back to me and report back to the person who have asked me. Because I don't know, it's how I feel, because the person knows, and they are the ones who is signing off the acting person. But they know you are not on duty, but they still task you. So I take it upon myself that always I report back if I'm sent. I make sure that I go and report back. So I don't, even if I can task somebody to say, find out it for me, I expect the person to report back to me, and then I report back to the senior person who have tasked me.
The other anomaly about your version is that you say to us that you told General Sibia to speak to General Khumalo and get a report. That's the last thing that happened. And then the next thing that happens is you are now calling. So even this, I was tasked. Yes, maybe you were tasked on the 7th, but you did give him a response. You said to him, get a report elsewhere. You don't, and then you then on the 17th or 16th start making these inquiries without yourself speaking to Khumalo to check, did you give Sibia a response? So you create this vacuum. You're on leave, things are in a vacuum. Nobody's dealing with this matter and nobody's giving reports to General Sibia, and then it waits for you to come back from leave to make these inquiries and then give him a report. It still does not make sense. It doesn't add up, what you're saying.
Commissioner, the inquiry was not done on the 16th. It was done on the 7th. On the 16th, it was a follow-up.
Yes, I'm talking about the follow-up.
Yes. And I done the follow-up because I did inquire on the 7th, and I forgot to ask about the reason for detention. And I believe I also forwarded a WhatsApp to the general to indicate that the person, the family seems to be knowing where the attorney was there. And then I didn't indicate further to say what was he arrested and so forth. Then I felt I must get full report in order to report promptly if I'm asked or when we meet. Because I know he doesn't forget. When he tasks you, you will say, when are you owing me something? You didn't tell me whatsoever. And sometimes it can be after months and so forth. So the inquiry was done the first day. The first day which I responded to say, ask Khumalo, and corrected myself to say, I could not have responded like that.
Thank you, General.
Can I, sorry to do this? You see, General, what you are saying now does not make sense, because now you are saying upon making the first inquiry, you were satisfied that the attorney was there and the family was there. That's the 7th, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You are satisfied that the family knows because the attorney knows. So on the 16th, when you make the call and you say Sibia wants the information for the other side, it can be the family Because on the 7th already, the family and the attorney know. So on the 16th, when you say he wants it for the other side, it can't be the family.
Yeah. I don't understand it as I said he wants it for the,
He wants the information for the other side.
yeah, I don't understand it as I said, that was the conversation which I came with that preposition to say, I know maybe he doesn't want this information for the National Commissioner, even when he asked for the first time, maybe he wanted it for the other side. So it's not to say that day he phoned me and said he want information for the other side. So we were talking something which already happened. And it was a preposition. Remember, we had a long discussion about ourselves and also further sharing information which I had. And then we were talking as colleagues, not to say, but the reason for the phone was to establish the reason for the arrest. But we talked a lot of things and also shared more information, which I thought it can assist in the investigation. Yeah, so that was just a preposition from me that even though I think I will be asked, I don't think maybe the information is needed to give to the National Commissioner is for the other side. So it's not to say he phoned and said you want information that day.
But why were you so conflicted? I mean, if General Sibia wants the information for himself and other generals at SAPS, or he wants it for the family, why did that bother you so much? Because you seemed bothered by this thing. Even the tone in your call, you seemed bothered, you seemed conflicted and worried. Why would you be bothered that the family wants to know why he's arrested? Or General Sibia and generals within his faction want to know why he's arrested? They are generals at SAPS. Why were you so bothered by that?
No, in our discussion, what was bothering me, which we discussed, is this thing that we do in our work and people threatens us when we do our work. I think if we can go in the whole, you will see that was the only thing which we were discussing to say, hey, people, they do things, but they know they will be arrested, but they don't want to be arrested. But this one, it was only in that sentence where we were talking to say, after I said the reason why I phoned, it was I wanted to know why the charges against the person, so that when we meet, I can be able to give a full report. But yeah, for me to have that perspective to say, I know he's not the National Commissioner maybe needing this. He might be knowing for his own information and his own faction. So it's me who said that. It's me who said that, but I was not bothered by that the family asked. So that one came when he was saying, you know, even that day, Colonel Mukwena, that was the first time he mentioned Colonel Mukwena, because on the 7th he mentioned a lot of senior officers were inquiring about this thing. And then he said Colonel Mukwena and Brigadier Guashu were promptly explained that the family was explained where the person was, and the lawyer was explained where the person was, and there was nothing wrong. That is when my response was, say, hey, these people are full of drama. And then I have learned, or I have information that this person was partners with the late Mswazi and other people. They were business partners and so forth. That is when I shared that information with him further. So not to say I was bothered by the general or whatsoever. I wanted full information so that when I explain, or if I'm asked, I explain in full. I'm a person who wants to explain in full or have full report if I'm tasked about something.
General, did you know that when you, on the 16th of December, did you know that Mr. Molefe had his first appearance already in court when you called witness A?
No, it didn't come to my mind, but supposedly he's supposed to have appeared, because if you are arrested by the 6th, in terms of our law, within 48 hours, you need to be released or appear. And I think the 16th was on a holiday.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but nowhere in this call does he tell you that Mr. Molefe had his first appearance already? And neither do you inquire what happened at the first appearance of Mr. Molefe?
No, that was not what was in my mind. I was tasked to find out where he is. I forgot to ask what was he arrested for.
No, but General, now we're on the 16th. You're calling to find out what he was arrested for. And in your statement, you say reason for the arrest. By reason for the arrest, do you just mean what the charge is?
Yes.
So if it was just about the charge, would you not have said this guy would have appeared on the 9th? You, a police officer, you know, by the time you speak to him on the 16th, there would have been a first appearance already, correct?
Correct.
So isn't that the first question you ask him? If your reason is to find out about the charge, for why he's being charged, as you say, isn't that one of the first questions that you say? When did he appear and what was it about? If it's a follow-up.
Yeah, the reason wants logic, but I phoned for what I was thinking about that time, being to find out what I forgot to ask, what is he arrested for?
Yes, but if it is what was he arrested for, by then you know that he has already had a first appearance, so you would have said to him, so this guy appeared already, what was the charge? You don't ask that.
That was non-issue.
Okay. So when you say reasons, it's just the charge.
Yeah, I forgot to ask that. The person
Okay.
is arrested for, and that was in my mind at that time.
So why do you then say he wants this information for the other side? He wants to know from the other side what Molefe has been arrested for, what is his charge?
I think I already explained, even though I was struggling explaining to the commissioner, to say, I was saying he wanted for himself and the people who are close to him on his side. So that was my explanation.
Okay. So if we are to then confine it to just being the charge, and I think we all understand that transcript, including witness A, as there being a reluctance on your part to share this information with General Shibiri. You don't want to report this information. It seems implausible that you don't want to report an information about he's been charged for the murder of Aman Swart. There's nothing sinister about that. You shouldn't be reluctant about that, correct? To just report back. I forgot to tell you that he's been charged for the murder of Aman Swart, if that was the purpose of the call.
His response was, he was given instruction. He said they were given instruction that they mustn't talk about this case with any person. And
Yeah.
then any person who want to inquire further about this matter, it must be inquired to General Khumalo, and I have seen also he indicated also Colonel Mukwena and Brigadier Guashu. Yes.
But if you go to the transcript, page 67 of the call, which is in file 4, CJC 97. Do you have it?
Yeah, I'm at 97, but no, I don't know which
No,
page.
CJC 97, it's page 67.
I'm there.
Page 67.
Yes.
And then you see after the line 10, just before line 20, the line just before line 20, it says investigating officer, yes. Then you say, he's looking for it for this other side. And then you say, so what can we say? It is how we live. But as long as we are safe, you see. This suggests that you feel like you don't have a choice. This is how we live. These are the things that we must do now. You don't want to do it, but this is how we live. But at least we're safe. That is how one interprets it. You are reluctant, but you feel that you have no choice because you are in a situation where this is just how my life is now.
Yes. You see, you are off sick, you are phoned for such a thing which anybody can provide. As I indicated, even the Commissioner Baloy indicated, somebody is acting, there is a provincial head and provincial and DPC. But you are phoned for specifically yourself, you wonder why. And then that is how you live. As long as you are safe, you are living, and then you are doing your work, is fine.
And you see, General, if you go to page 68, it continues. We, reading this, not even being part of the conversation, can sense your reluctance. It is palpable from the pages that you are reluctant to report to General Sibiya. If we take it that this is a genuine call to witness A, and that you are being forced to make this call to witness A to get information that you don't want to get. And that's the premise that I'm approaching you on. There is, of course, another basis, that this is a deliberate call made and it's orchestrated to get information out of witness A. But for present purposes, I want to suggest to you that if we look at this, it sounds that you are reluctant to give this information, you feel forced to give it. And that's the lens that I'm going to question you on this now. If you look at the next page, you speak about Joe, and then you say, but I asked myself that, okay. So I said no.
Which line?
This is the first line 1, Chair, and then I'm reading from line 3, But I asked myself that, okay, so I said, no, General, give me time. I will give feedback later, or else if you are in a hurry, you can phone Kumalo to send you the report. Myself, no. Again, it seems like if you don't like the terms on which you are being asked to give this information. So it cannot just be about the charge. And I think when you prepared your statement by saying reason, you could have simply said charge, but you were being asked to get more than just the charge. You were asked to get information, General, that despite everything that we have dealt with over the past couple of days with you, there was a line you were not willing to cross. This is what it suggests here. Even you were not willing to cross this line that General Sibiya wanted you to cross, and you were reluctant to do it. And I cannot understand why you are now so hell-bent on not saying that. Saying that I didn't want to give any information that would compromise the investigation or the safety of the officers. Why can't you just say that? Because it is clear from the transcript and the recording that if this call was a genuine call to witness A, that is the situation you found yourself in. You didn't want to cross the line.
Yeah. As I have already explained here, if you go to the whole paragraph, I even indicate, because I said we were discussing more things relating to what I thought what was happening and what is been happening. And if you see where I started, it is like I was thinking about all these things is all about taxi violence. Now it goes out to killing innocent people. And I also talked about the issues which were giving me problem on my component, being extortions done by who and who. And also going back to the same day where I said, not now because I was not feeling well, why don't you phone Kumalo? So I don't know if ever this thing is intertwined in terms of how it is being extracted here or translated here. But it goes back to the same thing when we started, when I said, why don't you phone this and whatsoever. But going further here, we're discussing a lot of things, and I thought because these people were involved in these. The only violence happening is amongst taxis. And I see now they are venturing also into extortion and so forth. So you can see this was casual talk between two colleagues, and I couldn't dream that he could even record me for that matter, because always when we speak cordially. It's either he's asking me how I am, I'm asking how are they still safe, and then encouraging them and so forth. So what you are thinking or taking out of this is not what I meant.
General, if it's not that, then it's that you were on the other side of the line and you were getting information from witness A. You made this call not to find out about the charge because Mr. Molefe had been arrested on the 6th of December. He appeared on the 9th of December. It's now the 16th of December. Colonel Mokoena called. She was given a direct answer from witness A not to share information with anyone else. And if you were on the other side, if you were on General Sibia's side, and this is an orchestrated call, then that version also makes sense, because you are now trying to get information from witness A that nobody else could get, and you were luring him by telling him about your 2013 and 2016 experience and trying to suggest to him that you're on his side. It's one of the two, General.
Yeah, it's very much surprising that you think that way. You, advocate, you just said the accused has appeared in court already on the 16th after 10 days. So obviously, if I was looking information for the family, obviously the family was at court. Or the lawyers were there, the friends was there. So what information will assist the family about knowing what is the charge?
Not the family, General, the other side, General Sibia's side, and the information that they wanted was the evidence against Mr. Molefe. That is what they wanted. That is the reason for the arrest. It's not the charge, it is the reason for the arrest. You wanted to know what evidence they have.
That was not the question. The question to witness A was, what was he arrested for? Not to explain what did he do or the incident. So it's not what was asked. What was asked was, what was he arrested for?
In your statement, you say reason for the arrest. So reason can be more than just the charge. It can include, as an investigating officer, what evidence is there? And you are trying to lure that evidence out of him. You're trying to get it out of him by playing on the fact that you've had an experience about safety. You're telling him, you're appearing to be reluctant to give this information. It can only be one of two. It's a genuine call and you are genuinely reluctant, and that is why you're giving him this information, or you're giving him the information because you're trying to get information for General Sibia's side, which is the side that you are also on. There's no innocuous interpretation of this call, General.
You see, I explained what I wanted to ask. And now I've been explained English. We use books in the SAPS. It will say SAP 14, for example. It will say reason for arrest. You write murder, rape, or whatever. So my English and your English will never be the same. So you will stretch it further according to your knowledge. If Shiviru's knowledge ends here, so it doesn't mean my capacity is like yours. So I responded, Commissioner, what I was inquiring about.
Well, if all you wanted and you understood that's all you needed to report to General Sibia, that he's arrested because on a charge of murder, or the charge is murder, why would you say, and I want to read at page 68 This is a part that I read yesterday in isiZulu, but I'm going to read it in English. You say, so, but now I saw that I responded. It starts at line 8. Responded to him in a bad way, you see. I said, yes, I'm also here because of this issue. So let me come back a little bit, because some other things also make me angry, you see. If all that there was that you needed to report to General Sibia, and that's all you were asking witness A to tell you what is the charge, what you call the reason for arrest, what would make you angry if that's all that General Sibia wanted to know and that's all that you needed to report to him? And what about it, that reason for arrest, would cause you concern that he wants this information for the other side? It's what the docket says on its face. It's murder. Why don't you want to tell General Sibia? You do explain, I didn't go at the farm. I know he would ask me. He's invited me so that he can ask me about this. If all he wanted was that reason for arrest, why is that a concern that when you go to the farm, he would ask you about it? 2, why would he want that? Why would it concern you that he wants it for the other side? Whatever side you have decided now, you've defined as the other side. Why would that be a concern? And 3, what about that would make you angry? So I've put 3 things to you that suggest, in fact, maybe let me leave it at this point now. Why would you have difficulty with that you're going to have to tell him, yes, he's been arrested for murder? If that's all that you wanted to know from witness A and that's all you needed to report to General Sibia.
I will try to follow. The question sometimes is long, and then and I miss some along the way. I have indicated that I forgot to ask what was the person arrested for, and that was the reason why I phoned, so that I can be able to explain in full. And secondly, even the day before, when I started here testifying, that I had a serious challenge in my workplace, that everything is pumped to me, even including things which doesn't need my components. I indicated there were 5 components. I even gave example of serious and violent happening in Lisikisik and Port St. John's, which I was thinking it falls under General Mtsipe will go there. CIT, which is dealt by DPCI, then I will be sent there. I didn't worry about the Eastern Tebeja because gang violence is within my sphere, and extortions and so forth. So that is what I was always pestering me, complaining about always. So that I will be tasked unnecessary things and so forth. So to say the other side, I've already explained to say his side or to discuss with the people who are in his side, because as it was indicated, and also he testified. He was not in the. He's not in the side of the National Commissioner. There are people whom he believe they are fighting, and it is clear for everybody to see what was happening. So, without getting deeper to things which again I will be putting myself into questions which I cannot respond to, I think I can end it there. That was the reason. And the murder, it is there on the docket, but I never saw the docket. And hence I asked. And I didn't see any danger in asking, because I usually ask them and phone them on daily basis. And not specifically him, all the investigators, if I'm tasked to.
No, General, and maybe it's my fault for how I asked the question. You complained that it is long, and that's a fair comment to make. Let me repeat what I'm putting to you. you say in what I've read, it concludes by saying some other things also make me angry. That is in the telephone call. But the other thing that you said in the telephone call is that you know he's invited you to the farm because he wants to ask you about this case. He wants information. That's what you say on the call. And then the third thing, relevant thing that you say on the call is you know he wants that information for the other side. So those are the three things you've said. Now, in your exchange with Ms. Sigal-Ncube, you say all you wanted or all you asked witness A was the reason for the arrest. And the reason for the arrest is murder. That's all you wanted to know. So that's what you've just said, and I've put to you what you've said in the transcript, which I say is relevant. Now, this is my question now. Maybe if you would then focus on my question. My question is, why would you not want him to ask you for the reason which is simply murder? What's your concern? That I don't go, and I know at the farm he wants to ask me about this matter. And if the answer is, well, he's arrested for murder, why is that an issue? And one, at the farm. Two, why is that an issue if he's going to share that with the other side, that the man has been arrested for murder? What is your concern about that? And if all you wanted to get from witness A and to share with General Sibiya is murder, why would that make you angry to tell him that you are having to tell him that kind of information? It's that which, again, I say, it just doesn't add up. Your explanation of what this telephone call was all about, it's implausible. If all you needed to convey to General Sibiya is that he's arrested for murder, then it doesn't make sense that you have these concerns that you've recorded here.
Yeah, it is becoming more difficult and more difficult for me to respond for this thing because I respond one thing forever. Here it says, so, but now I saw that I responded to him badly, in a bad way, you see. I said, yes, I'm also here because of the issues. So let me come back a little bit, because some things also make me angry, you see. I was referring on the top one, it is where I'm saying, if you were in a hurry, why don't you ask General, if it is imminent, why don't you ask General Khumalo? So it's a follow-up from that one. That small things like this, then I'm phoned, and then I ended up answering otherwise. And I understand, okay, it's my issue, I'm there, I work there. I voluntarily took the post and applied for the post and wanted to go to work at head office. So I caution myself to say, no, let me, but even though sometimes it makes me angry to say I'm off sick, I'm phoned for a small thing which I think, as the commissioners indicated, the acting could have dealt with, or a simple phone call to General Khumalo could have made matters lesser, or to Brigadier Guashu. But I have two on my bed with close eye, go and check the phone people, ask those things. Those are the things which is annoying. And to say for the other side, meaning for their own benefit, not even for his own benefit, or to discuss on his own side with his own people, meaning at the police. So that is what I tried to explain, I think, for the past 30 minutes.
Thank you.
General, I'm going to cut to the chase because I want, for my part at least, I know Advocate Ncube still wants to ask you questions about this. This is what you do on page 67 and 68, unprompted by witness A. Because if you were just asking what is the person arrested for, that's all you would ask, and you would talk about your health and general chit-chat. Unprompted by witness A, you tell witness A about this group of 5 business people, and I say business people in inverted commas or open close brackets, and then you say to him, there is this Zay who's involved in the taxi business, again unprompted. And then now you go to General Sibiya and you say, you see, this person is close to General Sibiya and General Sibiya is close to Julius Malema. And then this is the important part on page 67, line 15. You say, so I know even when he says I must come, meaning when General Sibiya says, you must come to my party, he wants to ask me, yes, I have sent you, so now what is happening whatsoever? So that himself, and I know that he's looking for it. He's not looking for it to take it to NESCOM. Witness A says yes, and then you say he's looking for it for the other side. So what can we say? This is how we live as long as we are safe. Witness A says yes. Then you go back to this group of business people. So you don't talk about family, you don't talk about another faction in SEPS. You say, so Mina, I was thinking that maybe it links to the taxes. That's General Sibiya's request. That's what you are linking here, correct? When you say it links to the taxes, correct?
No.
And then you say, but I said no. But this in the taxis, and then you continue, they got out. The person who is left there and causing problems is Joe. Plus in those extortions, he is there. These boys of his, Bafanas and what. But I asked myself that, okay, so I said, no, General, give me time. So you see how you linking General Sibiya with all these things, unrelated to the request. You say link to the taxis, but I said no, General. But I asked myself, okay, I said no, General, give me time. I will give you feedback later. Or else if you are in a hurry, you can phone Kumalo to send you this report. Myself, no. So that was your discomfort, because although you're talking about a request General Sibiya made to you, you unprompted mentioned this group of 5 business people to witness A. You mentioned Zay. You mentioned Mr. Julius Malema. You then go to the issue of taxes and extortions, and you link all of that with General Sibiya, and you say, you know, if he's in a hurry, you don't want to be part of it, he must phone Kumalo to send him the report. And apparently this is where you left it. That's why you felt bad and you needed to make follow-ups. To me, reading this, it suggests that your discomfort was exactly that. The link with all these people and your concern, which you were expressing to witness A, that General Sibiya requires this information for these people that you mentioned in page 66, 67, and 68. That's how I read this transcript and the audio clip that we listened to. Because nowhere in 66, 67, 68 do you say, hey, you know, I'm concerned about the factions in the SEPS. He's looking for this information for this faction. I don't like this factionalism. It makes me uncomfortable. The only people you are referring to in those 3 pages are this group of business people. And I use that term business people loosely. And that bothers you because you even say it's linked to extortion, it's linked to the taxes, it's linked to these people. I asked myself, so I said, General, give me time, I will give you feedback, or else if you are in a hurry, get it from Kumalo. That's how it looks to me. If I'm wrong, you'll say you are wrong. It has nothing to do with that. But it won't make sense why, when you are discussing invitation to a party, you would then mention all these people. Because they have nothing to do with the invitation to the party or the request that you get this information. Do you follow me?
Yeah, although it's too very long.
Yes, I know it's
follow-
long because I had
yes,
to paint that full
follow,
picture.
I follow.
I can break it down if you need to, but if you followed,
Sure.
you can just give your comment.
Yeah, I thought it was a conclusion of the commissioner concluding the whole thing.
I'm saying, looking at the 3 pages together,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like to me. It looks like you were linking General Sibia's request with his association with all these people.
Yeah.
Is that not what it looks like reading the transcript?
I already said no. I already said no, and I plead that my explanation also be listened. It might not make sense to oneself, but this is what I'm explaining. It was a discussion between 2 colleagues, and it was not a meeting which was structured. And I said a lot of things. Number one, I indicated, I shared the information to the member because I knew he was, I said this yesterday, he was at the safe house and now they have a team that they are more mobilized to deal with this thing. I indicated to say, I got information now that this person you arrested was belonging to these people and they were business partners, they were how many? And I thought it was only along the taxi, and I hear there is also mining business involved. Then I said, I further talked about what is currently happening, saying I thought after the passing of the old man, then now Joe took over. It's only that. Also I see his voice. That is why I was not feeling comfortable in talking to this one. Yeah, I indicated because I know, Lord, I might know that you can think this one belongs to this faction and found only to find it belongs to all the factions and they are together. So, yeah, that is why I indicated. It was indicated to me to say it's me, and you want me to say what you don't want to be out, you are making it out. I was talking exactly to that. But here the discussion was between 2 colleagues, which was casual. We talked about a lot of things, even though the call was about one thing. It's not all this linked to General Sibia. What is linked to General Sibia is one thing, that I needed to give him a feedback, and that he tasked me and I answered him in a wrong way, which I felt it was bad. And now he invited me, and I'm not going because of ill health. But when I go back to work, because soon I'm going, I will still need to give feedback. So, yeah. What makes sense to any person who is reading the whole thing, it is different from what was happening. And I plead that I be understood to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you mustn't deduct what you need to deduct and make up what you need to make up. But what I'm testifying or saying is what happened, and that was my intention solely.
Thank you, General. General, I think I'll move on to the next topic in the conversation. You will recall that...
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Gus, just to complete this so that we don't come back to it. General, still in that transcript, if you look at page 4 of 12, at page 66, I don't think this clarification was requested of you yesterday. So you have right at the bottom, that's you speaking there. This is after you say they're a group, they are 5, they're a group of, you see where I'm reading? And then right at the bottom, you've got the very last line, you've got you speaking, and then you say Swazi, and then there's a name there that was skipped yesterday. For the reasons that you have provided, and then you say, and others you see. And then and this is the part where I would like to get clarification. the investigating officer, witness A, says yes, because even to me, he said that he has interest in mining. And then you answer, you say, yes, yes, somewhere in Rustenburg and Brits. Who are you, the two of you, discussing here? Because it's not clear is it Mr. Molefe who's got mining interests in Rustenburg and Brits, or is it somebody else? It's not clear from the transcript.
Yeah, as I just indicated now, to say, we further discussed to say the arrested person, being Mr. Molefe, was business partners with these people I'm mentioning, and they have mining interest. And that was information which I got, and also somewhere in Brett and whatsoever. So we were discussing that. Hence I said we also shared information further other than that of what recently I have collected. So that he might be on the know, because if they continue with the investigation, they will be having further names to look at and working on.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, you will recall that one of the topics that witness A said you discussed with him was about a senior official that is at district level that's trying to interfere in a investigation at provincial level. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And I said to you that according to witness A, he understood that to be Brigadier Guashu.
That's correct.
Okay, and you denied that, do you
Yes,
recall?
yes.
Okay. Do you still deny that you were talking about, that you were referencing Brigadier Guashu?
Yes, I still deny.
Okay. Can I ask you to go again to witness A's statement so that we can deal with your denial? It is file 3, item 83, page 264.
Transcript. Yes, but I want the transcript. I'm there.
Okay, paragraph 96. Do you have it?
Yes.
General Shabiri also said that this is witness A's statement, that we must be very careful because the people we are dealing with are heartless and they will never allow us to relax. He mentioned that there was a senior officer that he refers to as homeboy that is not even an official in the province, but this person seems to have an interest in the Swart murder case. He did not mention the name, but he said that the person's actions annoyed him. I must put General Shabiri's comment about province in context. By province, General Shabiri was not referring to province geographically. He was referring to it in terms of levels. For example, you would have a district head and a provincial head. In other words, General Shabiri was saying that this person is not even at provincial level, and I understood this to mean that the person he was referring to is at district level. I think he was referring to Brigadier Guashu, who was at district level but was inquiring about a case being investigated at provincial level. You see that? Now, if you go to file 4, to the transcript of the call, and it is CJC 97, page 70.
I'm there.
And if you go to, and then for the Zulu transcript, it will be page 82 of that file. But page 70 of the English one, you say, after line 10, so line 12, yes, you do not relax. You do not relax because last time, it is just that I do not like things, you see. So when I am here, do not follow up things. I heard police, they are not even working at province or whatsoever, then indicating that no, I am the one who is stopping the bails. I am doing this and that. I said my job is to oppose bail, but I do not carry dockets. So I do not know those people tell me that whatsoever. And those people, they are not even working at province. The matter is investigated at province. They are working at the district. What is happening? You see, but no, the person that you trust and you say, no, this one, we are from the homelands together, then they will turn on you for a small thing. You see that?
Yes.
Who were you referring to here? What were you referring to and who were you referring to?
I was referring to information I received from members that there are people who were speaking at the district indicating that I'm the one who is blocking the bail.
Yes, you are the one that's opposing the bail.
Yes.
And you are the one that's opposing the bail of the suspects in the Aman Swart murder.
Yes.
And why is this a problem for these officers that you are opposing bail?
I don't know, but information was they were talking about it to say, I'm the problem. I'm the one who is opposing, who's blocking the bail to happen.
In other words, this person thinks that opposing, the police opposing bail is a problem for the suspects.
No, I'm the problem. I'm the one who's making that the bail is not is not successful.
Yes, you are the police officer who's doing the right thing. You are opposing bail of the Aman Swart murderers, the suspects in the Aman Swart murder, correct?
Yes.
That is what you are they are saying that you are the problem because you're doing that.
Yes.
And these are officers that are saying this.
No, the members told me, not officers.
The members are saying you are a problem to who? Who's complaining about you?
They were talking to say, they were told, they had people talking to say, I'm the one who's blocking the bail, I'm the problem.
Yes. So who are they saying told them that you are the problem?
You mean the members who told me?
No. The members who told you, who did they say is you are their problem? Whose problem are you? You're not the members' problem because the members are telling you something. So whose problem are you for opposing bail?
They said they were in Johannesburg district and then they had people talking. And I didn't ask who, or they didn't tell me who is these people saying I'm the one. They said there's a talk out there which indicates you are the one who is a problem blocking the bail for this and that and that. I said, they are talking nonsense. I'm not even investigating the docket.
Okay, and when you say the person and you say we are from the homelands together, who is that person that you're referring to there?
So people who were telling me I'm from Limpopo. Obviously, the investigators who were telling me they are from Limpopo. So I'm thinking the people who were also talking with them, they might be people from Limpopo too. So you can't trust anybody. You'll say, this one I'm used to. And then it will be the people who are talking behind you or plotting things behind you.
Okay.
Are you saying you were told that someone from Limpopo says you are the one that's blocking bail?
No, the group of the people who were telling me are from Limpopo.
Yes.
And then I took it that they were talking to people from Limpopo, those who were talking there when they were in a meeting somewhere at the district, and then saying I'm the problem, not blocking the bail on this particular matter. It is said, it is said it is me who's blocking the bail, although I'm not investigating the case. And the case is not even investigated at the head office.
Yeah. I think it might be helpful if we look at the the conversation itself, not the translation, because it gives a better sense of what it is that you said to the investigating officer. And I'm going to try again in isiZulu. At page 82, line 1, 2, 3, 4. If you get to line 4, page 82, line 4, line 14, sorry, line 14. This is you speaking, Major General Shibiri, and then you look at line 4 of that. It says, Ngizwa amaphoyisa. They are not even working at province or whatsoever. Then indicating ukuthi, no, yimi engivimba ama-bail, ngiyenzani. And then you're saying it, hey, umsebenzi wami opposa i-bail, but mina, I do not carry dockets, and the rest of it. So, in the conversation itself, you say it's the police who say you oppose bail. In that, you say ngizwa amaphoyisa, they are not even working at province or whatever. Then indicating ukuthi no yimi engivimba ama-bail. So the police say you oppose bail. That's the first part. So certainly in this conversation here, you're not saying they have been told by other people. Maphoyisa tell me that other people say. You say the police say, I'm the one that oppose bail. That's the first thing. And then the second part, which is that last paragraph, you say, uyabona, but hayi umuntu umthembile uthi no, this one sibuya sonke ekhaya. Then uzokujikela la for a small thing. So you say, here's someone that I trust. You trust somebody because you say we come from the same place, we come from home together, and then you get here. They turn on you. So you're referring to very specific people who have said you're the one that blocks bail, one, and then two, it's people or a person that you come from home with who's now turning on you on small things. That's what you have said here. And what you're explaining now is not quite accurate. It's not an accurate reflection of the conversation itself.
Yeah. What I'm explaining is I'm told by police to say, there are police who are saying, I'm the one who is blocking the bail, opposing the bail. And you cannot trust people, because even people whom you come with from home or from the same province or whatsoever, whom you can trust, they can turn around and say things about you.
Thank you, General.
General, before I go to the exhibits to deal with Brigadier Guashu, I just want to read to you from the record, and we'll put it up on display, what you said in your evidence in chief when you were referring to Brigadier Guashu. Just bear that in mind when we address this issue. It's on the screen. I was asking you about him, and then Commissioner Kumalo also followed up on the question. So if we can just go one up, yes. Where it says, and for that matter, do you see there on the screen? And for that matter, he comes from Zanin, I am from Zanin. Even though he is coming from a different direction area, he's coming from Juliusburg. I think you meant, what is it? Oh, this is different, sorry, Burgersdal. And then you say, on the next page, should we read the next one? You say, yes, he worked in Tshwane as acting district commissioner, and then he was transferred to the VAL. That is when he became acting until they promote a district commissioner, though he became a deputy. And I think he built a house. He stays that side because he was staying in Roodepoort. So we were in the West Rand, all of us. So we meet occasionally weekends as friends to drink, not work related or whatsoever. So in terms of reporting, it was reporting to the district commissioner. So that is how you referred to Brigadier Guashu. Now, if we can go to file 3, item 84. Page 301. It's witness B's statement. Do you have it?
Yes.
Page 301, paragraph 75. The bail for Mr. Tau on new facts was eventually set down to be heard on 1 August 2024. It is worth noting that there were several concerning events around this bail application. Our unit usually has a meeting on Tuesdays to receive update. On Tuesday, 30 July 2024, when attending such meeting, Sergeant Chukuru approached me to ask about the Vereniging murder investigation. In particular, he informed me that Brigadier Guashu, the Deputy District Commissioner Sidibeng, currently acting District Commissioner, had asked him to ask me not to oppose the bail application of Mr. Tau. I informed him that this is not a new bail application, but a further application on new facts, and we had already opposed the bail. The discussion was strange, and I found it inappropriate. You see that?
Yes.
And then at 75.4, shortly after the bail, Sergeant Chukuru requested that we meet. We met at Mall of the South. He told me that he was sent by Brigadier Guashu to thank me. I asked him what I was being thanked for. In response, he claimed not to know, but said he was asked to convey the message of appreciation. I told him that his previous request was that I not oppose the bail, and that I could not agree to that request. Further, that Mr. Tau was granted bail not because of anything I did, and he knows that, and so I don't know why he is approaching me like this. And then if we can go to item and paragraph 96, I think. You can just go there for completeness.
76.
96, paragraph 96 on 309. Let me just confirm. Sorry, it's item 85, my apologies, page 346. Do you have it?
Yes.
Paragraph 55. Upon questioning him about these items, this is a witness C's statement, sorry. Mr. Molefe informed us that Brigadier Guashu had visited him in prison and brought him the polo tracksuits. I found it startling that a senior SAPS official who had no active involvement in the murder investigation would visit an accused of a serious crime at a prison facility. We took steps to determine the facts surrounding this. Next page. 56, our inquiries revealed that Brigadier Guashu had attended at the prison facility on 9 December 2024 and introduced himself as the brother-in-law of Mr. Molefe. The brigadier allegedly informed the prison officials that the accused Mr. Molefe was arrested at the airport and was therefore not in possession of any clothes or food. He therefore wanted to see the suspect. The prison officials further advised that Brigadier Guashu had arrived at the facility after visiting hours, driving a white BMW SUV that had no number plate. This was alarming to them because if Brigadier Guashu attended in his official capacity, they questioned the removal of the vehicle registration plates. And then at paragraph 10, on 10 December 2024, the head of Groenpunt facility, Mr. Nkoli, went into the accused cell to ask him if he was related to Brigadier Guashu. Mr. Molefe said that he was not related to Brigadier Guashu. You see that? Now, when you go back to the transcript of the conversation between you and witness A at page 70 of file 4, here, when we had, now that we have that in our minds, do you see why witness A thought that you were talking about Brigadier Guashu as being the person that was trying to get you to stop bail, that was trying to stop, that was trying to interfere in the investigation, the SWAT murder investigation, the district officer trying to interfere in a provincial investigation, who is your homeboy?
Yeah, when I submitted my statement, witness A already has submitted the statement. And what is in my statement, which you depicted there, I was responding to the question from the commission regarding our relationship with Brigadier Guashu, specifically. And what happened what mentioned in the statement, Brigadier Guashu sending Chukudu and to speak to the investigators regarding the bail, I think it happened before December. And we are talking in December, where I'm saying some members at the district informed me that there was a talk about me that I'm the one who is blocking the bail. And that time, already he thanked the people for arranging bail as he requested and so forth. So, and I indicated, those members didn't even want to tell me who is the person. And the district in Gauteng, there are 6, if I'm not mistaken. And there are a lot of people coming from my homeland and others not far from where I'm staying, working there. And there's nowhere where I'm saying here in the transcripts that is a district officer. I'm saying somebody people working from the district, and then having interest in cases which are not even investigated by them. So again, I'm not referring to Brigadier Guashu because even today, I don't know who exactly is those people. But I know the people who were talking to me, they are from Limpopo. I'm coming with them, and they are the one who told me that some people were saying that.
So you're saying that this didn't relate to Brigadier Guashu, it was just information that you had received?
Yeah, it might be. It
Okay.
might be, but they didn't indicate to me it's Brigadier Guashu.
Okay, they didn't indicate to you that it was Brigadier Guashu when you had the conversation, that's what you're saying. But it's possible that they were referring to Brigadier Guashu when they were giving you the information.
I said it might be possible, but I'm not saying they were referring, they didn't say they were referring to you. So I agree with you, it might be possible based on the analogy here, but I also indicated that it was in December when we were talking, and I'm not sure the request for bail and when the bail happened was which month.
But I read it out to you from witness A. It related to Tao's bail, which was in August of 2024.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so in December, which bail I was blocking that time?
Well, only you know, General, because these are your words.
Yeah,
Remember, he was rearrested in September 2024, Mr. Tao, for violating his bail conditions.
Yeah, I didn't know. But remember me, I'm telling you, I was telling him about the gossip which I had to say, this is said about me.
Okay. Chair, we take the agenda.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
it's, Sigels Ncube.
Uh, uh, General, switch on your microphones. Thank you. General, unless the commissioners have questions on Brigadier Guashu, I want to move on to the next topic in the phone call, which is your reference to the group of 5 on page 66 of file 4. Are you there?
Yes, yes, Advocate.
Just 3 lines above line 20. You say, yes, no, you see those people, they like drama because this guy was the same group with Mswazi. And we know by this guy you were referring to Mr. Katiso Molefe, correct?
Yes.
And then you next speak, you say, yes, him, I am sure they are 5. They are a group of, they are 5, they were 5. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together, right? Now, can I just ask you, when I had put witness A's version about this to you, you had denied that you had said anything about a group of 5. Do you recall that? When I asked you in your evidence in chief, can I just read from the record? And maybe we can display it.
What was the question?
Just a moment. You want to address the chair?
No, I'll wait. I wanted to ask what was the question. I was responding to a question when I denied.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying what was the question, but I will wait.
Okay. I saw you looking at the chair as if you want to address the chair.
No, I thought maybe it is on the screen, the question will be appearing.
Yes, I'm
My
just trying
apologies.
to display it. Because the transcripts seem to be two different. Okay. So it will come on the display, General. I was reading from so you'll see, I'll put it on. It says there after line 20 on the transcript, can you see? Okay, then 94, during the call, General Shabiri told me that Molefe was part of a group of 5 individuals with interest in mining. And then in the Northwest Province, and that one of these groups belongs to a group of, and then the name is given. And then I asked you, and you say, no, I deny all of those. Do you see?
Yes.
And I even asked you about, you also said another guy is a Zulu guy called Zay, who stays in Sandton, who I understood to be Zay Ngomalo. He said Zay is close to Julius Malema, who is close to General Shabiri. And you said you deny all of those.
Yes.
Now, do you want to just comment on that denial in light of the transcript of the call?
Yeah. I think I was referring to my statement where I think the question, when referring to the 5, the group of 5, it had another thing again. I don't know if it was indicating cartel or something. That is what I deny. I never talked about a cartel. I said the person arrested, he was involved with a group of 5 and they have in business interest when we were talking on the phone, and I also testified now. So my denial was about that one. And then when coming to the issue of I indicated somebody called Zé, and but I never said Nxumalo. So when you put a surname, is something else because I don't know. And this, remember, I'm talking about information of which I don't even know who's there. And I indicated in my statement that when I was asked the relation of Zé and General and Mr. Malema, to say, I was once in the office of the General. There were a female and a Chinese guy who came to report about a case of vandalism at the mine in Northern Cape, and he indicated his business partner with Nxumalo. And that is when I heard the name in that office. So suggesting that they might be knowing it, he might be knowing him because they came to his office to report. And Mr. Malema, I indicated that yes, sometimes he sent me to attend to certain cases and said he received a call from Mr. Malema. So it was from those bases.
No, General. I put to you witness A's version in his statement. I had put to you his version of what transpired in the telephone call. And you then, I said to you, let's go through what you confirm and what you deny.
Yes.
And I read that out to you and you denied all of it. You said, yes, I deny all of those.
And I'm giving my reasons why I denied. If you added something on top of Z, then I deny. And if you added something, what was the question? That is what I was asking.
Put it back on the screen, the part that Advocate Ncube is referring to, then General can respond. I think you've moved on now. It's no longer on the screen. Sorry to interrupt you, General. You misunderstood the question. So I wanted them to put it back on the screen so that you can know what they're asking you.
And whilst you are doing what... Let's hope it will be quick.
There we go. It seems to be working now.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I was saying, whilst you are looking for the transcript again, or is it there already? But let me say what I want to say. We should spell people's names or even names of places. Was looking at this, for example, the Z-A-Y, when the name is Z-E-E, and there was also a strange-looking surname there. We should spell people's names, and if it's a witness speaking, we should ask the witness to spell the name as well.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
General, we'll just put it up again so you'll see there. Look at the screen, General. You'll see after line 20, I say, okay, then 94. 94 is a reference to paragraph 94 of witness A's statement. I am putting to you what witness A said during that call. And in that call, he refers to a group of 5 individuals that you had told him about, which included Mr. Molefe. And then I also said to you that he had told you told him about another guy, which is a tall Zulu guy that lives in Sandton, Zay, Z-E, for the transcript, and his surname. There was no surname.
Of course, once a name has been mentioned, we'll trust the transcriber to remember that we won't be spelling every time a name is mentioned.
Indeed, Chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Do you recall that, General? And then I asked you and you said, no, I deny all of those. So now you've seen the transcript of the recording. I am asking you whether you are still sticking to that denial. You want to clarify the denial, and then we can address what you meant in the call.
Yeah, I remember, and I even indicated that, because on my statement I said I can't recall, and I gave the reason why I indicated that, and I even asked if I recall, must I mention these names here and whatsoever. But today I did indicate that I agree with the statement to say, yes, I informed you, I gave him, I shared information with him to say, the same person, I got information that he was working with somebody, and they were a group of 5, and they are having even mining rights, yes.
Okay, now if we then go back to the transcript of the call, the recording of the call, you can go to file 4, page 66.
66.
Yeah, 66. And we are at line 21, where it says, yes, him, I am sure they are 5. They are a group of, they were 5. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. Now, this group of 5, you say they are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. So it seems to me like you are saying, in addition to the companies or the mining rights that they have, there's another reason why you are referring to them as a group of 5, because you say having other companies together also. So what is the primary reason that you are referring to them as a group of 5? It can't just be because they have companies together.
I'm saying they were a group of 5 partners, according to information, and that is what I said even today, to say information I got that the arrested person, he was belonging to the group of the deceased, and they were about 5, they are having also companies. That is what I indicated.
Oh, they all originate from the deceased Mr. Mswazi, the 5.
That is what I said, yes.
Okay. And there's the Mr. Mswazi's name is mentioned, and we know that there's Mr. Molefe, and then there's a name that you don't mention. That's fine. Who are the other 2?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
How do you know there are 5 if you don't know about the other 2?
Commissioner, that is what I was told, that there were 5. And then I happened to know the other
Told by whom?
3 names which I were informed.
Told by whom?
By a source. Remember I said after, I remember even before, the source indicated to me that they arrested 3. They previously worked for Mr. Mswazi and as contract killers. And later on, when we were discussing after the arrest of Mlefe, I indicated to him, I got further information that this person was working with Mswazi and the other people, and they were also involved in mine. That is what I indicated. And I indicated those names which, that name which I was informed. Then other names which I'm not informed, I don't know.
The 2 names that you mentioned in the same transcript, Joe on 68 and Zay on 67, are they part of the 5?
No, that was something else. Remember, I indicated to say after the decease of Mswazi, my understanding is Joe took over as leading at the industry. And I was saying, I was regarding the whole fight is about taxi violence and so forth. That is where I mentioned that name. I said now there are people who are also there in the taxis now venturing on the construction mafia and whatsoever. That is what I indicated. So it's not related to that.
But your simple answer is Joe and Zay are not part of the group of 5 that you mentioned in 66?
No.
Okay.
How do you know they're not part of the group of 5 if you don't know who the group of 5 is, according to you?
because I was not, that information which was shared to me, they were not mentioned. And I just indicated to say the name Joe came out to say after Muswazi's demise, then he's the one who took charge on the taxis. And I was talking about something else. And regarding Mr. Orze, I indicated he is known to the two gentlemen, and I indicated the reason why I said they are known to him, to the general.
But General, what you're being asked is, you say there are 5, and your language, I'm trying to see, you say, I am sure there are 5. So you say 5, and then you mention 2 names here in the next sentences. You mentioned the 2 names, Swazi and that other name, and then you say, and others, you see. Now, when you are asked about whether Joe is part of the 5, and the same as Zay, whether they are part of the 5, you say no.
Yes.
And what Ms. Sigals Mube is asking is, but if you say you don't know who are the other members of the group, what you call the group of 5, if you don't know who the others are, how are you firmly saying Joe is not part of them? Zay is not part of them, because if you say that, if you answer that way, it suggests that you know who are the other members of the group of 5.
Commissioner, I'm sure even the journalists in here, they know the rivalry between Joe and Muswazi, so they cannot be one belonging to that. And in the context of what I was sharing information regarding Joe, it was something else. And there by the 5, already we know who's the 3, and then the only ones which we don't know is the 2. But again, I'm saying, everybody knows that there was a rivalry between Joe and Muswazi, then they cannot be the same group having same company together. So that is why I'm sure of that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know that Joe, there's rivalry with Muswazi. I didn't know that, maybe because I don't operate in that world. Now you've provided an explanation why Joe is not part of the 5. That's the explanation you have given.
Yeah.
Why do you say Zay? And Zay, because you do mention him in another context. I accept
Yes.
that you mention him in a particular context here. But the question was, how do you know Zay is not part of the group of 5? If you say, I don't know who the other 2 members of the group of 5 are. So, Joe, you know, you've explained why you say he cannot be. What about Zay, that you happen to mention in another context?
Because it was not mentioned, he was not mentioned in that information I got.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. That's sufficient for me, General.
No, and just to clarify, you mentioned him in this context, because if you look at where you mention Muswazi, I will skip the other name, and then you say, and others you see, and then witness A says, yes, because even to me, he said that he has interest in mining. You say, yes, somewhere in Rustenburg and Brits there. And then, yes, he mentioned that. Then you say, yes, there is this other guy, his name is Zay, who's staying in Senton. So you don't change context. You don't move from group of 5 to other people. You're still discussing mining, specifically mining interest in Rustenburg and Brits. And then witness A says, yes, you mentioned that, he mentioned that. Then you say, yes, there is this other guy, Zay. So you're not talking about taxes here, you're still talking about the mining interest.
About mining interest, yes. And I've indicated that there was once people came to the office who indicated they were having mines with him in Kimberley and complaining to the National Commissioner and mentioned his, not Deputy National Commissioner, and mentioned his name.
You've promoted him already.
No.
No, finish your answer.
Yeah, no, I said, excuse me. And then they mentioned that they were partners with him, hence it was on that issue of mines.
Yes.
Yeah, and I indicated also that he's close to, they say he's close to Mr. Malema, and also the Deputy National Commissioner is also close to Malema, because now and then he reports to him certain cases which he tasked me. So it was in that context.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. General, are you aware that General Dumisani Kumalo gave evidence that one of the group of 5 is Mr. Matlala? One of the members is Mr. Matlala?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Matlala is one of the 5?
Now, what I know he was a security for the late, not part of the 5.
You know
I don't know. But I know he was providing security for the late Mswazi.
So you knew that Mr. Matlala is somebody that originates from the late Mswazi?
No. I know he provided service to Mr. Mswazi.
Linked to Mr. Okay, so he has a link to Mr. Mswazi, providing services for him.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask differently? Now that Mr. Mswazi passed, do you know if Mr. Matlala has got any association with this group of 5?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Thank you.
And you say that Joe is not part of the 5?
Yes.
If I take you to page 67.
Before you move away, still at starting page, line 22, page 66, where we were. You say, and the evidence leader has read this, yes, him, I'm sure they are 5. They are a group of 5. They were 5. They are having other, underlying other companies together. They are having other companies together also, or mining rights together. When you use other, it seems to suggest that there's something else in addition to the other companies that you are referring to. What's the other thing that they have together?
All of them, they were known for taxi. They were owning taxis. They are owning a fleet of taxis, and they were running the Santiago and so forth, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So if we go to 67, where you reference Joe, page 67, are you there?
Yes.
The last 2 lines on page 67. Do you have it?
Headline?
The last 2 lines, Major General Shabiri. So, Mina, I was thinking that maybe it links to the taxis, but I said no, but these in the taxis. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just before we go on, where you say, I was thinking that maybe it links to the taxis, is the it that you're referring to the Aman Swart murder?
Yeah, I was referring to the murders happening from that particular groups. I was thinking their links is about taxi violence. Now this happened, so it's another thing.
Sorry, General, when you say it links, so you're saying that it is more than just the Aman Swart murder? Or is it the Aman Swart murder?
No, after Aman Swart murder happened, and then this person, or Molefe, arrested, and these people who were contract murders from the taxi industry side. That is where I'm referring to, that I thought all this thing is about taxi violence, not other things.
Okay, so this is now in December 2024. So in December 2024, when you say it links, you are referring to the Aman Swart murder and other murders committed by those contract killers that were arrested for Aman Swart's murder.
No.
Okay, just clarify for me what you mean.
It was also testified here that somebody or the deceased was called notorious in the taxi, and there were allegations even though he was never arrested, or of which I don't know, maybe he was arrested. So I was thinking, if ever these people will be arrested and these ones who are termed to be contract killers, it should be contract killers for taxi-related murders. But now somebody else who is not related to the murder is being murdered. So I was talking in that context.
Okay, so there you're referencing, but that's what I'd asked you, the Aman Swart murder. So you're not referring to the contract killers and Mr. Molefe, you are referring to the deceased Aman Swart. You thought that his murder is linked to the taxis, but it's not.
No.
Okay.
Not. I was referring to it. That is amazing that these people who are known to be involved in this other side, now they killed somebody who is not belonging to the side of the taxis, yes.
And these people, were you referring to just the contract killers, or were you referring to Mr. Molefe as well? When you say these people who are known to
Remember they said information I gave to them initially to say there is a handler who wanted them out. So I take it was him who might be the handler because I didn't know the merit. So, and I know he was to be, I'm told he's owning taxis. So hence, I mean, all four arrested, they're supposed to be maybe involved in the violence which might happen at the taxi environment, not outside the taxi environment.
Okay. But in May 2024, when you have the meeting with the investigators, you already tell them then that these contract killers used to be Swazi's contract killers, so they must go and find out who they are working for now. Remember, you said you gave intel so that CI and the investigators could follow up who are these contract killers working for now that Mr. Swazi is deceased. Do you recall that evidence?
I just said so again now. What you are repeating is what I just said. To say initially when I gave information that the source said these contract killers who are arrested, the people who are arrested actually, they are contract killers. That was the information which I gave to them to say this is what I'm told. And these people used to work by Mswazi. And now the current handlers, which we didn't know who were they want them out on bail. So even now, before the question, is what I repeated.
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify that is what you're saying now, because you knew this information in May of 2024 already, but you saying you didn't know the identity of the hit orderer in May 2024, but you knew that the contract killers were linked to the deceased Mswazi, and they needed to find out, the CI and the investigators needed to find out who these guys are working for now that the deceased is no more.
That's correct.
Okay. And now that person that gets accused of being involved in the murder in December 2024 and is arrested is Mr. Molefe, who you say originates from the deceased Mswazi.
Which I say, information I got say so. Because you are making as if I know.
Yes.
And then I came with it.
Well, I'm talking about what you're communicating to witness A. When you're speaking to witness A, you say, this person was part of Mswazi's group. And you're referring to Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
Yes. So you know that. That is what you've been told, according to you. We are on the same page.
No,
I'm
you
just...
are tricking me again.
I'm really not tricking you, General. I think it's because I'm in agreement with you that you think I'm tricking you.
I said I was told information. So if you say I know is something else, it's different. I don't know, that is my understanding.
But General, if you are told something, then you know it. Somebody tells you something, you know it. That's all. I think you think I'm tricking you because I'm in agreement with you. I'm just trying to clarify what your evidence is so that we know going forward that you are saying that in December when you are speaking to witness A, you are telling witness A that Molefe is linked to Mswazi, but you didn't know that it was Molefe in May 2024.
Yeah, blame my tutors. They said what you know or knowledge is what you have experienced. So,
Okay,
that
let's
is my
move on,
understanding,
General.
yes.
Okay.
But I think in fairness to this discussion, General, in your conversation with the investigating officer, you don't say, I have been told. And you can look at it. It's not how you express yourself. You express yourself as they are part of, he Molefe. They are 5. I'm sure they are 5. They are a group of, they were 5. They're having other companies together also, or mining rights together. So you are not saying to him, you are relaying what you have been told. In fact, on the next paragraph, he says, in the further conversation, he says, yes, to me too, he told me that he has an interest in mining. And then you say, somewhere in Rustenburg and Brits. Now, that conversation, you are not conveying it as I have been told. You're telling A, these are the facts. At least that's how you speak in the transcript. You may now want to explain it and say, well, maybe I misspoke. It's what I had been told. But in this communication, if we go by the transcript, in the transcript, you present it as something that you know. So there's no tricking there, and I think you're not being fair in the discussion to say that you're being tricked. It's your words. No one is putting words in your mouth.
Yeah, it's not easy because me and the person I was speaking to, we understood each other, and even the information that I got information and whatsoever, it is not there on the transcript. And they indicated that they were not aware that some were not being recorded and so forth, but it will seem I'm reasoning. I'll leave it there as it is on the transcript. But what I'm explaining is what is the truth, is what I know.
And General, to be fair to you, line 18 on page 66, because there you identify Molefe because you say this guy, meaning Katiso Molefe, in line 19. This guy was the same group with Mswazi. So whether you heard that from somebody else or not, when you communicate it to witness A, that's how you communicate it. You may not have personal knowledge yourself, but the information you are communicating to witness A is that Katiso Molefe was linked to Mswazi, and they are part of this group of 5. So whether the source is somebody else, for now we can accept that what you communicated is that information. Right?
Can I leave to my answer?
Yes.
Yes.
And maybe this is just an interest to understand how it works. So, General, if somebody told you this kind of information, so you're not putting it as a fact, you were saying someone has told me, as head of organized crime, is it not supposed then to, as part of your functions, to then give you the beginning of an investigation to get you to a point where you are able to say indeed they are part of a group of 5, or no, they're actually not part of a group of 5, or for that matter, there is no group of 5. So we take it past, I've been told, because you are head of organized crime in the country. What do you do when that happens, and what did you do here? And maybe let me bring it back to this, that you say to us you were informed, and that's what this conversation is about. What do you do with that?
That is why I shared with Witness A. Witness A works for organized crime. Witness A was part of the investigation team which has been formulated, which is dealing with the same group in related to certain things. So it's additional to what you already knows to say they can go further. And I indicated even now to say now they were reinforced in a safe house, having all the resources to pursue this thing. Hence, I shared further with him that information so that it must be continuation of that particular investigation because the investigation has already started and already other people arrested. I'm giving him further names to look at. As I indicated to say, when I wanted a threat risk analysis to be done, was exactly that they get protection, they stay in a safe house, they have more members, and then team with crime intelligence and combat so that they can work on this and pursue other new cases which will emanate from these firearms. I think I testified like that, and this was just a continuation of sharing the information so that they can follow up also on that other part.
So just to make sure that I understand, so you get this kind of information from whatever other source, it's an informer or whatever, you pass it on to an investigator like this in a docket, and you do nothing more about it. Is that, I'm just trying to understand so that one doesn't attach to you functions and responsibilities that don't belong to you. You know, if you say to us, look, once I've got the information, I just pass it on. Investigators will deal with it. As head of organized crime, I just wait for them to give me reports. If that's what it is, that's what it is.
So, no, if it was a normal investigation, when it's based at the unit, I could speak to him and the commander and follow up and make sure that whatever support which I can provide, I can. As I indicated before, that when I was briefing them, I indicated this will form a part of investigation which we called project. A project led is got a project team, a leader, and it's a group, and it reports otherwise. You cannot access it unless there is at the provinces they have what they call Provincial Organized Crime Secretariat. Only the the project leaders will go and brief, and then there will be NDPP and everybody who's supposed to be there who forms the part. So if he's already there at the project and is the person I communicate with, who I knew from the start is part of the investigation, and they're making inroads, and I'm just sharing further information for him and the team to pursue. So I will end it there.
If again, I'm just trying to understand this. If witness A is not part of that project team, it's his docket specific. In this case, there's a very specific docket. If his involvement is limited to this docket and he wasn't part of a project team, you've now shared this with him, what happens? I mean, you hope that he will feed it into somebody else, or what?
No, it will depend. If it is faceted, it doesn't need more resources. Like this one, it seems to need more. Then what we do, you will now, the investigator and the commander come together, we discuss to say we form a team, a multidisciplinary team to work on that particular issue. We call it 5-pillar approach. Then we'll call crime intelligence, and then we will have that investigator. They will determine the number in terms of the volume of the work need to be done. But crime intelligence will be number one to come with that investigator to follow up and verify. That is why we call them pillar one, because everything we do, it must be, we call intelligence-led policing. Then it must be information which, not information, now it becomes intelligent report. Information is not yet verified. So it works like that.
Do you know if that has happened in respect of this group of 5, this which you are describing would have happened?
I think they testified that the leader is General Kalakala, and the testimony of General Kumalo is they are still investigating. The investigation is ongoing. That is what I know.
Thank you, General.
Thank you.
General, just on the issue of Mr. Matlala, so you say you knew that Mr. Matlala was providing security for Mr. Mswazi.
Yes.
And if I can ask you to go to file 3, it is page 198. It's a WhatsApp, CJC 70, page 198.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
And these are WhatsApp chats between you and Sergeant Nkosi.
That's correct.
And were you aware that, and you must know that Sergeant Nkosi considered the late Mr. Mswazi to be a father figure? Did you know that?
I don't know that he's a father figure, but I knew they are related.
You knew that they are related?
Yes.
And did you also know that Sergeant Nkosi got to know of Mr. Matlala because of Mr. Mswazi?
I don't know about that. They knew each other because of Mr. Mswazi. But
Okay.
I knew later that they know each other.
Okay. And if I understood your evidence, you were quite involved in taxi violence investigations and the taxi violence, those syndicates, the taxi violence syndicates.
No.
I thought you said that you were involved in taxi violence, investigations of taxi violence syndicates.
No, I said I was tasked with a taxi violence in the Eastern Cape.
Yes, but
And,
but that's my question, taxi violence. I wasn't referring to any specific province.
That is why I say no, because there is a component dealing with taxi violence, which I indicated that it falls under General Mutsepe. And I was explaining that sometimes I'm tasked of things which is out of my jurisdiction. So I was giving an example, but also include, I don't want to jump in front of you, including this, what is in here. I will explain because I know you come to that because of that.
No, I'm just asking because in your conversation with witness A, you also speak about, I thought this was linked to the taxis, but it's not the taxis because the only person that's left there is Joe. So you seem to know a lot about what's happening in the taxi industry. Remember you said Joe is not part of the group of 5 and he's the one that's left in the taxi world. Do you recall that?
In a way, I ought to know as a police officer, even though I'm not working with it.
Okay.
Some of the things I will know because I'm attending meetings. For example, I attended meetings with Santiago and the National Taxi Association where there was conflict and accompanying senior managers to be part of the meeting, whereas it's got nothing to do with me, to assist with ideas and whatever it could happen, yes. I will know certain things.
Okay. Now, this WhatsApp text it's a chat, you sending this to Mr. Nkosi.
Yes.
And what was the purpose for sending this to him about the taxi industry?
I had a tasking from the DNC General Severe that he got a tasking from the minister. The minister wanted to know about the bucket system. How does it operate? And they wrote this short description of the taxi industry. They want to know about short background of the taxi industry. How does it constitute the associations? How many are they in each region, meaning province? The rise of Joe Ferrari, the rise of Mswazi, the chairpersons and regionals and whatsoever. And the general gave me a name of a guy called Tami from Gauteng to say He's a chairperson, I think, in Gauteng, can assist me. But I saw that this is not going to help me. So I happen to know the president of Santaco. Then I phoned the president and said, there is a question which we need your information about. How many associations are there? How many chairpersons in regions and so forth? Because I knew Santaco is the biggest one. And then he said he's in the meeting and gave me the number of the secretary to say, I must send an email. I told my secretary to send an email, and I asked Nkosi to say, do you know the chairperson? He said, yes. I said, I've spoken to the chairperson. They're supposed to give me this and that. I'm going to the meeting. My secretary have forwarded an email to their office. Just follow up that they respond. They responded well after some time, and I think I got the file or explaining all those things. So that was the reason. This was a tasking to him to follow up for me when I was going to a meeting.
Okay, and at that stage you knew who Mswazi was, you knew who Joe Ferrari was, you knew all of that?
And Mswazi was already passed when
Yes.
I sent this. Yes, I knew.
Okay.
I knew, but tasking is a tasking. Police officer is a police officer. When I task you to go and do the job, go and do the job.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I'm just trying to test that you didn't know how about Mr. Matlala. You just referred to Mr. Matlala as providing security for Mswazi, but you don't know that what General Dumisani Kumalo says, that Matlala became one of the group of 5. At this stage, he would have been in the group of 5 because Mr. Mswazi is no more. This is October 2024. You speaking to witness A in December 2024.
Even today, I don't know. I heard what the investigation reveals now by the general. I don't know.
And when you were telling the investigators in 2024 that the guns that were found on the alleged hitman of Aman Swart was connected to other murders, did your source tell you which murders they were?
No.
You didn't know?
No.
Okay. And now do you know?
What I heard about a DJ somebody, another DJ whom I forgot the name. Yeah, I think I heard about 3.
The attempted murder of Tebogo Tobajani.
No, the attempted murder, I know that not about the firearms, about the suspects, those who were arrested on the Amanswar. They are linked to that, yes.
So you know about the suspects?
Yes, they are charged on it, on the Tobajani man.
Okay, so you know that the accused, Mr. Musa Kekana and Mr. Floyd Mabusela, that's being accused together with Mr. Ket Matlala for the attempted murder of Tebogo Tobajani, are also co-accused of Mr. Katiso Molefe in the murder of Mr. Aman Swart.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't have any knowledge of that connection of those contract killers when you spoke to the investigators in May of 2024.
I knew the connection of what?
You didn't know that those contract killers in May 2024, when you spoke to the investigators, you didn't know that those contract killers that had been arrested for Aman Swart's murder were also involved in the murder of DJ Somebody as well as the attempted murder of Tobajani.
No.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
Remember when the DJ Somebody happened in Gauteng and I was still in Gauteng, so I was interested to finding out who killed him. So if I knew, they could have been linked. I remember even head office General Mutsipe, they had some information and took the docket and it was taken away from them after maybe the linkages have done. That I know, but I didn't know they are linked to any. What I knew is information which I indicated in my statement and what I testified is, the source informed me that those firearms are going to link with more murders, and that is what I conveyed to the investigators.
And they did indeed link. There was indeed a link. And it was, one of the links is to the person that you took a loan from, Mr. Matlala, in September of 2024.
I don't know about that. And I didn't know if that will happen, so it happened. So even if it is linked to him, I didn't know. And it happened is a good thing that he is arrested for that.
And then, General, can I just ask you whether you had ever had any telephonic interaction with Mr. Mutsumi?
Yes.
Can you tell us why? Can you tell us who's Mr. Mutsumi?
I know him as a businessman. He phoned me and said he was referred to me, that I'm dealing with extortions, and they were having problem with extortionists in somewhere in Regir Park, and also I think I was in Tanzania. They phoned me, I referred him to Brigadier Guashu, the provincial head of Northwest, where there was a problem in the mining area where they were working with this 50%, and others were coming, robbing the chrome and so forth. So that is how we had telephone conversation, and then it was about him reporting that, referred to me. As I've indicated, the extortions falls under me. So I didn't even ask who referred you to me, and until today I don't know.
And do you know what industry Mr. Mutsumi is in?
The complaint in Regir Park was construction. The complaint in, I think is Brett's, it was mining. So I think it's construction and mining. Furthermore, I don't have knowledge.
And do you know if Mr. Mutsumi had any relationship with Mr. Mswazi, the late Mr. Mswazi?
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know if there's any relationship between Mr. Mutsumi and Mr. Molefe or any other members of the group of five? And I ask the question because you've just said that he mentioned mining in Brett's, and in your transcript we've referred to Brett's already, that group of people having mining in Brett's.
No, I don't know, because I knew about Mr. Molefe or seeing him on TV recently after the arrest, but not immediately, because that time I couldn't see on the TV. And yes, and that is when I started knowing him, but I don't know his circle.
Okay. So you don't know whether there's any connection in
No,
this
I-
mining in Brett's between Mr. Mutsumi and Mr. Molefe or any member of the group of five?
Yeah,
That's
I
what you
don't
said.
know, because my communication with Mr. Mutsumi is always, it was always about his complaints, and I will always refer him to the relevant people working with it to deal with it. For example, that one I indicated, I referred, I can remember that one because it was, I think, last year. I referred him to Brigadier Guashu to assist, because he is the provincial head of organized crime.
Thank you, General.
General, sorry, just remind me, you said with the call with Mr. Mutsumi, who called who?
He called me, and I called him back to give him feedback that certain person will phone him.
And do you recall when was this?
The other one was, if not, I think the first one was 2024. The last one, which I can remember, I was in Tanzania. It should be April, May 2025, I think.
Okay, we also have a record of a call in 6 June 2025, you making the call. And that is in file 4.
Yes.
Page 8.
That might have happened because I remember I came back on I think if it's not the 1st of June, it's the 1st of May when I came back. And there was still not satisfaction about how it was handled, because one of his partners they were indicating that this person persistently, because what happens, what they explained is Samanka gives them mining places to mine, and then they extract, and then Samanka buys the minerals from them. And then there was one who was blasting all over, damaging electricity and whatsoever. And when Samanka stops him, you want them to give portions and whatsoever. But they were giving messages to the brigadier, and the brigadier could only open an inquiry to follow up, but he wanted somebody to give a statement in order for them to go forward, but nobody was forthcoming, and they were not happy. We had to meet, and then I phoned him to explain to him that, no, we need a complainant. We cannot use only this. We can open inquiry, but it can lead us up to so far. But you are approached by a person, so give statements. So that is where I ended.
You recall when Chair said that he finds it concerning that police officers and generals in particular are afraid to mention the name of certain people, the names of certain people.
Yes.
And he referred to you, and then he referred to another general.
Yes.
And the name that the general, which is General Senona, was afraid to mention was Mutsumi. Do you know why he would be afraid to mention his name?
I don't know, but I know why I didn't want to mention certain names, because I have established that even those who are on the other side or investigating, they are close to the same people, and you don't know who you are dealing with. So, hence I said, even me is now publicly saying this, I don't think I've been brave to do this, because it's not easy if you have information about certain things. So General Snona might be having different information about the individual, which I don't know. My engagement with the individual was because he was a complainant and was referred to me, as many people are referred to me.
And your fear of wanting to mention the name that we haven't mentioned is because that person is part of this group of 5 that you told witness A about?
Actually, I didn't want anybody to be mentioned, which I mentioned there. But my prayer didn't get through, so maybe I need to pray more. But it didn't get through. I didn't want any name to be mentioned for that matter.
When you say any names, who do you mean?
All those names you were mentioned.
Zay?
All those names, I don't know, all those names which were mentioned.
Well, I want to understand why you would have a fear mentioning a politician's name. So, Mr. Malema, why would you be afraid to mention a politician's name? He's a public figure.
Politicians have followers. It's like a priest. You don't know who's mad out there, who can do what when you say things. So I have seen a lot in the 38 years I'm working with the police. So I understand.
Leaving that topic, General, the question that I also had was, yes, you were reluctant to mention these other names, but there is this one particular name that you drew the line on and said, reluctantly the others can be mentioned, but not this one. Even the recording has to be manipulated so that mention of this name is not heard. And we're not asking you to mention the name. We respect the engagement that has taken place between the legal teams. Maybe the question is, why? What is the reason? And remember, General, look here, General, I want you to look behind me and understand what is it that this commission is probing. Do you see that this commission is probing interference and infiltration of the subs
Yeah,
by alleged crime syndicates?
I have full understanding.
Yes.
And again, without us coming to testify, the commission won't exist.
Yes.
And tomorrow, whatever finding will come without us being in existence again, it won't work. I indicated here my first day to come here and say, I thought it was reckless from crime intelligence head. And I'm taken to be maybe against crime intelligence. I respect the men very much. And we worked along well, and with all of them. And they can attest to that. I got information, I called them, and it's my point of departure. But to come, I had qualms with, to come here and say Shiviri gave us the name of the cartel. And you are having bodyguards 24 hours because of you don't want to be harmed by the same cartel. So that is what I indicated.
When you say you, I assume you're talking about General Kumalo.
Yes, he's having bodyguards.
When you say you, looking at the three of us,
I'm addressing you as,
Yes.
as my commissioners. I'm addressing you. So I'm referring to that to come and say that it was not palatable with me, and I thought it is putting me in danger. And that is why I indicated. I even requested a threat risk assessment, and I didn't get any response because maybe because I said I'm considered maybe to be a loyalist to General Sibia or whatever. But that is something. Here today where we are, my legal team, I indicated to them, I don't want this recording to be played, and if it is supposed to be played, it must be played in camera, of which I think the Commission's terms of reference allows. And I've seen people testifying as witness what, and what. And those people are under protection. I'm not. So you can ask them.
Can I interrupt you? You're going to continue because
Yeah.
you're saying too many things. When you say you requested a threat and risk assessment, again, it's from SAPS.
Yes.
Yes, just so that we continue.
Yes,
with your answer.
from SAFs.
Again, because
my
remember now
commission.
you're referring to the commission.
Yeah.
And the public is listening. So we didn't want the public to think you've asked the commission.
No,
for
the
a threat
commission
and
is
risk
now
assessment,
the commission
and
is
it
now
was not.
assisting me.
Yes. No, you don't have to mention.
Yeah,
that.
okay. But
Please don't speak at the same time. What you just said is very important. You say, with regard to protection, the commission is now assisting you.
Yes.
Thank you.
yes, but from my team, legal team, they know my plea was this must not be played. This must not be discussed outside, or it must be protected like any other for that reason. But my prayers were not met, so I will live with the consequences. So it's fine.
It's my question, because I want to give you a chance or an opportunity. And I don't want you to leave me with the feeling that you did not assist the commission to fulfill its mandate. And I hope you understand that. Because what has happened in 2024, you can't revisit, you can't go back to 2024 and change that. Your request to crime intelligence, we cannot go back and change that. When we are sitting here, we are probing these very issues. And if you are reluctant to share information with us, information that you know is relevant to our terms of reference, and information that you know will assist us to get to the bottom of what is happening. Have criminal syndicates infiltrated subs at the very highest levels? And if you know that, but you don't want to tell us because you fear for your safety or for some other reasons, I don't want to be left, once you are gone, I don't want to be left with the feeling that General knew something but he didn't want to tell us or was reluctant to tell us. Because I don't want to make findings against you based on that feeling or that hunch or that belief that you didn't tell us all you knew. Do you understand?
Yes,
That's
Commissioner.
why we are asking this question.
Yes,
Is
Commissioner.
there a reason why you don't want this name to be mentioned? And I'm not asking you to mention the name. I'm just asking you, is there a reason why you don't want this specific name to be mentioned?
For the same reason, Commissioner, I love this country, and I've been a police officer for 38 years, and because I'm a patriot. When I came, it was because of money. I didn't have work, and then it changed when I'm working here and when I'm growing. One of the questions, number one, which the commission asked me, was to indicate if ever I have knowledge of infiltration and how it happens. And I tried to my level best of my knowledge to articulate that to the commission so that I assist. And I wanted to say, whatever it is said there, I told everybody what I told you because I wanted us to fight this crime and then to deal with it. So it cannot, when I have done so, and then don't want to tell the commission. But I felt, because it's not yet over, and the fight is still going on, but the information is needed. And you made a provision that it can be heard, otherwise not mentioning names. Hence I said I wanted all those names not to be mentioned or relating to my conversation with witness A and whatsoever. And it was unfortunate that when I wrote my statement, I used not recalling, mentioning something intentionally to say I don't want to deny. I want to say in later stage if we agree, because I told my team, if we agree, then I recall and indicate. And I also indicated here, because of that, I know I lived the same life for more than 6 years, which they are living now, and it's not the first time. So, not to say, I know I will perish one day and I will die, it's fine. Now I'm having grown up, I'm having grandchildren, it's fine. That is why I said, let me take what is given to me, I can't get all. But I didn't want all the names to be mentioned.
General, I see you're not going to answer this question. You may have your reasons, so I'm going to leave you with this. Are you willing to mention this name in camera and reasons why you were not prepared to tell us in public why you don't want this name to be mentioned?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
You're leaving the Mutsumi discussion? Okay, let me just ask 2 questions out of that. General, you explained that Mr. Mutsumi called you because someone had referred him to you. Did I understand you correctly or hear you correctly that there was in fact more than one call with him?
Yes,
because
yes.
you speak of 2024 and then you speak of 2025.
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain, in 2024 he calls, is it just one call and the next time you speak in 24, or what happens there? What number of calls do you have in 24?
No, he called and then I called the investigators because he was not the complainant, obviously the managers, and then I will also call and give him feedback and so forth.
So there was a formal complaint. You say there were investigators. So there was does that mean there was a
case
docket?
opened in that particular station, but I can get I don't have the case now. I can get the case.
You can get us the details of that.
I can get the case. And
Yes.
then in Northwest, the Brigadier Guashu can attest to that. It's just that I don't have my WhatsApp, but I think he will still have the WhatsApps I forwarded to him of what was being depicted and what was happening.
Yes.
Yes.
And that is, all of that is in 2024?
No, I think
I'm just trying to understand.
Brigadier Guashu, I think, is 2025.
Okay, so that's the one that we have here,
Yes.
a record of. That's when he called you.
Yeah, it's 2025 when he called me. That is why I remember, because I attended the SARPCO preparatory for AGM of SARPCO in Dar es Salaam when I received the call.
Okay. And yeah, you've offered that you can get for and for this one in 2025, is there a docket? Was there an investigator?
I think Brigadier indicated that they opened an inquiry. I will follow up with him, but they did attend to numerous complaints whereby they arrested people who were robbing in that particular area, robbing the chrome or whatsoever. So, but he can provide such information.
All right, thank you for that offer. And then from the evidence that, maybe let me ask it differently. What do you know about the association between Sergeant Ngosi and Mr. Mutsumi? Do you know anything about them being associated in any way?
Not really, but it seems they know each other because when I was speaking about the mine thing, he indicated to say he knows Mutsumi. So I believe they know each other.
Okay, so you mentioned your Mutsumi conversation.
Yeah, because that time there was buses banned in Breads. And when they were going that side, I said, also, you must find out what is happening in those particular area of the mines there. I had a complaint from Mr. Mutsumi. He indicated, is Mutsumi who? I said, if I remember, he said Stephen or something like that, yes.
Okay. And that's all? That's the only discussion you've had with Sergeant Nkosi about Mr. Mutsumi?
Yeah, that what I can remember of, yes.
Okay. And then General Sibia, do you know anything about any association between him and Mr. Mutsumi?
I don't know. They might have, because I said he was referred to me, and I don't know who referred him to me, and I didn't ask him who referred him to me, but maybe they might be knowing each other because he knows a lot of business people, and mostly in South Africa it's like that. Prominent people, they don't like going down to the police station. They start there on the top. They will phone their member of parliament from their constituency who will phone the minister for national commissioner or the deputy or the DIFCOM. Then they phone us, and then we will go down to the provinces. Or if they are used to the provincial commissioner, they will phone the provincial commissioner direct. So this is the culture of our people. They feel they can be assisted better if they speak to the one on the top. So the possibility is there that
you don't know
I don't know
of any association.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to
Yes,
to
Mr.
disturb you. In that, with your permission, Chair, with regard to the issue of name mentioning, my instructing attorney is just basically instructed me to place something on record, particularly because the general might actually feel that we did not do enough to try and try and save the situation and so on. And this is just for the purpose of placing it on record. Other than talking to the legal team of this commission with regard to how the issue of the audio was going to be approached, I specifically, before the commission resumed, specifically raised the issue. I went to my colleague and raised the issue of whether or not the audio can be played without mentioning the names, for instance, referring to the names in terms of letters, whether it's A, B, or G, and so on and so on. And I made the point that I don't see what harm that would do to the case that they would have been trying to
all the names or just the one name that has been skipped?
Indeed, and if necessary, the general could simply write those names, just like it did with regard to one of the sources that he mentioned in here and then present, but to avoid mentioning names. And I said,
If it seems to be the case, there's an issue with regard to only one name, why should others not be mentioned?
well, my understanding was that, our instruction was that actually he didn't want all the names to be mentioned, but obviously he had to concede as he realized that there was a resistance to. Eventually he said, look, well, if it must happen, it must happen, then you can mention all the other names. I think he was very frustrated. But the point that we are trying to do is just to place on record that we did, because bringing a formal application for an in-camera would basically have delayed the whole process. I mean, the issue arose while we were here. We would have had to adjourn and bring a formal application, and so it would have delayed the whole process. And he himself wants the proceedings to. I just thought that, my instructor just thought that we should place that on record. It's not as if he's trying to hide anything, but it's just concerned, just like anyone else, about his own safety.
But when we resumed after the adjournment and everything then unfolded the way it did, we assumed that that was on the basis of an agreement between you and the evidence leaders.
Indeed, we tried, I personally tried my best to try and understand, but of course there was
But did we not proceed in accordance with what had been agreed? I assume that that was so. And in fact, I think all of us did. Yes.
Well, it has already happened.
At least with regard to the other names.
With regard to the other names.
All the names that have been mentioned, or the names that have been mentioned. Yeah.
Indeed. We were just placing it on record because, as I'm saying, Chair.
But maybe I should.
We couldn't understand why.
Yes.
Not
Maybe I should
mentioning the names would have been a problem.
Oh, sorry for speaking whilst you're speaking. Please continue.
No, I'm sorry, Chair. I was simply saying, not mentioning the names, referring them by letters and so on. So I couldn't understand because those names would have been important. They know the names. You would have known the names. You know the names. The public are just interested in the information, not necessarily the names. And there's a reason why the names shouldn't have been mentioned and so on.
You see, my difficulty is if the witness has an issue or a problem with only one name, I don't understand why the rest of the names should be, or why letters should be used in respect of the rest of the names. I have a difficulty understanding that, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I fully understand what the Chair is saying, but my submission is that he had a problem with mentioning all the names. But of course, it looks like they were grays. I mean, He was more concerned about certain people and so on. But he would have preferred that no one should have been mentioned and so on for reasons that he knows. He operates in that particular space. He understands the problems that might be out there. And so he understands them better than us. And,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mkhize. Ms. Sigels.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The General's initial concern was about the one name that has been redacted. And then when we had reached agreement, my learned friend came to me and indicated that the General didn't want another name also disclosed. And I indicated that that name is already part of witness, in fact, all the names are part of witness A's statement, which is already on the website, already available, and which I had already put to the witness, to General Shabiri, publicly. So it didn't make sense. But insofar as the one name that had been redacted, we had no problem because there was an agreement. But it just seemed that it was now further agreements on names that were already public, and that is why. And I obviously would rather not disclose what it was said about why those names shouldn't. The General was uncomfortable about those other names.
So the short point is we proceeded in accordance with the agreement between council.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes.
I think the general was just responding insofar as the suggestion is that he's afraid to just mention that name. It's not that the suggestion is that he's not afraid to mention that name. He didn't want any of the names mentioned, not because of fear, is the suggestion, but because he didn't want them named.
Towards the end, in response to a question by me, Mr. Mkhize, you were talking, I don't know if you heard, Ms. Sigels-Ncube says, we proceeded in accordance with what was agreed between council. Do you confirm that? Finally, whatever may have been said leading up to that agreement, but ultimately the agreement was in accordance with,
It was more,
or rather how we proceeded was in accouance with
it
what
was more of a concession than an agreement, Chair. They said, look, yes, and then we had, yes.
All right, an agreement extracted through a concession. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Please take, go.
Thank you.
Sorry. Because of this conversation, maybe let me just ask my question. I know, General, that Commissioner Khumalo asked you to try and to get out of you why this particular name you don't want to mention. And he did mention that General Sinona didn't want to mention Mr. Mutsumi, which he did mention eventually. And the explanation in the application was that name belongs to a very dangerous person. Now, you heard the chair yesterday when he started, expressed concern about generals being afraid to mention names. Is it the same reason? Is it fear that this person is dangerous? In fact, let me ask all of them, the people. We know that Mr. Mswazi has passed on. You didn't want to mention any one of these people. You have said they have somebody, you never know who's related and associated with whom, but you made a compromise, even on the basis of that concern. You made the compromise that the other names can be mentioned, but there is just this one name that let me finish. There's just this one name that you don't mention. My question is not so much about this one name, it is to understand the reasons for not wanting to mention people by name. And there's a risk of attaching possible explanations if there's no explanation, satisfactory explanation from you, the witness. The one risk may be, well, you're protecting this person. You don't want them to be exposed. That's the one risk. And I'm saying risk, I'm not saying that's why you're not mentioning them. The one risk is, well, you're protecting and maybe you're prepared to sacrifice the others now that you were put in a spot and you're providing cover to this person. That's the one risk, possible explanation. The other explanation is, well, maybe there's still ongoing investigations about all of them, but especially this one, maybe the investigation is still in early days. And so you would be compromising it. The other possible explanation is all of them are dangerous, but especially like Mr. General Sinona said about Mutsumi, they are all dangerous, but especially this one. And maybe that accords with your safety concern where you say they all have protection and I don't have protection. That's a possible explanation, and that's the chair's premise, that it's because you're concerned, you're scared for your physical safety. So without a proper explanation, there's a risk that not just us, but the listening public, they draw their own conclusions. You've heard the chair yesterday say it's a sad day that generals who are supposed to be investigating these people are scared of them. I don't know if you are happy to leave it at that. that's the impression that these exchanges of fear and not mentioning people, they leave that impression. Can I ask you to comment if you want to? You don't have to, General, if you feel you've said enough about it. I just, in fairness to you, think I should put it to you because it's something that's of a bother, that the head of organized crime in the country doesn't mention names and we don't quite know why.
Yeah, it happens worldwide that people subject to investigation, sometimes we don't mention. And again, that is why even in the country we have laws whereby we can say we don't mention certain information. And some people who are outside their business, people or whoever, they worked with us and knew us in and out and whatever, better than other people. So it becomes a problem when you arm somebody who he knows you in and out, or even your own family can be known to them. So the danger is not about me. The danger might be, I know the senior counsel, I know where his children are going, and we went to school together and know everything in and out. And sometimes you know how those people can behave. So I didn't want to respond actually, but I know you will not let it go. So that is why I responded.
It's a safety issue, General. Is that all it is?
Yes.
It's a safety issue.
Yeah.
All right. It's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. General, there's just one aspect that I want to deal with in conclusion. You indicated in your supplementary statement that there's this suggestion that some police officers are getting promotions or being offered promotions for giving information or negative information about you. Do you recall that part of your statement?
Yes.
And you make that same suggestion insofar as witness A's recent promotion to warrant officer. You call that?
Yes.
And you say that the commission must be mindful of that or look into that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to understand on what basis do you suggest that witness A's promotion may be, that he may have been promoted to warrant officer because he had done anything or said anything negative towards you or about you?
Yeah. As once General Mkhwanazi indicated that he have informers, I also have informers. And that is why I was able to assist the team to say this is coming, this is going to happen. And from within the subs itself, I worked with, I was very prolific in my investigating time, and a lot of people will like to come to me and whatever, and the information comes out to say people are promised posts if they can get information against you. And I indicated before that I even had information that people were going around with my picture, wanting to get statements to say, I was staying at the penthouse or what. And I gave a statement of a member who was driving me from October to December, whereby I was approached by one member who's working there to say, we want information about the person you are driving, his relation with General Sibia, and we can make you a captain. And we attached that statement. So it is on that basis. And also, I indicated to the commission that one of the recommendations by the commission was the National Commissioner must appoint a team to investigate those who were being mentioned here in the commission and where the commission had a view that there's a prima facie case, including myself. And And when we learned what is the team constitution, is that it's constituted by members who worked at the PKTT, and the leader is still General Kumalo, who is one of the people making allegations against us. So that is why I said the commission maybe must look into that to say, how is that? Because I was thinking a high-level team, maybe with DPCI and whoever and what, who will be neutral in this whole matter. But I was just highlighting. But the thing which made me to highlight is because of that driver who came to me and said, hey, on a weekend, people came to my house and said this and that and that and that and that. And yeah, it's a problem. And I could see also that there is a circle of people circled working together to make sure these people are get rid of. For example, I was not moved anywhere until General Kumal testified at the ad hoc committee then, and at the committee they asked, why is that Shiviri still loitering at the offices of SAPS? And he indicated, no, the information is he's moved somewhere. You know, the following 2 days I got a letter to be moved somewhere. And then after that, I got a letter of suspension. So this is how it works. Like it's a team, they're wanting to make sure that those who are not towing the line with us, we get rid of them. There is, if we have done something wrong, it's fine. You must pay for dues for what you have done. So, but I highlighted this to make sure. It seems, it is suspicious, seemingly, some of those things happens. They got promoted, all of them who are there, according to my information.
Okay.
And maybe then it made me to have such suspicion. I'm not saying it is like that, but it made me to have such suspicion.
But General, you...
Sorry. Just for the record, and this is something I said previously, I think it was during your testimony already, a perception may be created around the task team you are referring to, that we are responsible for the composition of that task team. I just want to place it on record that we are not. The commission is not responsible for that. All that the commission did was to make the referrals. Thank you.
Thank you,
No,
Chair.
I'm aware, Commissioner.
No. Yes, you are General, but people listening to you without the background, the necessary background, they may have a misperception about this. So I just thought I should clarify it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
General, insofar as you say that it is suspicious that they've all been promoted, I'm not sure that I understand. You're not suggesting that someone like witness A, who is actually facing and challenging internal forces that were trying to compromise an investigation, and facing external forces such as members of this Group 5 that you are scared to mention, which he mentioned publicly, their names. You're not suggesting somebody of his caliber shouldn't be promoted as he has been, are you?
With due respect, promotion in SAPS, there is a policy. And there is a lot. I told you about a lady who is still in witness protection, who is not promoted there. But I'm not saying if he qualifies or whatever. That's why I'm talking about suspicion. There is a policy of how people are promoted. And there is a lot in SAPS who are going through that. I went through that. I was not promoted on basis of that. But I'm not saying he is not worth rewarding him if ever there is a need. There were awards where they were awarded and whatsoever. Promotion is something. There is a policy in SAPS which we must follow. And I was saying, the suspicion comes from the person approached and promised a rank for information, because that is dangerous.
Yes.
And I was saying, because you see, when I testified here, I said I found it strange that you call people to assist, and then those people have perception against you, and then there is a sort of choreographing of something and whatsoever. So you must wonder what is happening. So it's a whole lot of things, but I didn't want to venture into that. I said one day it will come out in a right way, but as you're asking, so I have to say it.
Yeah, but General Witness A hasn't said anything negative towards you. He has given you what his experience was, and everything that he has said related to you, he was able to back up with necessary information and with evidence. So I'm not sure where you're getting this, that there's an agenda on his side.
You remember his evidence on the White House. When he was asked why suspicion, he said his gut feeling. That is why it makes me suspicious for me to be there. And when I was responded, I said I found it silly that you don't know why the person is there and you are there and it's a public place, you come with such. So you cannot have gut feeling as a police officer, you not supported by anything and then and start making remarks against a person. So even yourself, you won't like it. It must be based on a merit of something. So I think those things made you feel otherwise to say there is something orchestrated against you, or for for what you don't know. As I said, for the past years which I was working, I arrested a lot of police, a lot of people. I don't know, I arrested some of their families or whatever, I don't know. I don't know why is the people angry. And where I am, I'm seeing I was helping, now I become a villain.
Thank you, General. Chair, I have no further questions for the General.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
General, I just want to be fair to you. You remember when we were dealing with your bank statement, we were focusing on October 2024.
Yes.
And for your own reasons, you went to October 2023. And now you've created a perception, even in the minds of the public, of this unexplained transaction. I want to give you the opportunity to explain it so that you don't read in the papers that Shibiri is alleged to have done this and you never got a chance to address it. Go to file 4 on page 24.
Too much.
Are you there, General?
Yes,
Please switch on the other mic. Why is it off?
they are all off. Maybe when we pump them with the books.
That's okay. General, when you started testifying last week, you said your birthday is in October, correct?
Yes,
And then you said the reason you wanted to receive your bonus in December was because it helps with the school fees in January.
yes,
Yes. So we can take it that your actual birthday is in October.
yes.
Yes. On page 24, file 4 is your bank statement for the period October 2023. Do you see that?
Yes,
Yes. And there's a credit to your account of 58,820 on the 11th of October 2023. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
Just remind us again, when is your birthday?
23rd of October.
23rd. So that money is paid into your account is 58,000, but the transaction you referred us to is a transaction of the same date. If you go 4 entries down, it's a purchase at Zenia
Zegna.
for 53,538.
Yes,
And you explained that is for a purchase of a suit.
yes, that is the suit I was talking about.
And you said a friend wanted to buy a suit, but they transferred money into your account for you to pay for them,
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Just so that we're clear, it was not a gift to you,
No,
a birthday gift.
no,
And it certainly was not a gift to you by any of these three people, either Mr. Matlala or Mr. Mulefa or Mr. Mutsumi.
no. If you check the,
No, listen to the answer to
Okay.
the question. I'm trying to assist you because I don't want us to live with a perception that either of these people purchased the suit for you.
Yes.
So I'm giving you an opportunity so that you deal with this. Just confirm that that purchase of a suit at Xenia for 53,500, it was not a birthday gift for you by either Mr. Matlala, Mr. Mulefa, or Mr. Mutsumi.
no, it was
Yes,
not.
now you can say whatever you wanted to say, then we can finish.
I wanted to say, Commissioner, you can check the deposit is from Africa Steel. Africa Steel is owned by Mr. Cheng, who happened to be a friend of mine. And then he was the one who was buying a suit. His son was getting married. He was getting to China. So he was buying a suit at Zegna. So
It's
he
not a
didn't.
suit, it's a Xenia.
Okay. And then he requested the secretary to forward, to deposit the money to my account so that we can swipe. Yes.
No, I wanted to give you that opportunity because we don't want to live here and people write about you that Mr. Matala bought you a suit and you didn't get the opportunity to clarify that. That's all I needed to clarify.
No,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
General, the last question really from me, and I'm hoping it will be short because the chair has asked me to be short. Now, and you may have answered and clarified this and I missed it. So, and if you have already done so, please bear with me. I just need you then to repeat it. In your statement at paragraph 199, you have stated that you don't know Zeng Malo, you don't know a relationship between Mr. Malema and General Sibia. In fact, maybe let me do it properly. Let me do this properly. You state in paragraph 202, you say that my recollection of the matter is limited to that interaction. There's an interaction earlier where there was a complaint. You were approached by Zeng Malo's lawyers about a burglary, and then you say my recollection of the matter is limited to that interaction, and I have no personal knowledge of Zeng Malo, nor of any relationship between him, Lieutenant General Sibia, or Julius Malema. That's what you say at paragraph 202. And then when you were asked about WhatsApp exchanges at page, at file 3, page 195, where Sergeant Nkosi, you were talking about General Khan, you and Sergeant Nkosi, at page 194, you say, I understand Khan was suspended on Monday. This is on the 19th of September. And then Nkosi says, the last time I checked, it was an intention to suspend. Let me confirm, he says. And then you say, I was told by one of his friends, Governor in Limpopo. Nkosi says, so it's true if it's from him. It's those extortion cases. And then you say, yes, and some botched drug investigation at KZN. And then here's really what I'm interested in. In the next page, at page 195, Nkosi says, let me check with Ze. It's written Z there, Ze, and then you say, okay. Now, my recollection is you were asked, do you know Ze? You say no. Am I wrong in that recollection?
No, you are not wrong, you're correct.
I'm correct with that. Okay, so you said you don't know him in those chats, and then again, as I've read to you in 202, you say you don't know that relationship. You've now had the benefit of the recording. You've had the recording, which must have jolted your memory. Am I correct to say you revised your position about this issue? You did convey to witness A that there is a relationship between Zeng Malo, Mr. Malema, and General Sibia.
Yes, and I explained why I say that because of those people who came to his office in my presence, and also the taskings from the DNC indicating he got a request for intervention from Mr. Malim.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So it's not that you don't know anything about him, because that's what you had conveyed in paragraph 202. Even when you were discussing the WhatsApp, you were asked, why does he send this to you? You said, I don't know. Do you know Zay? You said no. So what I'm checking with you is that you do revise your position, that you do know him, and you did mention.
I know the name, not him. I don't know him.
Okay.
And even the description, it
Yes.
was the description from the person who was informing me that time to say he looks like. But I suspected it's the same person.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, maybe let me do this. At page 67 of the transcript, you say, yes, there is this other guy. His name is Z. He's also staying in Senton. He's a Zulu guy, the tall one. So you know him. You know that he's tall. You know that he's a Zulu guy. You know that he stays in Senton. You have that information. And then you then say, and then he is close to Malema. That's you saying that in the telephone call. So Malema is close to Sibia, you see. So you've created, firstly, you know the person. You describe who Zay is, not just by name. You say he's that tall guy, so you know something about him. But you also know that he's close to Mr. Malema. That's what you say. And then you say, and Malema in 10 is close to Sibia. That's all I was checking, that while you deny categorically in your statement at 202, you deny that you know anything about them having a relationship. Remember that paragraph 202. You say, I never said that, I don't know that. And then in the WhatsApp exchanges, when you were asked, you said, well, he just said he will speak to Z. I don't know who is Z, that's what you said. And I'm saying, but the transcript reflects that you actually do know something, whether you were told or you know it personally, but you conveyed to A that you know something about the relationship amongst these three people, and that Zay is that tall guy, which means you know him personally.
Yes, when I was explaining on the phone, remember it was linked to the information and the description which was given to me. But when coming to this one is the first time you were asking about when Kosi said you will ask Zay or whatever you mentioned. But I didn't know who is he talking about, because it is now in December. I don't know when was that one when I received information, because
It was in September.
yeah, knowing Kosi that he knows a lot with the lot of officers, I wanted to confirm if this is true, because I didn't believe. I was informed by somebody that the general might be suspended, and he said he's going to. I thought that this person he's talking about might be a member of SAPS, but I was not sure if ever it would be that one.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mkize, if you will be having any re-examination, you need to apply your mind to specific issues, and you should advise us in advance as to those specific issues.
Indeed, Chair, our position as it stands.
But I was thinking you could come back to us on that when we resume after the lunch adjournment.
Indeed, our current position is that the default position is that we are unlikely to do any examination, but should it be necessary, then of course we'll do
You'll just tell us then when we
indeed.
come back whether there is or there isn't. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 20 past 2. Yes, Mr. Oh, gosh. Mr. Mkize?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, our position is for now we don't have any re-examination to do. Should we later consider that we need to do one, then we'll approach the Commission formally by way of an application to see.
We will excuse the general then. If anything does come down the line, we'll see that then. And I assume there will then have to be a substantive application.
Indeed, Chair, that's
All
that's
right.
what we intend to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mkize.
Thank you.
General, thank you very, very much. You are excused.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And thank you, evidence leaders.
Mr.
Chair.
Shaskos? Yes.
Yes, Chair. I was going to ask if we could also be excused with my learned friend.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Shaskalson?
Thanks, Chair. There is now an application for a witness who will call Witness G to be allowed to testify in camera. And Mr. Matlala attorneys is
That's G for George.
G for George.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps let's come back in when it's indicated to us. We'll stand just outside.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't realize
let-
that
let's-
the legal team wasn't here.
Thank you. Let's adjourn. Just a minute, I'm clearing the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Shaskelson. Good afternoon, Mr. Matlala.
Afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon, Chair.
Mr. Matlala is moving an application for witness G to testify in camera.
Thank you. Mr. Matlala?
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I think at the outset, I'd just like to perhaps inquire as to if the commissioners have read the papers, whether I should traverse any ground, over the ground that has been covered in the papers themselves, or whether there's any specific questions over the papers that the commissioners would like to pose.
I think rather present the application the way you want to, and if we want to engage, you will do so. But do that, please do that on the understanding that we've read the papers, so it shouldn't be a regurgitation of the papers.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, yes, we filed an application for our client's testimony to be given partially in camera, so not completely in camera, because our understanding of in camera, in legal practice, means when you're giving evidence completely off the record, so to speak. So our client is willing to assist the commission, but there are some sensitivities, as the commission may well know, that he runs some covert operations, and there is a very high-risk unit that he's running based in Gauteng. Naturally, these are some of the details that I wouldn't want to spell out and name publicly right now. So we're of the view that given that Rule 4 of the Commission's rules do make provision for an application of this nature, we believe that this is an opportunity for the Commission to show that it does take the safety of, witnesses, and I'm not suggesting that there was ever any narrative on our part that the Commission does not take the safety of witnesses seriously, but I think it's an opportunity to reaffirm that perception. And then what makes this particular application pertaining to our client unique is that because the witness deals with informers and the likes and operational contacts, their safety may be at risk as well. Should, for instance, somebody who has witnessed our client with a particular informer, there could be conclusions drawn correctly or incorrectly that the particular individuals that may have been seen with the witness were acting in a capacity of, being informers and the like. And what makes it even more riskier is that there's also the risk that individuals who are socially incidental to the witness could also be seen as informers. So that's basically our submission. So what we're asking for, in principle, is for the evidence to be given remotely. However, it can be broadcast and
Remotely and off camera.
Remotely and off camera, yes, that's correct, Chair. Remotely and off camera. And if it is possible, we'd also request for, if the technology, if the Commission is in possession of this technology, voice altering technology. Otherwise, what we could do, and I'm just brainstorming here, what we could do is that we could borrow the process that is employed when a translator is used in proceedings, where there's a little bit of a buffer between the person giving evidence and the evidence being received. So in other words, where the witness could give his testimony and then somebody else speaks into the mic, because there is a world where the witness has a unique voice. I'm not saying he does, but there is a world where he does. So I think in principle, those are our submissions. We know that it's a Friday, and we want to keep it short. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just trying to think if you say, for example, if someone is seen talking to the witness, the suspicion may be that that person is an informer. I'm just thinking about the recognition of the voice in that sort of context.
The recognition of the voice is not necessarily...
That is witness G's voice.
Yes. The potential risk of the recognition of his voice does not necessarily pertain to the fears that were articulated regarding him having been seen with other witnesses. It exists alone, but, you know, and I would like the Commission to take judicial notice, if I may, of the era that we're living in, where people are just connecting dots everywhere. You know, on social media, you've got X, you know, and people are just connecting dots. So what we're trying to do is we're just trying to be as prudent as possible to conceal the identity of the witness.
There are many witnesses who have testified before us here, and I remember very few of their voices. So I'm just saying, you know, maybe, it may be, but that's not my final view. But getting the voice, distortion, may be a tall order. That's just whether you're a Latinist. That may be a tall order. I don't know.
Chair, that is completely understood. I do not want to, you know, belabor the point or hammer the point, and if it is unreasonable in the circumstances, then...
I'm not going so far as to be that strong, at least not at this stage. You said those are all the submissions you wish to make. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Chair, I accept Mr. Matlala's proposition that the witness cannot be visually identified. If he is running agents and informants, his face can't be shown because that will endanger the people who speak to him. It's not clear to me. Well, we have investigated whether we have voice-altering technology, and we didn't come up with any satisfactory results there. It's not clear to me that he will be identifiable by voice. And so it seems to me that the request for off-screen testimony that will nonetheless be streamed, but not with any visuals, is one which we would support, but we wouldn't go beyond that. There is an issue that I would want to flag, though, which is that, and it's not raised by Mr. Matlala, it is that some of the questions that I may ask this witness may render him identifiable with reference to information that is publicly available. And those are not questions I can avoid asking because they will be directly relevant to the inquiries of the Commission. And I would, I'd like to just place that issue before the Commission now. My proposal is that I could structure my questioning such that any questioning that would expose the identity of the witness can be dealt with in one particular session, which might have to be entirely in camera. But if the Commission is inclined to make a ruling of that nature, then it should make it in the form of a rule nisi, because we've given an undertaking to the media that we won't ask for a fully in-camera testimony again without giving 72 hours notice to the media to object. The witness is not going to testify on our schedule for at least another 3 weeks, so the 72-hour problem doesn't arise in this case. But I do think that, I think it's incumbent on me to raise that now, because otherwise we will bang into it in the middle of the hearing, and suddenly we will face a potential problem where the mere posing of the question, never mind the answer to the question, might identify the witness.
What we propose is not to make an order now, especially seeing that there will be a rule nisi anyway. So we suggest that between the two of you, you should put together a draft for us, which will then be publicized, obviously not less than 72 hours. We'll just leave it to you then to put together something. Once you've agreed, you'll then finish it to us as soon as you are ready.
Thank you. We'll certainly do that as soon,
Yeah, I'm
as,
happy
soon
to
as
do that.
possible.
Happy.
Yes. So the order for today will just be a stand down until we've received the draft.
Thank you. Sorry
Thanks,
for not
Chair.
arranging that in advance.
No. I assume it couldn't be foreseen. We will adjourn and resume at 9:30 on Monday. Let's adjourn. General, please go to 44.
Page 44.
Yes, of your statement. And do you see that on the 18th of September, that's the date, there was actually an agreement between you and Mr. Madlanga that you had in excess of 50,000 rand. Do you see that? In credit.
On page 44.
Yes. September.
September, yes.
Yes, you see that.
Where there is a credit of
Balance, far right-hand side.
yeah,
Yes. You see that you had a balance in excess of 50,000 rand.
of 75,000 rand.
Sorry?
At the end of the page.
Yes. It's in excess of 50,000 rand, General. Do you see it?
Yes, yes.
You see it, yes. Now, add to that, go right to the beginning of the statement. You will see there that it's indicated at the top, just before the heading, your transactions. You'll see that you had an overdraft limit of 44,000 rand. Do you see that?
Page 43, General.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
So that basically means that you had far more than you required to finance your the repairs to your son's car. That is, if you add what was in your own account in credit and also the overdraft facility that you had with the bank. Do you see that?
Yeah. My understanding here is the balance is inclusive of overdraft.
No. That's the credit. The 50,000 plus is the credit. That's your own money, General.
Yes. Okay.
So basically, all on your own, you had 94,000 rand available to you. You accept that? Or rather, in excess of 94,000 rand available to you.
I think
The 50 plus the 44, that gives you more than 94,000 rand. Do you accept that?
I'm trying to understand before I can respond.
Yeah.
Because even now, when I check into my account, it will show something over 200,000, but it will show when you go to the machine to say overdraft is how much, deducting from the whole amount, then the remainder is what is yours. The overdraft is money which you are paying monthly. That means you are owing that money.
No, General, how it works is, and it must be the same with your bank as well.
Yeah.
As the money goes down, the money in credit, as it goes down, and if you have an overdraft facility, The balance will then begin once you go beyond your own money. That is the money in credit. It will now start showing the balance as minus whatever amount by which you've gone beyond your own money. And at that stage, you are beginning to eat into the credit facility. Then you have negative balance, minus X amount, minus Y amount, and so on, until you are not able to transact once you hit, in your case, 44,000 rand. That's how it works on my understanding, General.
All right, I hear you.
So I go back to my question. You had available to you, inclusive of the overdraft facility, an amount in excess of 94,000 rand, General.
Yes.
Now, let's go to, which file is this? Let's go to file 2, page 35 of file 2.
35.
35 of file 2. Now, you see you've highlighted the credit by Mr. Madlanga, the credit of 70,000 rand into your son's account. Do you see that? It's the very first highlight out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of the 5 highlights you've made on that page, the very first one, it shows the deposit of 70,000 rand by Mr. Madlanga. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. And after that deposit, the amount is then 81,000. So there's the 70,
Yes.
which is added to your son's balance, and the balance becomes 81,000. Now,
Yes.
look just above that. The amount reflected just above that credit on the balance side is 11,364 rand. That's the money your son had in credit in his own account. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the effect of that, if I add your son's amount to the 94 plus, is that between the two of you, you actually had in excess of 105,000 rand between the two of you. In excess of 105,000 rand. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And now, let's go back to the quotation. The quotation was only for 52,000 rand. Remember?
Yes.
And even if we take it higher, take it to the amount that you say your son was told verbally by whoever had quoted to the insurer, that quotation was 55,000 rand based on what you told us yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Now you have between the two of you 105,000, in excess of actually 105,000 rand. And there's a quotation at the most of 55,000 rand. You basically didn't need Mr. Madlanga's money, correct?
Incorrect.
Why so?
As I indicated yesterday, I had a plan to build a wall back home and also at my house. And also we were renovating my dad's tombstone in March. That was in my plan. So hence I needed extra money to deal with that, knowing that in December I will be having in the excess of 130 to 150,000, which I can easily pay back the money which I could have loaned. So that was my reasoning behind all those.
But you were only to do that, if I remember correctly from yesterday, around March of the following year.
Yes, I indicated that March was the tombstone. And also on the 20th, I was going, remember that week I was on week, going to Limpopo, where we were doing the Thanksgiving ceremony with my brothers and sisters.
Now you keep piling on, General. You only told us about putting up fences here in Johannesburg, at your residence here in Johannesburg, and also at your residence in Limpopo. That's all you told us. Now suddenly we hear about a tombstone. Now suddenly we also hear about a Thanksgiving function with your siblings. Why is it that now that I'm saying, let me finish. Why is it that you start doing that piling on? Once I say that between you and your son, you actually comfortably had an amount in excess of 105,000 rand. Why do you keep adding and adding and adding? It appears to me that you are trying by all means to indicate to us that you were really in need of money.
Can I go to my statement?
Yes, please. Maybe you'll correct me. I may just as well be mistaken as to what justification you gave for wanting the money.
Page 48, paragraph
3,
1.
sorry, so 3 or 48? 3?
48,
48
of
thank you.
81, paragraph 156.
Yes, Gentleman.
The Thanksgiving ceremony took place at my homestead in Zanin on the 20th of September 2024. That was not a party to celebrate my promotion. It was not funded by Madlanga. And in page...
So, sorry, which paragraph did you read from?
Paragraph 156.
Yes. Now, General, you yourself say in so many ways that this was not funded by Mr. Madlanga, so you did not need Mr. Madlanga's money for this, so you cannot use this Thanksgiving function as justification for you wanting a loan from Mr. Madlanga. So you've discounted it yourself. Please take me, it sounded like you wanted to take me elsewhere. Please do so.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain what the commissioner was saying. I'm keeping on adding and adding.
I'm continuing to say so,
Yeah,
Commissioner. Let me tell you why I'm continuing to say so. That's because I do not understand this to read as justification for you wanting money to Mr. Madlanga. But now when I engage you and say, between you and your son, you had in excess of 105,000 rand, and therefore you did not need money from Mr. Madlanga. You say you did. And one of the reasons you give is what's this one? Is it the Thanksgiving? You refer to the Thanksgiving function. And I say, in your own words, you discount that as a basis for wanting money from Mr. Matala. So I repeat when I say you are now piling on reason after reason. I repeat my statement, it stands.
No, I disagree. I'm trying to explain to the commission that it's not piling, it's something which was planned, which was there, which that particular money you are referring to as collective mine, which was on balance. Some of the things I was going to use for it is that. That was my explanation, to show that I'm not piling things as I've been questioned. It's something which I mentioned it went to happen. I also indicated that from the 16th, I was supposed to be on leave, and I left on the 18th for Limpopo because I was having that ceremony on the 20th. And even if when I was questioned with the chats, I was explaining. When I received this, I was in Kimberley doing that and that. On the 18th, I met with Nkosi and gave him even my claims to go and take them there because I was leaving. So I'm trying to demonstrate that I'm not piling up something. It's something which was there. It's something which I took into cognizance when I took the loan. By the way, on my statement, when I read it here, as we were discussing with Mr. Matlala, I indicated what I encountered. My child nearly lost the life of accident and what, and now I'm busy. When going back home, I'll be doing this and that to cover some money to assist him. And he offered to say, I can loan you the money. So that is how it happened. And to reach and what I borrowed initially from my side, it was what was told to my son to say it can reach 55. But on his advice to say, hey, things fluctuate, it can go higher and so forth, it's better you take the higher one. As you're saying, you'll be having the money whatsoever. So there is nothing I'm piling up or adding up which was not there. It was there. And even yesterday when I was responding to the advocate, I said maybe it can feel like it was harsh to say I decide how I spend my money, because I have seen that I've got some commitments which I planned myself, and then this can help me do that. And in a short space of time, in a 3 months' time, I will be getting my bonus. I can settle everything and be square. So the decision was based solely on that.
From what you've said a few questions back, so I basically understand you to say that you used money from your account for the Thanksgiving on the 20th of September. That's my understanding.
Yeah, also it was planned also to...
No, can you be direct, please, General? I understood you to say that you used money out of your account for the Thanksgiving ceremony, which was on the 20th of September 2024. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, some of the money.
How much did you use out of that account?
I think I used 14,000 to buy beverages.
Which you took out of that account? Which you took out of the account, from what you've been saying?
Yeah, but I'm mistaken.
Because, and it has to be out of that account because I'm talking to you about money that was in that account when I'm engaging you at the level of the 105 plus, or rather, in excess of 105,000 rand, which you had between you and your son. It's in that context that you mentioned the Thanksgiving, and that you would use part of your money for the Thanksgiving on the 20th of September 2024. So the money must indeed have come out of your account. So
yes.
That 14,000 came out of your account.
Yes.
Please show me where. Please show me the debit of 14,000 rand in your account. And remember, we are talking between the 18th and the 20th, because the 18th is when you ask for the loan. Please show me the debit. I can even go back and say even the 14th, when you first broached the subject of the loan. Show me the 14,000 rand debit. It can't be anywhere. It must be at page 44.
Yeah, on page 44 is not showing, or since it came from my credit account.
Your credit account.
Yes.
Which one is it now? And you say we will see that debit of 14,000 rand in
Yeah,
that
they are
account.
linked, but here it is not showing on it.
But you are saying we will see that debit of 14,000 rand
Yes.
in preparation for the
Yes.
the
I can
Thanksgiving ceremony.
Yes, give me my phone.
We can do that exercise over the tea break, General. So I think we can step off that for now. Now, the other functions or ceremonies. Oh no. You putting up the wall, the two walls in Johannesburg, or rather in Mogale City, is it? Am I correct? And then in Limpopo. That was to be in March of the following year.
Yes.
So the Thanksgiving is on the 20th of September 2024. The other two, March 2025, I'm sorry. Now, I just do not understand this idea that you need the loan when you yourself say that in December you are going to get in excess of 100,000 rand of your own money. Why would you not have used that money for putting up the wall in 2025, in March of 2025? Make me understand that.
Yeah, as I indicated yesterday, if I used that money, I was going to be left with no money.
No, General. Not when between you and your son you have in excess of 105,000 rand. That's not correct. That's not factoring your overdraft. That's not factoring your own overdraft. And within a couple of months you're going to be, or rather you're going to receive in excess of 100,000 rand.
Yeah.
I just don't understand this idea.
I still repeat, Commissioner, that if I used that money by that time, let's say 55, but the cost all in all is 65. After calculating yesterday, and we got the list, my son calculated.
But you did not know that at the time. When you took the loan, you did not know that it would add up to 65. So let's forget about that. What you knew was that at the most,
it's 55.
It was
yes, it's 55.
55 years.
It's 55,000.
Yes.
Yeah, traveling home with my family of 6, with different cars also is money. So
when now?
Traveling home during that week of the 20th of September is also money. It's petrol, it's toll gates. I indicated it is in Tanin. And also, my thinking that time was, I will be having money, the car need to be fixed so that he have something to drive to work, and then I don't want to use my money, which I'm having, but I get an offer, and then which I'll pay at the end of December. I found it convenient for me. That was my thinking. So, yes, and I still stand by that thinking. Other person can think otherwise, but that is what I thought of.
General, what I've done now is to subtract the 55,000 rand, which you knew to be the cost for the repairs to your son's car. I've just subtracted that from 105. That leaves you with 50,000 rand. No matter how much it costs to travel to Limpopo, you still had enough funds, General. So I just do not understand you. Let me perhaps, so as to avoid moving in circles, that is the two of us, let me suggest this to you. So you chose the convenience in quotation marks, of borrowing money from a person that you knew at the time, and you admitted this yesterday when my colleagues engaged you, a person that you knew at the time to be alleged to be seriously implicated in criminality. So you chose the convenience of borrowing instead of using in excess of 50,000 rand that you had or that was available to you. So that is what you chose. What's your response to that suggestion?
Yeah, my response is this. As I'm repeating, to say I saw it convenient for me to use the loan and repay it and use them other monies for what I have intended to, irrespective of somebody says it's convenient or not. That was my thinking.
General,
May I finish, Commissioner?
All right.
Yeah,
I'm very sorry. I am very, very sorry, General.
That was my thinking, that I will be able to pay it sooner, and this was easier for me. So we've got different people, different households who decide issues simpler. But the worst thing which I am taking home now is the one that I agreed to say I decided to take a loan from a seriously implicated person. So that is the only thing I'm taking home. My decisions...
So by taking home, you're saying you accept that part
I
at
accept
least?
that point,
that
even though I take this serious implication with a pinch, because nobody was charged or any police brought charges against anybody. It was just allegations. But I take that home. But I'm not sorry for my decision. I took a decision as a man who was thinking that in that particular way that time. And I believe I've got the right to think like that as long as it is right.
I have serious problems with that, General.
Yes.
You have said you chose an option that was easier. And you chose that option because you knew that you would pay back soon. And thirdly, you say that these were allegations without Mr. Matlala having been charged. You seem to forget something very important, General, which is that, one, you are a police officer. And two, not just a police officer, but a very senior one, a general. Yes, Major General, but still, in terms of how you are addressed, all generals from Major General to the full general, the commissioner, all of you are referred to as general. So you are not just a police officer, you are a general. You cannot seriously tell us that for you, you would have chosen this easier option because you knew you would pay soon, and also that these were just allegations in a situation where there had been no criminal charges. That cannot lie in the mouth of a very senior police officer, a general. Your comment?
Yeah, I think I also commented yesterday about it when it was said to me in a similar vein, that I'm not condoning it, or condoning police officers to be involved with people who are allegedly to be involved. But we live in a country, in a society where we'll have people having allegations and still being saving or doing something whom we still have to interact with. I also gave example of activists who have been convicted and out. I can even quote even ministers who are serving with conviction and so forth. So I don't know, does this apply only to me in the eye of the commission? It cannot be taken solemnly to say Shivir, whereas it is the society where we live in. People are every day having allegations. Some, they cannot be even be substantiated and whatsoever. And if a person is not charged as an accused, it becomes more difficult also to adjudicate as a person to say, who do you associate or not? But it's your choice to associate with a person. I repeated that as long as you are not doing something wrong or unlawful with that particular person, that is my stance, irrespective of how the commission feels.
So you're basically saying, no matter the nature of allegations of criminality, for you, that means nothing for as long as the person concerned has not been charged. Is that what you are telling us? It matters not that you are a police officer and a general to boot.
I'm saying I cannot associate with criminal doings.
Criminal what?
Criminal act with any individual. I cannot. But association or interaction sometimes is unavoidable. For example, I gave example to say yesterday I was labeled as assisting a friend who have bankrolled me and so forth. I said I was assisting a complainant. A complainant can come from all the spheres, irrespective of the status. So I'm just reiterating the same thing I said yesterday. But I hear the feeling, and the feeling out there at home to say the police cannot be seen as taking side of the criminals. Taking side, I will say, is when you become involved with them or protecting them from not the law not taking its taking place or taking against those particular perpetrators who have committed a crime, and of which I've done none of those. The only thing where it is been pointed now and then is that I borrowed money from a person whom had an allegation or cloud hanging around his head. And I indicated I had a long relationship with him without knowing or without him having such or whatever. So I don't want to rehash that because I'll be told I should have maybe profiled him. And profiling a person also, there must be a reasonable cause. You must have suspicion of so sort. And I agreed to say, after hearing this, I should have checked, and I said I done some of the checkings and start moving away gradually. But the issue of the loan already happened. But as it may, it is in the hands of the commission to decide on the matter, to say indeed it is genuine what I'm saying, or I'm trying to reason myself out, or it was incorrect or unjust behavior of which I have done. So I will live with that.
General, you see, what I'm engaging you on is the very question whether this was a loan at all. Yesterday, on the two main occasions when I engaged you, I ended each one of those by suggesting to you that based on what I was engaging you on, it seemed to me that there was no loan at all. So that's the difficulty I have. So even on what I've just engaged you on, I say to you, you have available to you and your son an amount that's in excess of 105,000 rand. And my question is, why do you not use it? You say that that's because you were going to pay for a Thanksgiving function in September of 2024 and put up 2 walls in March of the following year. But thing is, as at the time that you borrow the money, if we subtract from what was available to you and your son, you are left with an amount in excess of 50,000 rand. And you have volunteered to this commission that in December, you were going to get in excess of 100,000 rand. So the walls in March cannot be a factor to you borrowing money in September of 2024 when you have available to you, after we've taken out the expenses for the repairs, you have available to you 50,000 rand. So I conclude this engagement with a similar suggestion as the 2 that I made yesterday, which is that it seems to me that this could not possibly have been a loan because you simply did not need the money. That's my suggestion, and I will end it there, but of course, you are entitled to respond.
I hear what the commission is saying, and I took note also of yesterday, which was inclusive of the quotation, and which I explained, and we provided even the OT number of outsurance to get all the details to say it exists. And I take your understanding of the quotation, not, even though it's not a quotation, it's estimate quotation. And that you don't take that before the quotation, the estimate was issued, a verbal one was issued. So those things will be covered. But as people, if we were thinking alike, I don't think maybe everything will be going well in the world. So as people, we think differently. But if the respects which made the commission to believe it was not a loan, I'm fine. We will take that on the other level. But I had my reasons, and I gave my reasons why I chose to take the loan, preparing for whatever, and it was within my reach to pay, and I paid, and it remained a loan which I paid. So whatever the commission is conceding to or is considering, if it's based on the facts which is applicable to everyone, is fine. But I still believe I was within my right to think what I've thought and done what I've done, and I'm prepared to live with that and whatever consequence, and going forward, I'm still saying I've done the right thing. As a man who was supposed to think in that particular time, I thought like that.
Thank you, General. Let me just make this observation. Whatever I may have said about the JBI quotation, and also what you were told orally, which I think you referred to as something from outsurance, whatever I may have said about that has now been superseded. But what I've raised with you, which is, and I've actually used that higher amount, the outsurance amount or the oral amount, I've used that higher amount in my calculations that I've been engaging you on. So whatever I may have said yesterday about the quotations does not affect my engagement with you this morning. You still had 50,000 rand, in excess of 50,000 rand available to you after the 55,000 had been factored. I will leave it at that. I just want to say to you that it's not that important that there may be this issue around the 55 being oral or from outsurance and so on. I've actually factored it in the calculations I've been engaging you on. Any further comment?
No comment.
Thank
Just
you.
to highlight that there was no outsurance
Oh,
amount.
I may have misheard you then.
Yeah, there
you
was-
said oral, and didn't you
Yeah,
refer
the oral was the same
Yes, yes.
JBL, which after seeing
All right,
the
all right.
vehicle, they
All
issued
right,
that
all
one.
right.
There was nothing.
I
from
misheard. I
outsurance.
misheard. It doesn't really matter. Point is,
Yes,
we're
yes.
both talking about the 55,000 rand,
Yes, yes.
and I've factored that in my calculations when engaging you this morning.
Yeah,
That's the important thing. And you say you have no comments on
Thank
that.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Just one point from me to add to what Chair said. Good morning, General.
Good morning. Chair.
Remember yesterday you said the car was not repaired immediately. It was repaired over a period of 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
Yes. And it goes to emphasize the Chair's point that you did not need a loan of 70,000 rands immediately because 12 days later, remember we're talking 18 September, 12 days later, you and your son received your September salaries and your prospects improved considerably from what your position was on the 12th of September. And we know from the statement that some of the parts were purchased in October. I think it was the 5th, if not the 10th of October. Some of the parts to repair the vehicle were purchased in October. So there really was no urgent need for a loan from Mr. Madlanga because by the time you had to pay for the repairs and you had to pay for purchase of the new parts, you actually had your September salary, which made your position even better than what it was on the date when the loan was given. Because when you needed to pay for what you needed to pay for, it was a lot higher, and I did the maths, and some of it I got it wrong as I was assisting the chair. But by the time the end of September came, your position was a lot better, and it continued to be even better in October, considerably better in November, and even when you sold some of your cattle, you then had the additional 20,000. Remember, that's still within the 3-month window. So your prospects were a lot better. And sitting here, we don't see why you needed a loan from Mr. Madlanga in the first place, because there was no urgent need for a loan from Mr. Madlanga. So I just wanted to add that to what Chair has said, and you can comment if you wish to do so. Then I will yield to the evidence leaders.
Yeah. It seems as if the money needed was only for the car. There's no life, there's no food, there's no whatever which is done in the households, or my son is staying in a flat, is paying certain amount and so forth. But I will leave it there. That is your thought, but there were other commitments. And again, in order for you to build up for something which you are intending to do, which you just costing, you need to save more and fasten your belt so that when time comes, you can be able to execute what you aimed. So that was my intention. I'm not taking away whatever your analogy and checking on this, the whole setup on your own way. Yes, but my thinking will remain my thinking, and I stand by what I've done and decided.
Yes, General, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I was going to ask you just one question about the WhatsApp chats, but two things. Maybe let now I have to start with two things that have come from your exchange with the chair. And you said something now, and it's a repeat of something that you said yesterday, the same things that you said yesterday, and I just want to make sure that I understand, on the one that I understand your position. You said to the chair, in the engagement with the chair, you asked, I think rhetorically, you asked the question, these concerns about mixing with people who have serious allegations of criminal conduct against them, is this something that applies to just me, Shibiri, and not to others? You remember that? I'm paraphrasing. You remember you said something like that? Do you remember, General, that you said something like that?
No.
You don't? Okay. The record will reflect that you did, and I'm going to ask you the question anyway on the basis that that's what you said. Do you consider that perceptions, do you accept that perceptions matter, that a senior official, and not just for a senior official, any police officer for that matter, but maybe especially so for a senior officer who is also head of organized crime in the country, do you consider that do you accept that perceptions matter when the public sees you keeping the company and friendship of people who in the public space are accused of serious misconduct? Yes, they haven't been charged, they haven't been sentenced, but serious allegations are made against them of criminal conduct. Do you accept that it matters to what people think about that police officer, and in fact, faith in the SAPS as a whole? Do you accept that as a fair proposition?
Yeah, I accept, depending on the level of coming together or whatever happens, I accept.
You accept?
Yeah,
All
because
right.
I accept the perception out there. If ever they see you, for example, in assisting your statement, is seeing the police van always parking at a place where they say drugs have been sold, it becomes otherwise. Yeah, so the perception will be the police who are going there, they are corrupt, they are going to collect. Yes, it is like that.
Okay.
But do we need to brush everyone with the same brush?
Do you, I'm not sure what you're answering. Maybe let me repeat my question, because I'm not talking about a police van that is parked. I'm talking about if the public becomes aware that you are friends. And when I say you, I mean every police officer. But in this case, we are talking, the specific facts we are discussing are you. Where the public becomes aware, as it has now become aware through your evidence, that you are close friends with Mr. Matala, that you have received the benefit of a loan, what you say was a loan, from him. The public now knows that you actually do provide assistance. You justify it, that, well, this is assistance that I would have given to any member of the public. But knowing the facts, as you have testified to, at least that you have considered about your relationship with him, do you accept that in the eyes of the public, there may be an issue for concern, and it is something that must concern you because it impacts on what people think about not you, not just you, but also the SAPS? And I thought this issue, you had discussed it and considered with Commissioner Khumalo yesterday when he spoke about the families who come now know that you are friends with Matala. I thought you accepted that you understand how that could create a problem in the eye of the public. But this morning when you speak to the chair, you walk it back. You say, well, you know, what does it mean? Does it mean just because accusations are made against them, we must not associate with them? So I want to understand what your position is, in fact, because I thought I understood it.
Yeah, I tried to give example so that we take this thing on perspective of how it is, because it's not similar.
Yeah, General, I don't mean to be rude. I am going to ask you not to use an example because I've asked you a very direct question. And I think it's, if your position is no, it's unfair and unreasonable for the public to form a view because of my association with Madlanga against the subs and against me, that is your answer. I just want to clarify it because I thought yesterday I understood it, that you appreciated the impact of that association, the negative, potentially negative impact of that association. But this morning you seem to speak differently, so I'm just seeking clarification. So please do not answer me with an example because it will simply make me repeat the question.
Yeah, I think it's what I explained to Commissioner Kumalo yesterday, to say it will be wrong for the public to take a view based on one incident and then combine them to be one thing. I even gave example of this comes from long way and criminal actions happened later. And now I'm still in that one, even though I'm for where I'm standing now, because of what happened, because of what he involved in, we no longer friends or whatsoever. But I explained this, exactly that question to Commissioner, to say this relation, it was long, and this, now you got evidence now of what unfolded. And who is this person, what did it happen, and when did I become to see it, and so forth. So I indicated yesterday it will be unfair, because it will be unfair in a realistic world where we're living with people.
Okay, I think I understand your answer.
Yes.
Secondly, again, that comes from your engagement with the chair. It's a repeat of what you said yesterday. And this was from an engagement with me yesterday about the assistance that you have given to Mr. Madlanga, and that, in my view, it's because you were his person. And you answered this way yesterday, and you repeated it this morning to say, well, you assist citizens and who come to you asking for assistance, and Mr. Madlanga was no different in this case. Can I just ask this, which I think was lost on you yesterday in our engagement? The citizens that you are referring to, when they come and seek assistance from you, do you let them pick the police officer that must assist them, as Mr. Madlanga did when he picked that he wants Mr. Nkosi to be the one that goes to assist? Is that how you operate? That when I come to you, and I say to you, I have this problem, but I don't want anyone else but that police officer. Is that what you do in the normal course?
Not necessarily what we do, but it happens that the complainant will come and say, we don't want this particular investigator because of 1, 2, 3. We want our case to be dealt by this one because he was doing better than this one. This one is giving us feedback. Or we want our case to be removed from the district to province, or from the station to head office. I can give example of one case in Paarl, whereby they demanded that the case must be brought to head office under cold case investigation, which resort under me. So it happens that somebody can suggest, but it's not always where it will happen. Sometimes we can say we are having another versatile, experienced investigator who we think can do better. And again, sometimes it depends on the resources. And again, it depends on the type of a case, what needs to be done thereafter. So when you need to do the 252A, it's not everybody who knows, but those who are at organized crime knows better because they are doing it on a daily basis. So I was speaking from that perspective. but not to say everyone who comes must choose his own and whatsoever. But people always will report to somebody they know, being friends or not friends or whatsoever. Some, they just know there is a General Shivir. Somebody from KZN can phone me and say, I need assistance on this, knowing I will still refer them to KZN or go to KZN, sit down with the team from KZN, do the investigation plan, sit with the family and indicate this is what we are going to do going from there. So as I was saying, I think I was doing my legal duty. It was in that premise.
Did Mr. Madlanga tell you why he wanted Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi, to be the one that goes with him? Because that's really my question. It is, you're giving many examples. That has nothing to do with the kind of question that I'm asking. You testified yesterday that you involved Sergeant Nkosi because Mr. Madlanga, after you said to him, go to the police station, Mr. Madlanga said, I want Nkosi to go with me. And then you told Nkosi to go with him. That's why I'm asking you, do members of the public who have access to you get the same treatment where they ask you to give them somebody specific, like Mr. Madlanga did, and then you oblige them? Now, in the long explanation you have given or answer, you say, yeah, members will come and say, I don't want that one for reason A, B, C, D. Did Mr. Madlanga say to you, I want Nkosi to go with me to go and lay this complaint as you advise about this Kaula matter? Here are my reasons for wanting Nkosi.
Yeah, I think I said this more than 4 times, that Madlanga actually said, if Nkosi is not busy, he will appreciate if he assists him. And I said, I will phone Nkosi and hear from him, then he will call him if he's ready. And that is what happened.
So he didn't give you a reason why Nkosi should go with him?
No, he didn't give me instruction as the commissioner is alluding to. He didn't give me instruction.
No, I'm not saying instruction, General. Please listen to my question. Did he give you a reason why he wants Sergeant Nkosi to be the one that goes with him after you said to him, go to the police station? When he says to you, if Nkosi is not busy, I want him to go with me, which you then actioned, did he tell you why he wanted Nkosi to be the one that goes with him?
No, I indicated due to the proximity of him and Nkosi. I indicated that yesterday.
Okay, so he wanted Nkosi, according to you, he wanted Nkosi to go with him because they are friends. That's what you mean by proximity?
I think I've answered that because I'll keep on changing my answers now,
okay,
based on the questions.
All right. Then let me go to what would have been my question, and that relates to the WhatsApp messages. When you end up, in fact, specifically, it's still to do with how this loan comes about. Your testimony is that you last saw Mr. Madlanga in 2023, and then you see him, I think, on the 14th at General Sibia's function. Now, before you meet him at General Sibia in September 2024, had you had a discussion with him about attending that function?
No.
You hadn't? Had
no.
you? Okay.
I didn't even know about it. I knew about it on the, I think on the 13th. It was Friday. Okay. Because I came back from China on the 12th. And on that Friday, I was so tired, then I was sleeping.
Yes.
Hence, other documents were brought home to be signed. So I received a call from the general indicating that there will be a engagement party of his son. If I could, he will appreciate if I come. I said I will see if I'm not still yet tired because I'm still feeling tired. And during the day on Saturday, I spoke to Nkosi, who seems to be there by the general assisting, asking if I'm coming. And I said, yeah, I think I'll come, but I'll decide in the afternoon. And then in the afternoon, that is when I decided. And then I requested my wife so that we can go and make a tent. That is on the way I had a puncture, and then I again phoned Nkosi and the other people to assist. They couldn't assist. I phoned APSA Direct to come and assist me.
Okay, so Sergeant Nkosi knew that you were going to be attending this function?
I take it so because he was with the general and he asked me if I was coming. So
Clearly he knew that you're coming.
yeah, it is very difficult to say because he asked me if I'm coming telephonically when he was there with the general. I don't know what they talked with the general.
Yes.
Yes.
No, but the point I'm trying to establish with you is, even on the basis that he asked you if you're coming, you would have answered that, yes, I will be there.
I answered to say I'm coming.
Yes, that's all I'm seeking to clarify at this point. And in that discussion, whatever discussion you had with Sergeant Nkosi about him asking you, are you coming, and you said you're coming, you would be attending the party. Did you have any discussion or mention of Mr. Madlanga attending that function?
No.
Not at all.
No, he asked me when I was there if Madlanga was there.
Exactly where I'm going. If you would turn to page 190 and you have seen that text. Sorry, it's 5.3.
It will be volume
Page
3.
file 3, the big one, the big file. Yes, page 190.
Page 5.3.
File 3, page 190.
190.
If you look, and you're referring to chat 3, if you look at that chat 3, you ask General Sergeant Nkosi rather, you at 8:03 p.m. you ask him, where are you? You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay. And then he responds to you. He says, 30 minutes, I'm there. You see that?
Yes.
And then you say to him, Night Rider. And then at chat 6, he says to you, Cat has arrived there. And then you say at 7, I don't see him. So why would he tell you, if there hadn't been any discussion or any mention between you and him? Remember, this is Madlanga that you have not seen in a year. And so I don't know why Mr. Nkosi would think you're interested in seeing him if you haven't seen him in a year, and that's subject to your explanation. If you're speaking about a person you haven't seen in a year, you happen to come to the same party, you haven't discussed it with Sergeant Nkosi, why would he tell you that Cat has arrived? And I would like to hear you before I make a proposition to you.
Yeah.
And then your answer is, I don't see him.
Yeah. My understanding here of this chat is he was asking me if Cat has arrived, irrespective of how this English was framed. Remember, I asked, where are you? He said 30 minutes away, because I was expecting to get him there. Because I was stuck with a vehicle and I was still fixing, and he said he went out, he's coming back, and then when I arrived there, I didn't see him. And I said Night Rider because of check-in time, meaning you likes going in the evenings, because I mean it's 8. If we expect 9, 10 to leave, then you'll be arriving at your own time. So this one, I took it as if he's saying, Cat has arrived there, or as an answer, because I'm already there. then maybe if he's arrived, I will be able to respond to say, yes, he's arrived, he's there.
So you
That is how I took it.
So you say this was a question, not him telling you that Cat is there?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, all right. It's not a question, General. He's reporting to you that Cat has arrived there. That's what he's telling you. Cat has arrived there. He's telling you that Cat is there. And my question is, why would he tell you if there had not been a discussion between you and him about Mr. Matlala attending the same function? Why would he tell you that Cat is there, has arrived?
Unless Kosi comes and confirm what you are
Yes.
saying, I'll take it. For now, I understand what I'm asking this thing.
Yes, I must say when he testified and he was asked about this question, he's never said about this, he didn't say it was a question to you. You're saying it was a question, he didn't say it was a question. But here's my proposition about this exchange to you. It is that when you say you hadn't seen Mr. Matlala or not spoken to him since 2023 up to that evening, these are my propositions, and I may be wrong. It's for you to say to me, you're wrong, this is in fact the correct story. That in fact, you knew he was going to be attending, Mr. Matlala was going to be attending that evening. That's what I want to propose to you. Because it doesn't make sense that someone you haven't seen in a year, according to you, the very night you see him, you ask and he gives you a loan. You agree to get a loan, or he offers you a loan and you accept it. It just doesn't make sense that things would have happened that way. So the proposition I'm making to you, and I'm saying this WhatsApp exchange supports or accords with the proposition that I'm making to you, that you knew Mr. Matlala was going to be there that evening, either because you have spoken to him or you've spoken to Sergeant Nkosi. You knew he was going to be there. You expected him to be there. Sergeant Nkosi knew that you know he's going to be there. That's why he reports to you. As you ask him, where are you? He tells you, Cat is there already. There had been a discussion, therefore, between you and Sergeant Nkosi about Mr. Matlala arriving that evening. And when you saw Mr. Matlala that evening, it wasn't a surprise that he was there. You expected he would be there. And this conversation about a loan, if it happened that evening, it's something that was going to happen because you had spoken to Mr. Matlala and you expected him to be there that night. It's no coincidence to you that you all happened to be there that evening. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, I have serious problem with these propositions, actually. Because it seems whatever somebody is saying, it doesn't make sense, always. The sense is what is being thought from the commission side. And then the fiction is made and made a proposition. It's problematic with me in this sense. I said I saw Matlala physically for the first time on the 14th. I didn't say we never communicated telephonically. I did even indicate in September, when going to China, he asked me where I'm traveling. I was so amazed to say, how do you know I'm traveling? And then that is when I knew he's got contract with SAPS because he said he's doing that. And also I did indicate that at the beginning of the year, he indicated that he had, I'm back in the office, he was there around our office, he could have passed there. So what I'm saying is, I didn't know that Cat is invited, he will be there. I was invited by the general to be there. I have spoken to Nkosi earlier on asking me if I'm coming. I said I'm coming. And I had a puncher with a buggy where I needed assistance, and I had to ask for Upside Direct to assist me. I arrived there around past 7 to 8. And when I arrived, I indicated, when you enter, there is sitting place which is made of glass where these people who were engaging were seated. At the corner there, like a pool a place to sit, that is where the generals were seated. I went to the left. In the middle is a swimming pool, and there is a small place that other side. I went to the left, greeted the DNC, and then I passed where the kids were sitting, went to the generals, greeted them, and then I went and sat there with two couples who were speaking in Sikos. Then later, General Fani came to sit there. And then late in the evening, Advocate Chauke came and sat with us. So that is why I take this as a question asking me if he has arrived there. Because he knew he was arriving. Not to say I knew and it was not a surprise. And he was not seated where I have seated. Where I have seated were limited people, maybe 6. And he came from that other side where the other generals were seated with Generals Ntumulu to come in this side, to come and greet. And then I don't know if he saw me or whatsoever, but he came and greeted and we stood, we talked. And I never said in that talk, I proposed a loan. We talked about the accident and how I'm going to get some monies to do that because I don't have enough. I'm going to do this and that and that. And he offered. So to the proposition that I knew that he will be there as if there was a pre-planned meeting with him, I was going to see him. This is what I'm insinuating. This is why I'm saying I've got problem with these propositions, but I think it is your work which allows you to do that because you are probing, you want to know the facts. But nevertheless, what we are explaining, it seems not to be taken true.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, this is not even my topic, but I'm going to insert myself. If you go to your witness statement, and you can blame the commissioners for this, not me. If you go to your witness statement, which is file 1, page 48, in fact, if we can start on page 47 at paragraph 151. Do you have it?
Paragraph
1 of your statement on page 47.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
You say, approximately 4 days later, on 18 September 2024, Mr. Matlala contacted me to inquire whether I had managed to raise the required funds. I informed him that I had not yet succeeded and that I was traveling to Limpopo at the time. We then agreed he would advance me a personal loan by depositing the money directly into my son's account, as my son was responsible for arranging the vehicle repairs in Gauteng. Go to the next page, page 48. Paragraph 156. This is where you deny the allegation about the Thanksgiving. You say, the Thanksgiving ceremony took place at my homestead in Zanin on 20 September 2024. It was not a party to celebrate my promotion and it was not funded by Mr. Matlala. And that is in response to the allegation made by witness C that during the interrogation of Mr. Matlala, he had made a link between the two of you and had suggested that he had funded the Thanksgiving, or that he had funded some celebration for you. Do you recall that?
Yes, actually, he said Matlala deposited 80,000 to my account, which I got angry and sent it back.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, go to witness C's statement, which is in file 3, item 85. Yes, item 85. So you'll see it's labeled file 3. It should be the last item actually of that file. It starts 85, but you want to go to page 362. file 3. Do you have it?
I'm 881,
Page 362.
362.
Yes, it should be the last, it's probably like 4 pages from the bottom of that. I think somebody needs to assist the general, please.
I'm getting there. I'm at 365.
362,
Yes.
paragraph 116. This is witness C's statement. It says, General Shabiri, Mr. Matlala told us that he gave General Shabiri 80,000 rand. The money was sent to him in celebration of his promotion to the rank of Major General. The funds were paid through a company called Black AK Trading. He explained that General Shabiri reversed the money back to him and requested that it be paid to him in cash in order to limit a paper trail. Now, if you go to his file 4, and we are going to page 60, I think it's page 50, from page 63. It is CJC 97. It's page 63. It is, do you see the covering page? It has between IO and Major General Shabiri.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is part of the recording of the interview between witness C and Mr. Matlala in May of 2025. And if we go to, oh, sorry, it's the one before that, my apologies. It's on page 60, not 63. Page 60. Do you have it?
60 of,
Yeah, 60 of the same document, same bundle. The document starts on page 58. So just go to 58.
sixty of the big one, eh?
No, that same one, file
The
4.
same one.
File 4.
File 4.
Go to page 58. Can somebody assist the general, please? File 4, page 58.
Okay. 67. Yes.
Okay. Now, this is the recording of the interview that was held with Mr. Matlala when he was arrested in May of 2025. And I won't read the whole thing, but if you look at line 10, you'll see indicated on the side, it's line 10. Mr. Matlala says DNC is Sabia, and then the unknown male says, who did he send? Mr. Matlala, General Shabiri. So this conversation relates to Mr. Matlala speaking about you. If you look at the last line, unknown female, General Shabiri is calling you direct and you call each other. And then on the next page, Mr. Matlala says, yes, he called me even Friday. And we know that that relates to, you recall that there was a WhatsApp call between you and Mr. Matlala, or you attempted to call him, or actually did get hold of him a few days before he was arrested. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you go to the unknown female, yes, Mr. Matlala. Then after, I did not pick up. Unknown male 2, yes. Unknown female, for what? Mr. Matlala, he is also used to me a lot. Unknown female 2. And I saw an account number, a business account number going to him. Then if you go a few lines just above line 20, where it says unknown male, do you put money for him? Mr. Matlala, no, I give him cash. Then the unknown male, you did not. And the unknown female says, what was the account? Mr. Matlala, I remember one day when he was, that one I am not denying. I am not saying I am not. The unknown male, yes, no, that is fine. He says, Mr. Matlala, he was celebrating that thing when he was general. And then on the next page, unknown female, unknown male too, yes, Mr. Matlala. And then he went to somewhere in Zanin. It was not his account. Unknown male, yes, Mr. Matlala. He gave me an account to say he wants to buy alcohol. I think I gave him something like 80 or 100. I do not remember. Now, Mr. Matlala, and I'm going to put this proposition to you. At this point, Mr. Matlala, I'm suggesting to you is referring to the same 70,000 rand that you are referring to. Sorry, Mr. Matlala.
Do you mean Mr. Matlala or General Shibiri?
I'm saying that Mr. Matlala in this conversation is referring to the same 70,000 rand General Shibiri that you are referring to. He's not certain of the number. He's saying it was 80,000 or 100,000. And he says that he wanted to buy alcohol. And you recall that you had referred earlier on to you needed money for beverages. And you were talking about a celebration that you were going to at home in Zanin. Do you recall that? And you are denying that it was for the celebration. And you say the celebration was 20 September 2024. Correct?
Yes.
And the payment was made to your son of the 70,000 rand. When was that? 18 of September 2024.
Yes.
So while Mr. Matlala might have the amount incorrect here, referring it to 80 or 100,000, he is saying that it is not into your account, and we know it wasn't your account, correct? The money was not paid into your account, it was paid into your son's account.
But where he's saying he sent it to my account, I refuse.
No, he says it was not his account, and then he went to somewhere in Zanin. It is not his account. Do you see? On page 61, Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, but where you started at point 10, he said at some point I sent to him.
Wait, no, he's saying at the top, the money that he sent, it wasn't to your account. It is not his account. Then the unknown male says, yes, he says, Mr. Matlala, he gave me an account to say he wants to buy alcohol. I think I gave him something like 80 or 100,000. Now, he's telling you at the top, he says he went to somewhere in Zanin. Is that not consistent with your evidence that the call was when you were on your way to Limpopo? Was that not your evidence?
Yes, but before I answer that, I'm taking you back where you started, because now you choose what you want to ask
Okay.
on and then don't want to correlate with everything which was said.
No, please let me know where I've gotten it wrong.
No, I'm not saying you got it wrong.
Then please
where
clarify.
I started with Shibiri,
Yes.
where he said he did send it to him.
Where General, which page are you
10,
on?
Paragraph 10,
On page?
page 59, where we started.
Okay. Yes. I'm at 59.
Yeah, there under paragraph 10, where he said, who did you send? He said to General Shibiri.
Yes, he's referring to something else there. That's why I just wanted to show you your name to show that this conversation is about you. If you go to the start of it, he says, unknown male, so you saying this matter of Northwest, you do not know who it is. You know that they are involved. And he's speaking about the DNC sending someone in respect of that aspect.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with your loan. The loan issue starts at the bottom, where the unknown female says, General Shibiri is calling you direct and you call each other. And then on the next page, Matlala says, yes, he called me even Friday. And then he says, that is someone who he's also used to me a lot, meaning you know each other. And then the unknown male says, I saw an account number, a business account number going to him. In other words, there's money going to him. That is what the unknown mail says. Mr. Matlala says him sending to you. In other words, he's talking about the money coming back, you paying the money back. Do you see that? Because at that stage, we only know that part because they are referring to Mr. Matlala's information. They don't have your son's bank statement at that stage. As the chair indicated to you yesterday, when we get the information, we only see the payment that you made. We don't even know what it relates to. So we're wondering why you paying Mr. Matlala, right? It's you that volunteers the information in response to an allegation that Mr. Matlala made that he funded a celebration. And you saying it wasn't a celebration, it was a loan, and that explains the payment back into his account. And then you tell us about the flip side of the transaction, i.e. he paid the money into my son's account because my son's vehicle needed to be fixed. Mr. Matlala never refers, I'm suggesting to you, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as insofar as we know, do you confirm that there's only one transaction of any of the companies of Mr. Matlala or Mr. Matlala himself transferring money into an account connected to you? And by that I mean your son's account. There's only one such transaction you're aware of, correct?
Yes.
And that transaction is for the 70,000 rand.
Yes.
And do you agree with me that when he is interviewed on page 61, he's not sure of the amount? He says, I think I gave him something like 80 or 100,000.
How can you not be aware of the money you transferred from your account to another account?
Okay.
And again, the other thing is Mr. Matlala knew that the account is for my son. And I gave him that account in order for him to transfer the money to that account, and I indicated it's my son and the names were given to him. And for that reason. And you could see that the money was used for what? Even though there is some disbelief, but even though it is shown, which your investigator is going to follow up. But the truth is, which cannot be probable, is that Matlala didn't know to whom did he put the account to. He testified at ad hoc to say the money was given to my son, deposited to my son, and again, it was a loan to me, is what he said with his mouth. So I don't know these other things that he gave me 80,000, I become angry, immediately send it back. I paid the money after 3 months.
Yes, you see, General, the thing is, when Mr. Matlala gives the version before ad hoc about the loan, that is after everything has now, the cat is out of the bag. This is contemporaneous as we're going to find. It is May 2025. He's been arrested, right? There is no 6 July statement by General Mkwanazi yet. Everything is not open yet. He's being interviewed. He wants the witness, he wants these investigators to know that he is connected. And he's telling them, one of the people I'm connected to is General Shabiri. I'm used to him. I gave him 80,000 or 100,000. He's being interrogated or interviewed while he's being arrested. He doesn't know the exact amount like you know with the benefit of the documentation. So when he says 80,000 or 100,000, what he is certain of is that it was not your account, and what he is certain of is that you were going somewhere to Zanin. In Zanin. That is what he was saying, which is consistent with your evidence, except you now classify it as a loan. And I'm not suggesting to you that is something for the commissioners to decide as to whether it was a loan or not. But I'm saying the person that's advancing the loan to you when he's interrogated or interviewed by the investigating officers, he does not classify it as a loan. He classifies it as a loan long after. And he does that probably for your benefit because you've now classified it as a loan after the fact. That's all that I am putting to you. Do you want to comment on that?
When he said that, I didn't yet testify. I didn't know what I am going to say. What I can tell you, what I like about what you are saying he's been interrogated. And you know what is interrogation. And again, I'm responding because it's the questions before the commission in respect of the commission, but I don't respect this. I don't respect this is in front of me whereby the insinuation somebody was interrogated for hours and being recorded by a junior member, which is not in terms of the law or any other procedure. And I don't know how was it this told to say or whatever happened. So I don't want to venture into that. I'll continue answering you. But I'm answering you to say, yes, Matlala knew about me going to Zanin because we met 2 days before we went. Other than that, he knew I was going to go to Zanin before even I tell him, because when we talked, he talked about that. But he maybe deliberately, he misled them to say he paid how much and whatsoever because he was being coerced. But the fact of the matter, he knew that he paid the money to my son. And he had the name of my son. He's having the slip, which he sent the proof of payment. So what you are insinuating to say he didn't know, he might have forgotten whatsoever, it's not there. He knows where the money went. He knows what was the money for. And you have seen what the money was used for. So, but because you are pushing your own narrative, you will continue with that line of questioning.
Well, General, I'm not pushing a narrative. All that I am putting to you is what Mr. Matlala says. Now, you may say that it was done under duress or whatever. The point is what he confirms, which is consistent with your version, is that you went somewhere in Zanin. He also speaks about the issue of the celebration. So it's either another coincidence that the payment is made 2 days before your celebration on the 20th of September. He also knows about the celebration. Is that not more consistent with you getting the money for that purpose as opposed to for the vehicle for your son, to repair his vehicle?
But really, let me use the right word. Really, it doesn't make sense because there is money which showed in my account of my son, money showing paying for parts and whatsoever. And you still insist, I don't know for what reason. Unless Matlala comes here, you said Matlala comes here, you asked him, he told you so. But I told you, I'm not going to take this. You can take it as a way or how you wish, but I'm not taking this as evidence.
I accept that, General.
I'm not going to take this as evidence, something which is not taken proper, coerced or whatever, or choreographed and so forth to suit the narrative of whoever. But I gave you a bank statement showing Matlala depositing money to my son, which I gave to him. He didn't have it. So if I wanted to use it because I was in Zanin, I could have given him my account or my sister's account to access the money and use the money there. So I didn't do that, and you have seen where the money went. But the insistence is those propositions which is in this house, that the narrative, nevertheless, how it must be pushed in a certain direction.
Well, General, we are trying to do a fact-finding here. So we go with what we see, and we put the proposition for you. And of course, you're entitled to say it's an unfair proposition or you disagree with the proposition. But we are entitled to put this to you because it's a version that is here by Mr. Matlala. That is it. That's all that I'm saying to you, is that there are certain things that are consistent with your evidence that you had given, and there are certain things that are not. That's all that I'm saying to you.
Yeah, if I can tell you that the investigating officer, they knew that I had a celebration and whatever, they know about everything. And that is why I'm saying I'm going to sit here and listen to choreographed things by the investigators and whoever to suit a certain narrative. So I deny everything here, and actually I don't want to respond to this. I respond because I respect the commission.
Thank you, General.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:30. Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. I'm about to move to another topic, so
Maybe before you do so, General, let's just conclude on the issue of the loan. Remember you said in early November 2024, you needed to sell some of your cattle to pay back some of the money to Mr. Madlanga.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I remember, Commissioner.
Yes, and you say the proceeds were approximately 20,000 rands,
Yes,
and that's what you paid to Mr. Madlanga.
yes,
Yes, we have gone through your bank statements covering the period from September until December 2024. And it appears to us that you did not really need to sell your cattle, because if you go to page 50 of file 4, are you there, General?
yes,
And I know you know how accounts work. So you'll see that the second entry there, the first one is the balance brought forward. And then the second entry there shows that on the 4th of November 2024, there's a purchase at Gucci Centon for 19,500 rands. Do you see that?
yes,
And then it reflects, obviously, in your statement on the 6th of November 2024. Do you see that?
yes,
Yes. And it suggests to us, at least, that you were not in desperate need of cash, and you did not need to sell cattle to pay Mr. Madlanga, because you had enough funds in your bank accounts to even make these luxury purchases. Do you want to comment?
hold on.
General, maybe either Commissioner Kumalo, who's very good at finding documents here, or even the evidence leaders may assist you with what you are looking for.
Yeah, I was trying to look for something. I was not sure if it was during that particular year or whatever. So I have found it, but it is relevant to that.
But, sorry, but it was what?
I found it. I have established that it is relevant to that. On page 24 of the same bundle, there was a time where I was in town, and then with a friend who was buying a suit for a wedding of the son, and he forgot his banking details. Then I did swipe for him the 53, and he sent it back. I was looking into that one, if it is not extra in that particular month, but it was in the previous year, not that one. It was in 2023. Because I remember we at Zegna, he was buying a suit going to overseas, and he forgot his card, and then the secretary transferred.
I'm sure you know that advert that says, no, it's not a suit, it's a Zegna.
It's a...
You don't call it a suit, it's a Zegna.
Yeah, I'm not used to it, so I call it suit.
It is a suit to all of us, but people who know it say, you must distinguish it from other suits.
Yes, no, I'm back on page 50, where the turkeys were purchased of 19,500.
General, just so you understand the simple point, you had enough money in your bank account to make these luxury purchases, such that even after the purchase of sneakers at Gucci Sentin, you were still left with 55,000, even after that purchase, which just shows that there was no need for a loan. There was certainly no need to sell your cattle to repay the loan to Mr. Matlala. That is really the simple proposition that is being put to you. Even if you go to the previous month, you will see that you making purchases at Louis Vuitton in Sentin again, nowhere near the 20,000. It's obviously much less. On page 48, it's the sixth entry on that page. The fifth one, I'm sorry. So,
the fifth of?
If you go to the, it's the same month. The statements go back and not forward. If you go to page 48, during the same month, there's another purchase, but this time it's at Louis Vuitton, Sentin. Do you see that? And that's even before your salary reflects in your bank account. Before your salary reflects at the end of that month.
Which number is that?
Entry number 5 on page 48. The date is 29 October 2024, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you see that? And it shows that in the same month that you made the purchase at Gucci Sentin, you made another purchase at Louis Vuitton Sentin. But even after those two purchases, even before your salary reflects in your bank account, you are still left with 47,900 rand.
Yeah.
Which just shows that, there was no need to sell cattle, there was no need to, and sorry, I said it's the same month, it's the prior month, I think it's 6 days earlier.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, do you see the Louis Vuitton? They're 3,300. I was buying sandal, and there is no sandal worth that amount in Louis Vuitton. Now I'm telling you, the sandal were 17,000. On the 23rd of October, it was my birthday party. I thought the evidence leader is going to talk about it because it was there on the chat where I put the present the friends bought to me. There was a Louis Vuitton bag and a small bag. In that big bag was having that small bag, which was a wallet. So I took the wallet to exchange it for the sandals, and I paid the difference of the 3,300. The 3,300. So that is what happened. So it is not to say really I wanted to buy the sandal. It was like they bought me something expensive which was not worth value for me. I took it back and took something which I could wear. And even though it was a present for my birthday party, I think there were 3 presents from different friends. So I even forwarded that to Nkosi to say, hey, they bought me present, it's only you who didn't buy me present. I saw it there, I thought they were going to ask me about it because they saw Gushi and whatsoever.
But General, I don't want this discussion to be about the specific purchases that were made. The simple proposition we are putting to you is that your bank statements show that you did not need a loan, and you certainly did not need to sell any of your cattle to pay Mr. Madlanga, because at the end of October, you make this purchase before your salary reflects in your bank account. You still have a balance of 47,000. That excludes the overdraft facility of 44,000. So you have at least 90,000 available to you at the end of that month. If you go to the November month, you have in excess of 90,000 rands available to you. In December, because of I don't want to mention your bonus publicly, but you have a lot of money. You certainly did not need the loan, and you did not need to sell any of your cattle to pay Mr. Madlanga back.
But I think there would be no issue at all. The more than 100,000 rand that you were paid in December being mentioned, because you mentioned that amount yourself.
Yes, of the 130 which I get in December, yes.
Well, in the interest of time, I don't want us spending 10 minutes on what is a fairly straightforward proposition.
No, that's why I was listening. I thought you were still talking. And I wanted to say I did respond to the chairperson.
Just remind us again, now answering what I've put to you, and then we can give that time back.
As I decided I wanted to use money to building something, I thought I mustn't use the money which will belong to me, I'll use it and then I'll pay it in December. So that is what I decided.
Then it doesn't explain the Gucci and Louis Vuitton purchases, because it shows that you had money for those things.
I explained for the Louis Vuitton and for the Gucci, I was buying back the person who bought me a Gucci.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, I want to move on to a new topic.
Can I just ask, Ms. Sigals-Mude, we've got in front of us a document. Do we pack it away, or will you come back to it?
Yes, Commissioner, we'll deal with it after lunch once the General has had an opportunity to consider it with his team.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. General, just before I deal with the new topic, I know you said earlier on, and probably out of frustration, that we are trying to push a narrative. I can assure you that we are not. And you will recall that in our engagements, you had indicated your displeasure at how a certain issue was addressed regarding the Musa Kaula matter, that you were not satisfied with the withdrawal of the allegation that was, or the proposition that was put before the Commission, that you were the person that sent the WhatsApp message that said Chomi. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I spoke to you yesterday, you had indicated that you were not that happy with how it was addressed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't our intention, General, to make light of the fact that that was actually a withdrawal. So I do want to place it on the record, Chair, that during the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi, and you will recall that when you met with Mr. Chaskelson before you gave your evidence, he did indicate that he would rectify this publicly. That during the evidence of Mr. Nkosi, an incorrect proposition was put by Mr. Chaskelson to Mr. Nkosi that the message, I don't know if Ms. Poe can display it, the message that refers to Chomi, don't run the story, you recall that? That was in fact a message that was sent from you to Mr. Kaula, correct? That is what the proposition was.
Yes.
And that, Mr. Chaskelson indicated to you was an incorrect proposition. And in fairness to Mr. Chaskelson as well, in that discussion, you also said to you that your good friend, Sergeant Nkosi, ought to have corrected him and said to him it's not the correct proposition, but Sergeant Nkosi didn't do so. You heard that evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I do want to place it on record that it is incorrect. You were not the person that sent that message that said Chomi. And Mr. Chaskelson did tender an apology to you regarding that.
I remember.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So that should put that matter to bed. Now, if we can deal, and Mr. Chaskelson had asked me to address that. Now, if we can deal with what actually does concern you. I just want to understand from you, and you will tell me if my understanding of your evidence is incorrect. It seems to me that from the start of your career, very early on, you seem to have taken to the role of detective quite naturally. That seems to be where you are most comfortable. Is that a correct observation?
Yes, from the college I decided to go to detectives.
And you seem to have occupied a role insofar as investigations and detective is concerned for the majority of your career.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, it seems that it's something that it's a badge of honor, because when General Sabia was here, he also said that many of the people that are accusing him are not even detectives, they're not investigators. So do you agree that it seems to be that it's a badge of honor that you wear that to be a detective?
Yes, I take it as an honor.
Okay. I'm hoping that throughout our engagement today, I will actually understand why it is a badge of honor, and because it seems to me that it is something that the both of you identify with. Now, if I understood your evidence correctly, you were the acting component head from 18 December 2023.
That is correct.
For organized crime.
That is correct.
And that role came about because, if I understood, General Sabia and General Sentimule had approached you to take over, to find out if you were interested in that role, because they didn't have a head in organized crime because General Sabia had been promoted to DNC.
That is correct.
And then sometime in May 2024, you then occupied it as a permanent position.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, that role is a national role.
That is correct.
And in your evidence, when you were dealing with the SWAT investigation and how you got involved effectively in the SWAT investigation sometime in May of 2024, you said that you had tried to contact General Mbuso Kumalo.
Yes.
And he would be the provisional head of organized crime.
No.
What is provincial, sorry?
He's a deputy provincial commissioner responsible for crime detection.
Okay.
So all those components falls under him.
Okay. And so why were you trying to get hold of him?
Yeah, I was trying to relay that information I got from the source to him, so that he can take appropriate steps, for example, to request for the threat risk assessment for the members and also ensure that they get proper protection.
Okay, I don't really recall your evidence as to whether you dealt with whether you eventually got hold of him.
Yeah, I think the phone rang for some seconds. I can't remember if he said he was in a meeting and we couldn't talk. And I thought he would come back to me. And then it didn't happen that he came back to me. Then I went to the person responsible for organized crime.
And who was that?
Brigadier Guashu.
Okay, so you never had a conversation with General Mbuso Kumalo about the threats that you were aware of on
No.
the investigators?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Now, your role as the component head, I'm not entirely sure what it entailed because you said that you weren't involved directly in investigations at that point. Correct?
Yes.
So it's more supervisory.
Yes.
And somewhere in your witness statement, you refer to it as ongoing interaction with intelligence structures. Would that be like crime intelligence?
That's correct.
And you also referred, if you go to file 1, which is your statement, page 14, at paragraph, I think it's 35.
I'm there.
Okay. There you say my involvement in matters referenced paragraph 35 before the Commission must be understood within the context of long-standing operational policing responsibilities, lawful engagement with investigative source, and then command oversight of complex investigations. Are you referring there to your role as the component head? So we must consider your evidence and your role before the Commission in light of your role as the component head and what it is that you were doing at the time?
It's paragraph 112.
No, 35. Page 14, paragraph 35.
Yeah, we know this. I'm there, ma'am.
Yes, so paragraph 35 is where, in the previous paragraphs, you were dealing with your role as a component head, etc. And then you say, when we are looking at your involvement in the matters referenced before the Commission, it must be understood with the context. So are you referring to the context of your role as the component head at the time?
That's correct.
Okay. And at paragraph 33, you speak about your engagements with intelligence reports and registered sources.
Yes.
I just want to understand what you meant by intelligence reports. Is that internal or is it something that comes from outside to you?
No, from the Division Detective Service, we don't have intelligence. The intelligence is a division on itself. So as I was indicating, on a monthly basis, the crime intelligence will develop the crime threat analysis, where they are indicating more especially for our side as organized crime, but they are doing it holistically to all the environments for crime prevention, to see what crime is happening where and what type of commodities are being taken and suspects which were previously arrested, and modus operandi indicates it can be similar syndicates and what type of syndicate we are having. That will come to us to say they have identified a criminal grouping in a certain area, and then that is where during the knocks I will then ask the province to say, based on this, your threats in your province is this and that, but the projects you have registered are dealing with this. They actually are not addressing your threat at your responsible provinces. And then, okay, this one and this one is identified. That is where were needed to do the profiling to check if ever these people are not wanted and what is the status of their cases. Those which were withdrawn, does they have a potential of being resuscitated and what is outstanding? Sometimes you will find out some case, because of delay in receiving forensic reports, they just close it, instead that they were not supposed to close it, because when they receive it, it must still continue. But you find out they are closed and withdrawn as such. Then the intelligence reports, which I'm talking about, it in that regard, on quarterly basis, we are having the knocks with all the provinces, and crime intelligence will present to us those intelligence relating to, unless it is imminent, it's somebody whom we need to address because there is new cases which have happened and they have identified through sources and intelligence that these people, there is tangible evidence which we can now, or empirical evidence which we can now say there is a prima facie case for us to go and arrest them.
Okay. I think I understand that. So on the 16th of May 2024, when you have the meeting with the, I'm going to refer to them as the SWAT investigators, the SWAT murder investigators, that meeting was, you had called that meeting, but there was also another meeting that you were already going to have with, was it Colonel Mokoena, on the Murray murders?
That one I was supposed to have with Brigadier, and the Brigadier was absent from office. And Colonel Mokoena is one who works under, I can say, second in charge for that matter. Then he phoned on the 14th to say, I won't be available. The members are going to come alone to brief you. I think there was Mr. Kyle Cohen from News 24 who was representing the family and a lawyer. On monthly basis, they will come, we give them progress report, and I check if they have done any progress or what we advised previously to say this and that need to happen, it has been done. So they were supposed to be there 11 o'clock. And then Colonel Mokoena happened to be having engagement at Kempton Park Court with the senior public prosecutor, so he couldn't come. The 3 warrant officers and the sergeant came, and Mr. Cohen also came, and then we had the meeting. It ended around past 12 to 1, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so these are routine meetings that you have as the component head where you, in the Murray murders instance, you did it because there was a complaint by the family that there wasn't progress or something to that effect?
Yes, the complaint was sent to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner. Then the Deputy National Commissioner reined me in with the team and the brigadier and the family representative and whatever, because there was a feud also between some of the family and the investigators. Then we sat down, I was briefed about the case, I gave directives, and we agreed that we give them chance to investigate for 3 weeks, and after every 3 weeks, we will meet in my office to give feedback.
Okay, when you say Deputy National Commissioner, you're referring to General Sabia?
That is correct.
Because there is more than one Deputy National Commissioner.
Yeah, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection.
Okay, thank you. So that was the Murray murder investigations.
That's correct.
The SWAT murder investigations, the need for that meeting arose because of information you had received from a source.
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that, you were not involved in the investigation.
No, I was not involved, and I was not informed either. I didn't know about it.
Okay. And at the time that you get the information from the source, I understand you then spoke, you wanted to try and get hold of General Mbuso Kumalo to tell him, and then you also called Brigadier Hopani. Did you tell her about the intelligence that you had received from the source?
Yeah, we discussed a little to say I've got information about a threat against him. Your investigators investigating a case of murder whereby a white person was killed. I didn't know, I didn't have the details. And 3 suspects were arrested. One of the suspects is a police officer. I didn't have the details either of that. And you didn't inform me. She indicated, no, I thought I put it on the WhatsApp because we're having a WhatsApp group where they are reporting so that we can know. The reason for that is so that when there is a media inquiry from head office, from the minister or whatever, then the DIFCOM will ask me as the component head to say, they said, your team is investigating this, what is happening, so that we may be able to account in that particular time. So hence I was asking. So when I told her about the threat and that there is intended bribery, she told me that no, about this case, there was a drama in court, and I had to send my TRT, the TRT and my tracking team to go and assist in transporting the members. But we ended there to say, no, I must speak to Colonel Mukwena because those members resort under him, and he will know better about it, and he was, by the way, not available.
Yes, I recall that. And then you then called Colonel Mokwena and you met somewhere to discuss the matter. I think you said at 7 o'clock. Was it that same evening that you received the information from the source?
That is correct.
And what day would that have been? The 14th?
The 14th.
Okay. So the 14th of May was when the source gave you the information?
Yes.
Okay. And you then met with Colonel Mokwena?
Yeah, I phoned Colonel Mokwena and he indicated he was somewhere in Pretoria attending court and he's en route back home to Westland. And I said, okay, I'm also about to leave the office because it was around 5 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I'm also staying in the West End. I said we can meet somewhere along the way. And then we agreed to meet at a garage called Uncle Harry's. There's a restaurant there.
Yes, I recall that. I just want to establish who it is that you spoke to about the information that you got from the source. So you didn't get to speak to General Mbuso Kumalo about it,
No.
but you intended to tell him about it. You spoke to Brigadier Hopani, but you only informed her about the intended bribery or the attempted bribery and about the threats.
Yes.
None of the information about it being contract killers or anything like that.
No.
Yes. That wasn't your
I can't
evidence,
remember
yes.
if I went into detail to tell her the people arrested are contract killers, but I remember the person I relayed that information was the colonel.
Yes, you told Colonel Mokwena.
Yeah, the colonel and the members, yes.
Okay. Now, why did you have to meet with Colonel Mokwena? Why didn't you just inform him over the phone like you intended to do, like you did with Brigadier Hopani and intended to do with General Mbuso Kumalo?
Yeah, not necessarily I was going to tell them telephonically. I told the brigadier that I would have liked her to come on that meeting of the 16th with that particular team so that after this other meeting we can discuss that one. That was my proposition to her. So not necessarily I wanted to tell her on the phone or to tell General Kumalo. For General Kumalo, it was about to notify him and probably have a meeting with his people and the people of CI. Because my experience in this thing is when you want a threat risk assessment to be done, More especially, it was concerning the province. The province has got a provincial head of crime intelligence, who is a general, and they've got legs where there's brigadiers who maybe is in charge of counter. What you do, you write an application. Sometimes the application must be signed by the GPC or approved by the PC. It goes to the general. And then in the meantime, if it's urgent, already the general or crime intelligence will have sent the operatives to go and do the risk assessment on itself. Because sometimes the security needed is imminent. And that is what I emphasize, that even before that can happen, the better you put some sort of security around them, not working alone or going to fetch these people alone and so forth. Because remember, what I got was information which needed to be confirmed.
Yes, we'll get to that. And so when you speak to Colonel Mokoena, he then tells you, yes, there was an incident that happened at court. Or is that Brigadier Gopane?
It was Brigadier Gopane.
And you were already told at that point that the detectives have been given some form of security in light of that.
To take the people from court to the correctional center.
Yes, but you were suggesting that there must be something more now in light of the information that you had received.
Yes, I think it deserves to have a threat risk assessment whereby the whole information will be investigated to verify if it is true, and those other allegations of people who need to be investigated, and inquiry will be opened based on the threat assessment, and then other investigated, allocated. That was my take, because I said it's not objective that you, person involved, the threat is against you by these people, you investigate that particular person. Sometimes you meet with them, then you don't know how will you behave and what will happen. And again, certain evidence you gather, it will be questioned to say, actually, you wanted to make them to see it to be like that, because I know I was involved in many of these.
Okay, thanks, General. So I just wanted to understand your evidence insofar as what it is that you did before the 16 May meeting, and we'll get to that meeting. I just want to deal with some of the things that you address regarding infiltration and your personal experience. You mentioned on page 21 of your statement, at paragraph 59, it actually starts at paragraph 58. You recall the Maswangani murder, where you said that you were the lead investigator.
I'm there at page 29.
Page 21.
21. I'm there.
You had given evidence about your experience as the lead investigator in the Maswangani murder. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And there you had given evidence about how the registered source there was one of the people that actually ended up being arrested and convicted in respect of the very crime that you were investigating.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also a police officer that was arrested.
That's correct.
In that matter, were the hit orderers ever arrested?
No.
Okay, and is it still an ongoing investigation?
Yes, we know where it is told is the people who were linked to be maybe the orchestrators or the handlers. They were now somewhere in Nigeria, and through our police attaché we tried. And in that particular time, we could manage to get the address through BlackBerry in Dubai, because his phone which he was using was a BlackBerry. and you can't delete the BlackBerry profile. So I didn't remove his number from my number. I could see now he's got this new profile saying Queen of Africa, and then we followed up and we found out there is a number using it. But unfortunately, it was our own MTN, recurring people with one address, and it's mostly rural. We couldn't get anywhere.
So the short answer is no.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we finished the case at the High Court by sentencing those 4 out of 6. We sentenced 4. One became 105. The other 3 were sentenced for life, and the other 2 matter were withdrawn against them.
Okay. In that matter, you talk about how you had to go into a safe house due to the threats that had been that you had received.
That's correct. After threat analysis, and then they give the level of threat, and the only thing we saw fit, which will preserve us and preserve our information and everything, is a safe house. Because
Yes.
when you will be staying there together, including your crime intelligence, including your combat people who will be guarding you, going out with you when doing investigation, because you will still continue doing investigation, and it minimizes people compromising information, because the counter will be following you, because when I want to see who's following you, I must follow you. And crime intelligence we're using was from outside Gauteng, was from Free State, because of that reason.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have to take that one so that we can be protected, and we know we are one thing, we belong to. And the reporting lines, it became shorter because it becomes a project. Only a project manager on need-to-know basis can go and report, because after reporting to senior manager, you found the defense knows about what we discussed behind closed doors at the court.
Yes, you did give evidence about that. And in that matter, were you ever offered a bribe by anyone that was involved in the murder?
Offered a bribe.
Yes.
Actually, there was attempt through other people, and they couldn't reach us because we were so close, and there were people hired to come and eliminate us. And because we formed another team to counter the threat, and those people were arrested, and only to find there were police officers also, those people, but matter was, due to insufficient evidence, was end up being withdrawn.
General, I was just asking whether you had been offered a bribe in that matter, whether you had been subjected to an attempt to bribe you, because of course we're talking about you using this as an example to show infiltration and how officers can be compromised. I'm just trying to establish, you speak about the safe house, you speak about the threats. So I'm not suggesting that you were, I'm just asking, were you, as the lead investigator, was there an attempt to bribe you?
No, I was not offered personally, but there is a case which I cited of a prosecutor where a police officer is still under witness protection for the past 4 years, where he was offered a bribe of 100,000, and the prosecutor and those other police were arrested, or other people. Mine was not a serious one, was a robbery case where I was offered a bribe, and I ended up arresting that person. It was not this one.
Okay, thank you, General. Now I want to also, just to place it on record, you also deal with an instance on page 23 of your statement at paragraph 67, where public procurement plays a role in financing the criminal syndicates that attempt or infiltrate, try to infiltrate the criminal justice system, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to explore with you ways in which, and I'm going to call the person, let's say, a compromised officer, police officer. The ways in which a compromised officer would go about trying to influence an investigating officer who's investigating a crime. So you could have a situation where the compromised officer could inquire from the IO about a case that has nothing to do with the compromised officer. He shows a particular interest in the matter that he's not involved in. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And then you can have a situation where the officer, they may already have a relationship of trust, and he shows concern for their safety, for the IO safety, and says to them, you must watch out for yourself. Do you agree with me? That could be a way of trying to endear themselves to the investigating officer.
I agree with the first one.
Which one is that?
The one that you come near the investigators and try to make as if you are assisting or trying to know what is happening. But the second one that you try to assist them to stay safe.
No, General, let me interrupt you because you are preempting what I'm going to ask you at the end. I'm not there. I'm exploring with you ways in which that can happen. And maybe if I can ask you to put on your detective cap.
Yes.
And not your General Shabiri before the commission cap for this exercise, okay? And as somebody that has been exposed to this, I'm not trying to trick you, I promise you, I'm not. What I want to establish from you is ways in which a compromised officer can endear themselves to an investigating officer in order to influence that investigating officer to compromise an investigation. Now I'm asking you, is it a possibility that a compromised officer would go to an investigating officer and say, sure, I heard that there are guys that are after you, you must be careful. In fact, I think go and get a threat and risk assessment because this thing is dangerous. Like, how's it going? What's happening with the investigation? Showing a concern for safety, but also trying to endear themselves to get information from them at a later stage. Are you saying that that could never happen? It's not a possibility?
I never experienced such a thing. Where I've experienced is they will try to work with the person, either to lure him to meet with the perpetrators, to befriend them in order for them to be captured or to be compromised. But that one, I never met it because I don't think it is an easy one. Unless the one I have seen is when they were going to be hit on the police, and this other one will be with them. But automatically it was already cultivated there. And when the hit happens, he will be the only one who is not harmed, and the others been harmed. But the scenario you are giving, I never experienced it, and I'm not saying it is not possible, but I never experienced that, and it is rare.
Okay. Could you have a situation where the compromised officer tests whether the investigating officer is susceptible to a bribe by saying, I heard that there is a bribe out there if you are willing to not oppose bail or if you are willing to hide evidence? You've heard of a situation like that?
That happens if they know each other. That might happen if they know each other. But when they don't know each other, I don't see it being easy to happen, because how do you start from a person you don't know?
Yes, well, wouldn't a bribe, you would have it in two situations, potentially even more. There is the overt way of doing it. If you know the person, you trust the person, you know the person to already be somebody that is susceptible, so you'll say to them, listen, so-and-so told me that there's 10,000 Rand available for you if you just lose the docket. Yeah. That is direct.
Yeah, it's direct, it's not overt. Overt meaning you must go to a person and then gain trust first.
Yes.
And thereafter you can propose to say, hey, these guys, I met these guys, you remember that case, and then these guys, they are indicating this and that. And then that might happen.
Yes, and then you can have where it's indirect, like isn't that covert, a covert operation, where you endear yourself with the person, show interest in their safety, show interest in what's happening with them, and then at some point say, there's an informer that told me that there's a bribe available?
I never experienced that one because I don't know how will it carry out, because obviously if you involve yourself in that manner, meaning you'll be prepared to go all the way to assist and then work with them daily or whatever and provide more information relating to the matter. So that happened prior to any other crime happens. In most instances, the people who will be sent will be the people who will be easy for that person to interact with, in terms of they won't be exposed easy and their motive cannot be seen easier. For example, if a prosecutor approaches and said, hey, in this case there is this and that and that and that, I think there's no enough evidence or whatsoever, we can do this and that and that, and these guys are offering this. But also it's a risk because you don't know the type of a person you are dealing with. Because I believe majority of police officers are not corrupt out there, and they are doing their level best. And I don't see that being so easy. But it never happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen in another world where I don't know. Maybe it happened.
General, just as a concept, isn't what Ms. Sigal Ngube describing what you would call cultivation or cultivating?
Yeah.
Because she put a scenario where somebody befriends, and in time it develops into a conversation about corrupt conduct. I thought that's what you described as cultivating.
Yeah, I tried to describe previously to say what is cultivation, taking it from our side when you cultivate an agent. So meaning you will send somebody to go and befriend these people, work with these people, they gain trust on you, and then for future use or for planned things which are still coming or for the exact thing which is happening, and then on the later stage, you can be in the able position to propose something to them. So the cultivation is about that, sending somebody in, and then that person works with the people, goes out with the people, gain trust from those people. Later on, when he proposes something, it won't be seen as something sinister or questionable. So that is how we do when we want to penetrate. We first do the cultivation to infiltrate, be within, go with them. We do that mostly when we use agents, so to say, because even in that case of Maswanganye, the people who were supposed to eliminate us, some were sent to work with us.
Well, sorry, I mean, it's not my conversation. It's just that with this new explanation, then you make me question my understanding of your evidence yesterday. When you first testified, and it was under the heading, the nature, extent, and consequence of infiltration and influence, in your statement, and at paragraph 70, you were listing the different ways in which syndicates, infiltration, in fact, you were describing how infiltration of the police happens, and then at 79, you then list the different ways that crime syndicates influence law enforcement, and one of them was recruitment or cultivation. And then I asked you, what is cultivation? And you said befriending police to corrupt them. So I was saying, I understand Ms. Sigal Ngube to be putting that kind of scenario to you, that someone can make an approach that looks completely innocent to the police, including a colleague, to and in time elevate that discussion that started off innocently to even a statement like, oh, I understand there are bribes that are available, without saying I'm offering you a bribe or somebody's offering you a bribe, but just saying, oh, I understand, just to suss them out, to sound them out, whether they would be amenable to particular conduct.
Yeah, the simplest one I can say in cultivation, in Uarchambo Airport and Kempton Park, we had a similar thing whereby the Nigerian will propose to the new constables and then and cultivate them to those people who are investigating the narcotics so that they have information firsthand of what is happening inside and so forth. So hence I was just trying to indicate is by recruitment of members inside, or you send members from outside to be within the inside as individual members, and it is not happening like as a whole capture of the whole police. So it happens in all the environment, but including at uniform and whatsoever. So that is what I was trying to explain.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. Can we go then to see what happened on the 16th of May 2024 during your meeting with the investigators?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is on page 55, file 1. And it starts at paragraph 174.
This is file 1. I'm 55. I'm there.
General, at 174, you set out about meeting with the investigators, which were 3 investigators. It was witness A, B, and Sergeant Ndlela, correct?
Yes.
And you then informed them about the information you had received from the source. Now, at 174, you say, I informed them that the accused were considered dangerous contract killers and that there were alleged attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, and or the magistrate. Now, you speak about alleged attempts to bribe. I just want to understand, alleged attempts, were there attempts to bribe, or are there allegations that there may be, because alleged seems to say might be, you're not certain.
Yes, I used these words interchangingly because the information was, remember, the attorney is already given a bag full of money, who must approach the investigators. If he fails, the prosecutors or the magistrate, because that is how disparate they showed that they want these people out on bail. So, not knowing why must they go on bail, because even if they are on bail, the case remains. And the case remains. So, hence I used that, but it was an allegation from a source that already a lawyer is given a bag full of money. And I think I mentioned also the name of the lawyer, which was mentioned to me.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Now, can we go to RS10, which is in the annexure bundle, which is file 2, and it is on page 50, 50.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll recall that this is the statement of Sergeant Ndlela that you had provided as an annexure to your statement,
Yes,
which is the written statement that was, I think it's the 7th of July, 2025, right? That's
Yeah.
the one you were referring to. In paragraph 4, he deals with the meeting, and he says, on our arrival at General's office, he informed us on how sensitive and dangerous is this case and how connected are the suspects. He further informed us that he got the information that the suspects are planning to bring a bag full of money for us so that they can be freed, failing which a hit is coming for us.
I said,
Do you confirm his recollection of what you said to them?
he wrote it is in your own words, but it's not how I said it.
Okay, you didn't mention a bag full of money.
I did.
Okay, so where's the difference?
The difference is where it says the heat is coming for you.
Okay, there wasn't, are you saying that you didn't tell them about a hit?
No, I'm saying how it is phrased. It's different to how I said it.
Okay, what do you recall how you said it?
I said there will be a bribe brought to you, and consequently, when you don't take the bribe, there will be a threat to you because these people are hitmen. And even if you take the money, still there will be still a threat against you because the case won't be gone away. Unless, as we know, if they are given bail, they are going to be taken out to the same people. So hence I said the solution is you endure this, then we have a threat analysis. If possible, you work from the safe house under protection. That is how you can win this thing. And the team, they said there were 3, there were 5, 2 are gone. I said you are less. You need to get more, those who can deal with the threat because you can't investigate the threat. Investigate the murder because according to the informant, this murder will come with more cases, will link with other cases, and you may not receive further cases. You concentrate on this because it's going to be a major investigation. So that is what I said. So the only thing, but it means the same thing that they will be hit, the threat is coming, but it's how it is phrased.
Okay.
Yes.
And then if we can go to file 1, divider 3, which is your short supplementary statement. There's an annexure that you provided there, which is RS 12. Are you file 1, yeah? General file 1. I think you could be in file 2. File 1 is your statement file.
I'm there, ma'am.
Are you at RS 12 on page 7?
Yes, I'm there.
This is also a statement that you provided the commission, which is an unsigned document that you said Sergeant Ndlela gave to you, and he said that this was a pre-prepared statement that was given to him, and that this statement had to be consistent with witness A's statement, the people that gave it to him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He also, in this statement, I'm just dealing with it because this is what you had provided to the commission. At paragraph 3, he speaks about the meeting as well. On the following day, Thursday, 16 May 2024, we then proceeded to the SAP's head office, to the office of General Shabiri, where upon arrival, General Shabiri asked us if we were aware of the sensitiveness of the case that we are investigating. We then indicated that we were not that aware of the sensitiveness. General Shabiri then informed us that the case was very sensitive, and further, that the people who are linked to the suspects, they want to give us a bag of money, and that if we do not take that money, those people will kill us. See
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Now, you don't quibble with that part, even though it is part of the pre-prepared statement of Sergeant Ndlela?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we go to witness A's account of that, which is, if you go to,
Sorry, before you do that, what is the difference between the document you've just shown us, which is unsigned, and CJC 89, which appears to be the signed version of that same document?
yes, we're getting.
We're gonna get there. Okay.
Yes. This is, let me just deal with that first then, Commissioner. Go to General File 4, CJC 89. It starts on page 1.
It's on page 1. It's 86. It's file 3. File 4.
File 4.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the signed statement of Sergeant Ndlela, which is dated the 8th of July 2025, which is the statement that you say the commission, it is very convenient that we only disclose this version of the affidavit after you disclose the handwritten version on the 7th of July statement. Do you recall that in your supplementary statement?
Yes.
And I think you take issue with this because the suggestion is that it was pre-prepared for Sergeant Ndlela by members that you say are not friendly with you.
Yeah, not really, not friendly. It was made by those who are investigating and brought it to him to sign and indicated it must be similar to that one of witness A.
Okay.
So that's my qualm, to say a statement is prepared to you, whereas you have your own statement, and then they could have said, we will make a supplementary to where you didn't indicate certain things after interviewing the person. Not me as an investigator coming with a document and say, this is a statement, sign it, it must be similar of that of a certain member who you worked with. So I feel it is influencing the outcome of the statement or of the investigation.
But insofar as the contents, insofar as it relates to you speaking to them about a bag full of money, you don't take issue with what he says about how that conversation, that part of the conversation occurred. In paragraph 3, where he says, General Shabiri then informed us that the case was very sensitive and further that the people who are linked to the suspects, they want to give us a bag of money and that if we don't take that money, these people will kill us.
I've already answered on that to say the phrasing is not what I said.
Yes, but you don't take issue with how he records what
how
happened.
He wrote it, no,
Yes.
I don't have issue.
Okay. Now, you take issue with the statement for other reasons, and we'll get to that
Yes,
later.
yes.
Can we then go to witness A's statement where he deals with this?
Where is it?
And that will be file 3. And file 3, it is item 83. And I want to deal with page 347. 247, my apologies.
I am at 247.
At paragraph 39.
Yes.
In the middle of that paragraph, he says, he also said that the arrested suspects and their people will do anything to get bail. He then said that there are 3 envelopes flying around, one for the investigating officer, one for the prosecutor, and one for the magistrate. By envelopes, he meant money. What do you take issue with insofar as witness A's recordal of what you said?
Yeah, the big theme, flying envelopes, which I never uttered.
What do you use, the flying around part?
Yeah, that is the thing I never uttered. I talked about a bag full of money given to an attorney who must bribe the investigator or the magistrate or the prosecutor.
Okay, but it really boils down to the same thing. You discussed with them the existence or possible existence of a bribe.
Yeah, you can say so. Me and you can understand the brown envelope to be money. But people, as the sentiments here was about people listening there, it's like I was having envelopes flying around or I have to do something with those envelopes and so forth. So that is what it was said, that the envelopes are flying around. And when they were asked, what does that mean? They thought it was inducement for me to say, no, bring the envelopes or they will take the envelopes.
Okay. I just want to place on record witness B's version. We don't have to go there. But hers is item 84 of that same bundle, page 288, paragraph 35. And she also refers to it as page 288 of that same bundle.
88.
Paragraph 35.
Oh, yes.
And then if you look at, she says, he explained that the case was sensitive and further that there were 3 envelopes that were available. And he hinted that the implication for refusal would be dangerous for us. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement and in your evidence, you said that you expressly cautioned them not to accept the bribe.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, none of them say that. None of them say that you cautioned them not to take the bribe. Even Sergeant Ndlela, who you hang your hat on, he doesn't say that either. So there it's 3 against 1. Insofar as whether you actually expressly cautioned them not to take the bribe.
Yes.
Are you sure that you cautioned them not to take the bribe? Expressly.
Very much sure. Very much sure in the sense that I even indicated, even if you were to take the bribe, if the source knows, other people knows, and it won't take the threat away because the case will still be remaining there. Because also, before we discussed this, we discussed the docket, and I could see there is a prima facie case. The only thing I have noticed that it was not shown to have been done was 2 things. Was the touch DNA fingerprints on the exhibits which were found, the vehicle itself, the firearms itself, and the cartridges, which I advised it must be done. Then I asked, is the firearms and everything taken? They indicated yes, it's already delivered. So they had something to go on for bail application to oppose. That is the first thing. And then the reason I wanted them to be there in my office was to explain to them face to face and relay to them my experience, encourage them that it is doable, and I know it is painful to leave your family and go and stay somewhere.
Yeah, General, we'll get to that aspect.
Yes.
I just want to deal with the bribery aspect for now. You say that you expressly cautioned them, which means that you actually said to them, don't take the bribe.
Yes.
Okay. Now it seems none of them, like I said to you, none of them say that you said that. But it seems an odd thing to put to 3 police officers for you to say don't take the bribe. Shouldn't it be the default position that they shouldn't take the bribe, so their head shouldn't be telling them not to take the bribe? Why would you need to expressly tell them that?
I agree. I indicated I didn't tell them that. Number 2, I agree with you that it can be odd that the same people say one thing. But if ever you are influenced in another way for certain purposes, then they will say the same thing. But I'm saying these commissioners because why? Number 1, the person who came with the information, the people doing threat analysis, were supposed to come to the person and get the statement and probably get, if the informer wants to meet, I could have handed over that particular informer because I had the telephone numbers. So that didn't happen. And then the next thing, this happens. And I was so happy that when I follow up, whatever I have guided on, it happened. They went to the safe house and this is happening. And in the same statement of Ndlela, and also A, they also indicate underneath to say, my concern was their security. Although maybe their understanding in what they have written that the probabilities or when you are not taking the bribe, threat can come in terms of a threat to your livelihood will come. And also, in order to counter this, we need to do 1, 2, 3. So I don't deny saying how these people operate and how I think the threat will come about. And I even further to indicate...
General, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I agree with you. Everyone, all of them say that you were the one that suggested that they get the threat and risk assessment. I'm not there. I'm on the issue of the bribery. Now, I'm saying to you, it seems odd to me that you would expressly say to 3 police officers, don't take the bribe. You say you did tell them not to take the bribe. There's no recordal from any of them that you said that. And I want to put this proposition to you. You are saying that now because you were operating in the gray area. We don't have a version from Sergeant Ndlela on this, but certainly Witness A and Witness B left that meeting very confused about your motives because you were operating in the gray area, because you weren't express about the bribe. You were suggesting to them that there is something available if they were susceptible to it. That is what they understood. And so you are now saying that you say expressly don't take the bribe to take away the gray area, to put yourself on the white side, but you were operating in the gray area, General. That is what they say, and that is why they were confused about what your motives were. On the one hand, you're telling them about the bribe. On the other hand, you're suggesting to them that there must be a threat and risk assessment, and you are also assisting them with trying to fast-track the forensics.
Yeah. I don't know where they are indicating that they insinuate that I wanted them to take the bribe, except where they are indicating that if they don't take the bribe, these people are going to kill them.
Let me take you to it, but finish what you want to say.
Yeah, and again, on top of that, on top of that, if they are insinuating, they came there, they left there confused. I explained what should happen and what is going to happen. I explained to say, already I told Colonel Mkwena to request for the threat analysis. And then inquiry will be opened to do the investigation on the threat. And then they will get protection. So that is what I explained to them there. So I don't know where was the frustration And how should I have explained this? And on top of that, I followed up to find out if the threat risk is being done with the brigadier, and who told me, as we speak, General, I'm with Brigadier Ntuli, assisting me in drafting that. So I don't see how do they have frustration unless intentionally they want to be frustrated or somebody want them frustrated.
You don't see how they could be confused by somebody saying to them, let's do a threat and risk assessment because these people are dangerous, and on the other hand saying to them, there's a bribe available.
No, if you talk about bribe, as police officers from organized crime, they will be on the know. And I told them the person who is coming, and then who will be possibly coming, so that they know. And then from there, entrapment can be made to arrest such person. Inquiry will be opened in the meantime for awaiting for such time when that person comes. So if you alert person that the bribe will come and this is the person who will be bringing, and obviously when he comes, you will try to talk to them and they can indicate, let's meet somewhere, and then arrange with crime intelligence or their bosses, and then we do entrapment there. So it cannot be that I want them to take the money because I'm informing them of even the name of the person who supposedly will come, and then so that they know. You
General,
understand?
I'm not saying that you told them to take the money. I'm saying it is a gray area for them as the investigators. That is what I'm saying to you. You are not expressly saying take the bribe. You are saying to them there is a bribe available. That is what I'm saying to you.
No.
Now you say you were looking at the possibility of entrapment. Wouldn't you have engaged one of them to say perhaps then in order to entrap this person, one of you should actually indicate a preference to take the bribe?
No, I won't influence that because the procedure is what I'm telling you. I said alleged and attempt, and you asked me about that. And I explained about the inquiry to be opened. I spoken to their seniors also if I think they will say they don't know. They were brought to organized crime because they were nominated from where, because they know they can deal with that. And this thing of entrapment, we deals with it on daily basis. And for me, I took it, they understood. For example, when I say inquiry will be opened, immediately when the crime intelligence is given that, because there must be a crime intelligence leading in following up the information and so forth. And the investigators which are indicated, they must be appointed to deal with the threat. They will be working with those. And when they are approached, they were supposed to have their own meeting. It's not the first time we've dealt with it like that. I dealt with it like that when I was in Gauteng. When a member of organized crime, whilst I was acting, not at organized crime, with the gang-related issues, happened to the member. So it's not a thing which they don't know, unless you were saying I'm talking to somebody from the police station.
Okay. Now, we'll go to how they felt about that meeting. But you, when you have that meeting with them, you don't tell them the information is from a source. Did you tell them it's from a source?
Exactly. That is what I said. I got information from the source. And the source indicated that these people who are arrested are dangerous and are contract killers by profession. This is what they do. And they were working previously to the late Mswazi. That is what I said to them. So now, what was supposed to come is, because it's no more where are they working, that is what we're supposed to be finding out. Who is the current handler or person sent them there and whatsoever.
Okay.
So that is what I have informed them. To say I got it from the source who allegedly knows them, probably worked with them previously, and that time we all knew that the old man is no more. We don't know who went where and what, but that was the situation. That was the situation I explained. And because, let me finish this one before I forget. That is why when I was talking to Mukwena, I couldn't understand him when he said the person who was killed at a factory. I said, but the information I got is the hitman. Hitman at a factory, at a white man, I thought it might be a robbery. That is when he phoned the investigating officer to explain. And the investigating officer is B. That is when B was not comfortable talking on the phone, said, no, we'll come to your office and brief you. And the arrangement was made.
General, did you tell them the identity of the source?
It doesn't happen.
Well, you said you told them that it's somebody that they know.
No, I said it's somebody who knows the suspect, who also worked there by Muswazi. I never said it's somebody they know. The people I told them the names, which I thought they might know, is that one which I was told by the source to say there is a Zungu from Tom's, there is a Johnny from JMPD, an unknown lady from Johannesburg. Because they were there at court, I thought they might have seen them and know them and confirm the information to me. Because that is the names which the source indicated those people were there observing also in court, seemingly working with the accused persons or the handlers. So that is what I explained to them.
Okay, who did you disclose the identity of the source to?
Nobody.
So none of the investigators know who the source is?
It doesn't happen. It's a protocol. It doesn't happen. I can't identify to them. I could have identified, as I said, to the crime intelligence person who was doing the risk assessment. Because your informer is your informer. You cannot tell everybody. Tomorrow is killed. You don't know who you are telling. Even the same members whom I'm telling, I'm not sure if some of them they are related with or they know each other with the people I'm talking about. But I was giving them information so that they know where they are and to prepare better and whatsoever. I even said, you see, if they give you a protection from home to work, it's not a protection because your family will become vulnerable and they will be known and sometimes you will be off alone. So hence I also suggested the issue of the safe house because it worked before for us. And also, if they can't come near to me, they will come near to my children. And I guess they are having smaller children also where they are. I don't know, because I don't know them. I used to see them. But when I met with them physically, I will ask, are you fine? Why do I see you alone? Why do I see you walking like this without any, but they don't talk about those things that I ask them regularly when I meet. And even when we speak on the phone, always I will say, stay safe. I know it's difficult, but you need to stay there until, it won't take long until the case is finished.
So were you intending on telling General Mbuso Kumalo who the source is, the identity of the source?
No.
So there was never an intention to disclose the identity of the source?
No, a source is known to the handler and the co-handler. The only person, if the source agrees, whom I was going to hand over to be the handler, if he agrees, their sources are different. Some they want to give you information and stay away. Some they want to give you information and be registered and work with you and be paid. Some they will call anonymous 10111 and then they will forward it to you because they know you, that you act when they give you this kind of thing. So a source, even only the commander will know because he inspects the file quarterly. But also himself, he does not need to know the source because you are endangering people's life. Is these people, they take their life in order to assist you in dealing with criminals. So it's not something which you just share and say, hey boss, this is my source. Hey, I found it. You won't have a source anymore. Then you will have a dead source.
General, can I just ask to understand? You understand your evidence, or I think I heard you to say that crime intelligence was supposed to conduct a risk assessment,
Yes.
right? Would you have disclosed the particulars of the source to crime intelligence or whoever is doing the risk assessment? I think that's what Ms.
Yes.
Sigalsngube is trying to establish with you.
It's yes and no. It depends of the source. You can ask General Kalakala, you can ask Brigadier Ntuli, you can ask Colonel Herbert at Crime Intelligence Joburg. There is many, Lieutenant Colonel Khwadi, there is many times where I handed over the sources because the sources wanted to work with those people. They didn't have a problem. So there are those who will say no. So that is why I'm saying yes or no. But if they approach me, I talk to the person to say, here's the people who I need to work with them going forward. Or he decide to say, no, I gave you everything what you want. I don't want to be involved. And then we leave him like that. But if he is willing to work with them, then I will. And also, I asked you, can we meet? Maybe I register. No, he said, no, I'm fine. I'm giving you information. What I managed to do is to take down the number which he gave me and the name. So that is what I have done. But if they came to me, we could have talked about that and whatsoever. Sometimes I phone them direct. I even ask the members to say, who is the IO you are working with? They told me it's Colonel Herbert. I even told them, Colonel Herbert, I work a lot with him. So go and relay the information to him. I was expecting even him to phone me and say, I got this information because it's urgent, you need to work on it. But they don't write there. That I even told them, asked them who is the person under CI working with them. But I was happy that I told the commander, and the commander is doing something in terms of applying for threat risk assessment, and they know. And they promise the protection is going to be given, and it was given previous. That is what was important for me.
Thank you, General.
At this point, let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, there was an issue that arose earlier this morning as regards the General's credit card statements of September 2024. We have provided a copy of the statement to General and his legal representatives. General, can you confirm that you have the statement in front of you?
That's correct.
General, you'll recall in your interaction with the chair, you mentioned that if regard is had to your credit card statement of September, there would be a transaction of 17,000 for the purchase.
I think the general said 14,000.
14,000
Yes.
for the purchase of beverages. So can you confirm that this is the account in question you were referring to? You said the
that's
credit
correct.
card linked to your ABSA account.
That is correct.
And General, if you look at those transactions, so it's just the second page of it, you'll note there that there isn't a transaction like the one that you described. Can you see that?
Yes.
And do you have an explanation?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yeah, after receipt of the slip, I phoned home to establish if ever I used my wife or did I use, and then I end up phoning my brother-in-law who was accompanying me when we went to Zanini to Metro to buy. I said Metro, but he corrected me to Ultra Liquor. And he indicated, no, we didn't use a card, we used the cash, which was contribution from my brothers and everybody who was there to go and buy the cold drinks and beers of that value. So again, I apologize to have indicated that I used my credit card because I solely believed that I used one of my cards.
That's a third version on the same point. You started by saying you used your ABSA check account, you needed money for the Thanksgiving. When it was pointed out to you that the check account statement does not show that transaction, you then said, oh no, it's in the linked credit card. And the commission went through the effort of obtaining your credit card statement. Now you are confronted with that statement, you're changing your version again. You're now saying it was cash contributions from members of the family. But it goes back to the same point. You did not need the money in your check account for the Thanksgiving. So that money was all available to you to be used to repair the vehicle, because that's where Chair started this morning. Want to comment?
No, no comment.
Thank you. General, we can go back to our topic. I want to just ask you again, insofar as the source is concerned, whose information you relate to the investigators. Now, you say you didn't disclose the identity of the source to anyone, and even till today you haven't done so. What did you do about the information that the source gave you? Not the issue about the safety of the officers, but about the information related to attempting to influence the investigation itself. What did you do with that information that the source gave you?
Number one, I informed the commander. Number two, I informed the investigating officers concerned. And 3, I requested that the commander conduct the TRA and provide security to the members. And that inquiry should be opened to investigate the veracity of the information in conjunction with the security assessment by CI.
Sir General, what inquiry are you referring to? You say that inquiry must be conducted. What inquiry?
As I've indicated earlier, when the commander write a letter to the head requesting threat risk assessment to verify the information and to assess the severity of the risk, there will be a file registered which will be allocated investigators who will be working with those from CI.
Okay.
And furthermore, it will indicate if ever there is security needed for the members and security be provided.
Yes, I'm speaking about other than the security. You keep coming back to the security. I'm talking about the integrity of the investigation itself. You've just informed the investigators that your sources told you that this is a contract killing, that there is a hit orderer behind the scene, but you don't disclose the identity of the source to anyone. So I'm trying to find out what you did with the information that you had, since you're in the unique position that only you know the identity of the source, to assist with the investigation.
The source gave information to assist the investigation. That is where I said the veracity of the information was supposed to be done through threat risk assessment to confirm whatever was said, is it true or not? Or the names mentioned, they are followed, they see if ever they meet with somebody, or they are doing what as the source informed me. So that is what entails the risk assessment, is the whole lot of investigation which is done surrounding them. Also following the investigators to check the integrity of the investigation. The investigation, there is a commander checking the dockets now and then to see if ever something doesn't come out or whatsoever. What I have done on my side in front of the members is to contact the section head of ballistic, Brigadier Guashu, and indicate to him that there is this case which needs to be prioritized. And we need it to be prioritized in terms of getting ballistic report and linkages in terms of IBs before the next court date. And I also gave him the number of the investigating officer. I indicated that the commander is Hopane, and previously when we were dealing with gang violence, I did make them meet because there was a need of dealing with those things. So that is what I have done. So other than that, I'm not operational. In all provinces, when this happens, I make the province to do what is necessary. Mine is to follow up.
Okay, and so yours is to follow up. So did you follow up?
As indicated, I followed up in, I think it was the 22nd of May, where I called the brigadier, where she indicated, in the morning, indicated that she is with Brigadier Ntuli from Crime Intelligence, who is responsible for, not cyber, counter. And then he's assisting with the drafting of the request. And furthermore, once when I met with some of the investigators, they indicated they were fine. And so to say, again, furthermore, in the following months, August, September was also going in and out, Eastern Cape, attending to certain matters which I was deployed on, including KZN. When I learned it was there in the safe house, meaning everything was done accordingly, as I would like to happen. So there's nothing further I've done, and the cases were going court, and further people get arrested and so forth.
Okay, so again, you're going to the security. When the source told you that it was a contract killing, did they identify the hit orderer to you?
Who?
The source. When the source told you that it's a contract killing, did they identify the hit orderer to you?
They told me suspects are contract killers.
Yes.
He didn't tell me who contracted them.
Did you ask?
Yes, I asked to say who contracted them. I said, if you follow up these other people, then you will find out. So I don't know if he was afraid to say out to me to say, yes, this person contracted this and so forth.
But he told you that these, did he tell you that the weapons or the hitmen were connected to other cases?
Yeah, I indicated the weapons will link with other cases.